Good morning, everyone. How are we feeling this morning? All right, I know everyone's still kind of waking up. It's early. We fought the Miami traffic. Let's try it one more time. Good morning. How are we all feeling this morning? There we go. I knew you could do it. That's much, much better. I need your help in keeping up the energy throughout the program this morning. Again, welcome to the Lowe's Coral Gables. Isn't this venue absolutely beautiful? Yeah, absolutely. My name is Tamika Bickham, and I am absolutely thrilled to be your MC for the 14th edition of the World Strategic Forum. And we want to welcome all of you and thank you for being here in the room this morning. Now, we have an incredible day ahead for all of you, packed with insights on global trade, cutting-edge technology, energy innovation, and the future of Pan-American relations. Now, this year's theme, which is driving prosperity through innovation, couldn't be more timely as we navigate rapid change. Now, before we dive into today's program, we have to go through a few housekeeping items we want to bring up to speed on. The Wi-Fi code, which you should see on all of your tables, is 2025 Wi-Fi, sponsored by ServiceNow. Now, we also do ask that you please keep your phones on silent throughout the program so that we can all engage and hear all of our incredible speakers throughout the day. Medical staff are also on site in case of any emergencies, and also we do ask you to make note of the emergency exits behind you in the room. Now, we are streaming live on IEFA TV, which is live on YouTube, so your friends, your family, your colleagues can all see our incredible speakers today from where they are remotely or at home, and also clips of today's speakers will be uploaded shortly after the program for you to go and see as well. Now, we also want to say a huge thank you because none of this would be possible without our incredible partners. So we want to say thank you to our presenting partner, Integra Capital, our gold partners, Miami International Airport, Port Miami, Florida Realtors. There we go. See, I love it. I asked for energy in the morning, and you keep bringing it throughout. I love that. Absolutely. Thank you. Holland and Knight and Garda World. Our airline partner, Copa Airlines, thank you to you. Our silver partners, Crisis 24, AYA, Garda World, and Amazon Web Services. We also want to say a huge thank you to our bronze partners, which is CIBC Bank USA, Private Wealth at CIBC, Bombardier, Phase 3 AWZ Ventures, Quebec Government Office in Miami, ZAM Development, Ontario, Canada, Guardium Global, Consulate General of Canada in Miami, and ServiceNow. And also to our media partners, Axios Local, The Hill Times, Impact Wealth Magazine, Quantum Insider, and Capital Analytics Associates. Thank you to all of you for your continued support. Now, are we ready to get started? All right. I know we did a little bit better earlier in the morning, just a few minutes ago. Are we ready to get our program started? All right, I believe you now. To officially open the forum, I'm pleased to introduce Nicolas Remillard, CEO of IEFA. Let's give it up for Nicolas.
Thank you, Tamika. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this 14th edition of the WSF, Driving Prosperity Through Innovation. Quite frankly, we couldn't find a better team than this for this edition. Thank you to our presenting partner, Integra Capital. Thank you to all of our speakers who accepted to join us this year in person. Thank you to all of our partners. Thank you to all of you sitting in this room today. Without you, none of this would be possible. The IEFA is in 6 cities in the world, 2 continents, Miami, Phoenix, Paris, Buenos Aires, Montreal, Toronto. The IEFA is also a consulting company. So we are extremely proud to be with you today. I'm very humbled to be with you today. I hope this will be a productive conference for you. You will meet some great people. You will have great company. You'll come out of this with a remarkable experience. Frankly, if you're coming from abroad, invest in the region, invest in Miami, invest in Coral Gables. If you're looking to buy a property, the realtors are in I just heard them clapping and everything. So there's no reason why you should not invest or buy property. Dine in Miami, enjoy the area. It's phenomenal. It's fantastic. So my friends, on behalf of all the team at the IEFA, on behalf of Frank and Susan Holder, Gilles Remiard, Marie Dupont, all the team at Integra Capital, and Francisca and Souza. Welcome. May this conference be great for you. And now it's really my pleasure and my privilege to introduce Bill Johnson, our president of the WSF. Bill, all yours.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Bill Johnson. I have the honor and the pleasure of serving as the president of the World Strategic Forum. It is a pleasure to welcome all of you to the 14th edition of this forum, being held here at the beautiful Lowe's Hotel in Coral Gables, Miami, Florida. We gather at a time of profound transformation. Around the world, the geopolitical tensions are rising, supply chains are being rewritten, technologies are advancing at an unprecedented speed, and global alliances are shifting. In this environment, innovation has become more than a competitive advantage. It is, in fact, the foundation of economic resiliency and long-term prosperity. This is why the theme for this year, Driving Prosperity Through Innovation, could not be more timely. It is a call for action for leaders across all sectors to not only anticipate change, but to help shape it. For more than 3 decades, the International Economic Forum of the Americas has brought together global leaders to confront complex challenges and to build bridges in uncertain times like today. What began with Gilles Remiard's conference in Montreal in 1995 has grown under the leadership of Nicolas Remiard into a network of more than 6 cities across the globe, including Montreal, Toronto, Miami, Paris, Buenos Aires, and Phoenix. Each year, IEFA welcomes more than 12,000 participants and delegations from more than 60 countries around the world, reaffirming its mission, which is to establish spaces where real dialogue can help shape real solutions. And of course, there's no better place for today's conversation than here in beautiful, lovely Miami, Florida. Miami is at the crossroads of the North and South American geographically. Miami is home to more than 1,000 multinational Latin American headquarters and has the second largest concentration of foreign financial institutions outside of New York. Miami is where international business gets done and where the future of Pan-American relations is being shaped. Today, we focus on 4 interconnected themes. These are Pan-American relations, the realignment of trade, the race for technological leadership, and energy security. These topics reflect a larger reality. The global leader and the global order is shifting, with the Americas at its center. Throughout today, you'll hear from over 50 leading CEOs, including multinational CEOs and public officials and policy experts who will help not just give their observations about change, but will actively help participate in them. You can engage in candid conversations about the challenges that we face and the opportunities that will be created. And perhaps most importantly, you'll connect with your peers navigating the same complex landscape. Yet the true value of this forum, of the World Strategic Forum, extends well beyond this stage. It is the conversations you'll have in the hallways over coffee and the partnerships that you will initiate. Some of the most transformative ideas often emerge between sessions sparked by curiosity, insight, and shared vision. Before we proceed, I'd like to take just a moment to thank our sponsors, our panelists, participants, and other partners for making this forum possible. Your dedication, your support are what make this gathering possible and meaningful. And now, to officially open our forum, it is my honor and privilege to introduce someone who plays a critical central role, a leadership role in this entire region. I want you to please help me welcome the mayor of Miami-Dade County, Daniela Levine Cava, who continues to provide incredible integrity, leadership with compassion in helping move Miami forward as a global hub for business, innovation, and community development. Madam Mayor,
Good morning. Beautiful to see you today. And the reason I'm here, it's all Bill's fault. Bill has been wonderful in making sure that I could participate year after year, and I'm very, very proud to do so. Before I get into the official welcome, I just want to say that I had one of those coffee conversation moments that Bill just referenced when I had a chance to speak to Gil Remillard, the founder of World Strategic Forum, over 30 years ago, and he asked me to tell him about myself. And within just a short couple of minutes, I was able to frame why this event is so important. It is so important because international relations, especially trade, is really what makes the world go round. I had that epiphany, I'm sure all of you understand that implicitly, but I had that epiphany a few years ago when I understood that the path to peace is through business, that we are economically interdependent. And if only the voices of people who know how critically important each nation is to the other to sustain our economies, to take care of quality of life issues for all of our communities, all of our people, if only all of our elected officials could understand that point and really focus on the value, the importance. Yes, that was an applause line. I heard a beginning applause. Thank you. And while we're not responsible for foreign policy here in Miami-Dade County, you might think that we are because we do get involved quite a bit, just because of the fact that we are the crossroads, certainly the crossroads to the Americas. They say the greatest thing about Miami is how close it is to the United States. I think that's how they say it. And of course, the dominant language in our community is Spanish. 70% speak Spanish. We're 54% foreign born here. So you can see that we pride ourselves on our diversity and our dynamism. I certainly do. And as far as Canada goes, we're with you. Oh, Canada. And Canada has been our #1 source of tourism, visitors to South Florida, and we want to keep that up. So thank you very, very much. It's just common sense. It is simply common sense. Well, here we are. We're in the most dynamic, most entrepreneurial, most innovative community in the world. I'm a proud mayor, and I'm the county mayor. I know it's confusing. There are 34 cities. They don't report to me, technically speaking, but they call me the big mayor, so I'm going to take that. And I want to thank the World Strategic Forum for honoring us with your presence year after year and bringing top global leaders here to dream together, to learn together. We certainly are working hard to achieve the American dream, and we hope that that will be an inspiration for you as well. Our determination really characterizes the theme of your conference, driving prosperity through innovation. I think that is really what we're about. So I'm going to use that tagline. Thank you very much, marketing team. And we are attracting international business and investment like never before. We're having what they say a moment. Actually, it's a movement. It's ensuring our transit system operates, that our workforce is vibrant, that our air and seaport are robust, and that we're setting world-class examples. So some few statistics. We have among the lowest, if not the lowest, unemployment rate among major U.S. metro areas of 2.9%. Really something. And we're experiencing strong growth. For example, over 120,000 new jobs were created last year, and we have top national ranking in new business starts. You're going to hear more about the airport and the seaport from our wonderful directors, but I will say we're on par to maintain our past records at the airport, particularly, which we see right now if you tried to come in during the Thanksgiving rush. I apologize, but things are going pretty smoothly, I must say, because we really have turned things around at our airport. We're also the 6th largest metro for venture capital deals in the U.S., and we rank 9th in deal value. By the way, #1 in international commerce, international trade at MIA in the country. So I think, and 6th in the world. So, hey, not too shabby. So we are consistently ranked one of the best places to start and grow a small business. And we know it all starts with small business. And I've been really focused on that in my tenure. I just completed 5 years as mayor of Miami-Dade County, in my 2nd term now. And I'm very, very proud of what we've achieved. For one thing, we're always about innovation. We went around the world. We visited Israel in my first trade mission. And there we learned about the Israel Innovation Authority. And so we copied it, just like I like to copy. What is it? The best form of flattery. We created the Miami-Dade Innovation Authority. And it is supporting startups that are innovating how we solve problems in our county government. And so, for example, how we remove seaweed from the beaches. Maybe you're going to check out the beaches. Well, we have great and successful efforts, not just removing seaweed, but repurposing seaweed. We also have tackled challenges at the airport, for example, navigation at the airport, sometimes tricky. Also at the port, how to make sure we can create more space for our growing cargo trade there, housing issues and the like. So it's really critical that we find pathways to innovate for the benefit of all of our residents through partnership with business. And the latest challenge, which very dear to my heart especially, is how we turn trash into treasure. So I know many of you have innovations where you come from. Well, we're learning from you, and it is an international competition, and we're giving food a second life. We're reducing waste, we're reusing our organic materials, and so we want to be ahead of the curve when it comes to green technology. We also know that small businesses in general are the heart of our economy. More than 80% of our businesses are the small ones, and we are supporting them through an initiative called Strive 305 that has helped 75,000 businesses and has recirculated over $8 million in low-interest loans, 1% below prime, to help our small businesses grow. Oh, it's 9 million, excuse me. It's grown since the last time I gave this speech. And we want to engage entrepreneurs directly. So we hold office hours for small businesses. We're doing permitting challenges to enable them to get to business quicker in partnership with our cities. We're very, very, very proud. So at the end of the day, we are, as I said, the gateway to the Americas. Many around the world have understood that, and they've come here to set up their international headquarters because this is the place to be. So we do have major challenges. I won't sugarcoat those. Affordability being chief among them. That seems to be the watchword of the day in this country, affordability. But we've tackled that head on. That's my history as a social worker and public interest lawyer, and we've doubled the amount of money on housing. Housing prices are stabilizing, and we are doing even more. And by the way, we're tapping international expertise in solving that problem as well. So please, while you're here, see for yourself. Join us here in this community. If you don't live here yet, why not? I know many people, I like to ask how many live here and then how many wish they live here. I know we'd see a lot of hands. And may you have a very fruitful conference with lots of great exchange, because at the end of the day, we are in this together. Thank you so very much. Let's make it happen.
Thank you to the mayor and for highlighting what is unique, special, and impactful about Miami-Dade County, and as well as for your leadership in making Miami a global innovation hub. Let's give it up one more time for Mayor Daniela Levine Cava, Bill Johnson, as well as Nicolas Remillard. As we move into our first conversation of the day, we also welcome you to share all of these exciting moments on social media and encourage you to use the hashtag World Strategic Forum on Instagram, on LinkedIn. You can tag us, ask us to be collaborators. We're happy to do that and also amplify all of you. Now, up next, we have the future of Western Hemisphere relations. Joining us are two exceptional voices. Albert Ramden, Secretary General of the Organization of American States, and Patricia Genio, former senior anchor for CNN Español, with 4 decades of experience reporting in Latin America and the United States. Please welcome both of them to the stage.
I feel like in a nightlife show. Please take a seat. Good morning. Thank you for being here. It's a pleasure to join this session, the first one of the day, and obviously to have the possibility of what I hope will be a candid conversation with Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Mr. Albert Ramdin. So thank you for being here, Albert. And we would like to hear your ideas on the promotion and defense of democracy in this hemisphere at a time of, I would say, to say the least, great geopolitical uncertainty and concern, especially regarding the potential next moves of the United States to combat narco-terrorism or narco-trafficking, and eventually that could end or result in regime change in Venezuela. Who knows? This tremendously military buildup in the Caribbean is happening while there is an increased division and polarization in our region in terms of ideological terms. And Latin America right now as a whole faces, pressing challenges. We have to tackle urgent issues such as poverty, crime, migration, slow growth, limited economic integration. However, we also offer a great potential and great opportunities due to our immense wealth in human talent, natural resources, biodiversity. So what can the Organization of American States do to regain its relevance in times of serious setbacks in democratic and institutional matters? How the upcoming presidential elections in several Latin American countries can change the balance of power, not only in the region, but in your organization and in its effectiveness, to reach results? And how can we all promote the prosperity of a region that has lost a little bit momentum in economic growth? So to start this conversation, Mr. Secretary General, I would like to ask you, you have been in office for a few months, 5 months, I think. How has it been so far?
Busy. Good morning to all, and thank you very much to the organizers to invite the Organization of American States to be present here. I'll explain why it is important for me to be here, because this is part of our policy, of the new direction we're going into. Because you have a role to play in all what Patricia has mentioned just now as a challenge, but also as an opportunity. How it has been the past 5 months. As a person, I'm very active, so I don't wait and see until problems arise. We want to be proactive. So it has been busy. We had several issues in our hemisphere, and they continue. So I think there's a lot of good work to be done, not only in terms of what we experience globally, but what we can build in our own hemisphere. I see a great potential and a great future for the Americas, without any doubt. But we need to talk about it, and we need to see how we can facilitate that progress as best as possible. So I'm optimistic, despite all the problems. I'm realistic, but we will need to do some hard work to get there where we want to be.
And how would you define or characterize the current political landscape in the Americas?
Well, we have, and I said this publicly a couple of times already, we have a very polarized hemisphere. That means division, very negative approaches between leaders and societies. That's regrettable. And the reason I'm saying regrettable is because we are part, and that's never going to be changed, because that's an absolute given. We are part of the same geography, of the same hemisphere. We can leave the OAS, like one country did, but you never leave the hemisphere. And the reason why it's so important is because if we want to build a new hemisphere, a hemisphere where there is prosperity and where there is peace, and we maintain that level of peace, then we must make sure that all countries are involved in this process. This is where the OAS comes in place. The OAS is the only multilateral organization in the hemisphere which can bring together 34 countries around one table. We don't agree on everything. There is always differences. We are a very diverse hemisphere for a reason, for a historical reason. But it doesn't mean that we cannot meet and seek to find a common way forward. In my view, this hemisphere has been characterized by too much negativity, too much fights, unnecessarily, in my view, sometimes I dare to say childish, but that's the reality. And we need to make sure that we focus on a common agenda, a shared agenda, where the impact will be on the people of the Americas, on peace and prosperity. That's why leaders got elected, not to fight among themselves, but to work together for the better good. This is how I look at it, and this is what I say. So there is a new direction coming up in the Americas, and you have a role to play as the private sector. And if you give me 1 minute to explain why I find it important to be here. We have engaged in the meantime with several private sector organizations. I thank the organizers for putting these things together, because we need, if we want to achieve that level of peace and prosperity in the hemisphere, we need the governments, the private sector, the civil society to work together. There is no other option. And it's not philanthropy. It's not corporate social responsibility when it comes to the private sector. See it as an investment in democracy, in human rights, in rule of law, in independent judiciary, because you benefit from it. So it's an investment. It's not a bottom line expense. It is something which needs to be done. You have a responsibility to create that environment. With that, everything else will fall in place. And I speak and I work with the private sector, coming myself from the private sector as well. I work with them to create that environment. It's not going to be easy, but we must start. The private sector has a role to play in the prosperity in the Americas and for stability. And we can talk another occasion about the details, but your role is critically important to create jobs, steady income, a safe environment, and invest in democracy and good governance. It's not only the role of governments to do that. This is how I look at the hemisphere.
Let's go back to the political issues. Mr. Secretary, to set the record straight, what is the value of the organization in times where people think that the OEA, I've said it so many times in Spanish, the OEA has become an irrelevant institution. Very recently, the Undersecretary, the Deputy Secretary of State, Christopher Landau, criticizing the role of the OEA for not taking action to, after the fraud in the presidential elections in Venezuela, asked this question to the General Assembly. What is the point of this organization?
I think what Chris Landau said in Antigua and Barbuda is a legitimate question. It's a relevant question. Every country that pays into the OAS wants to see the value. That's a legitimate question. I have no difficulty with that. And I see it also, the countries are investing. They want to see what is the return on investment in terms of strengthening democracy, human rights, good governance, independent judiciary, development, security, and so on. The problem has been for the past decades that the OAS, the Organization of American States, have not told the story, because the OAS does a lot of good things. More than 350 election observations held in the past year. The stability you have in certain countries would not have been possible if the OAS did not contribute to that situation. You benefit from that. It is almost natural that you accept that, but it's not so easy. We are observing elections just now in Honduras this week. We have done in Ecuador. We have done in Bolivia. We're continuing in the Caribbean. 350 of those create, just one example. In the area of security, the amount of people trained to provide security and all of that, I can continue like that. We have not told the story about the OAS. So my job is now to make sure that the OAS comes closer to the countries, come closer to parliaments, come closer to the governments and to the people, so that everybody understands the value of the Organization of American States. On top of that, we are modernizing the OAS to make it more transparent, effective, higher delivery capacity, and so on. For that, we have internal reform processes already going on.
Is the U.S. staying?
The U.S., I'm happy you're
organization?
raising this. This is an,
They pay half of your budget.
yes, they are responsible for half of the budget. I can tell you, they have already paid a substantive amount of their arrears in the OAS in October. There is a promise made to me that before the end of the year, they will pay the rest. So yes, the OAS, the United States is paying. Second fact for the the relationship between the United States and the OAS, they appointed Leandro Resuto as the permanent representative to the OAS. They would not do that if they did not trust the OAS. I understand the skepticism sometimes about multilateralism. Also that, we have made good inroads with the US administration. And as we speak, we are discussing all these problems. So they see the value of the OAS. Haiti, issues on Venezuela, issues with regard to elections. Tomorrow there is a special meeting called by the United States. If the United States did not believe in a multilateral environment, then they would not use that opportunity. They have called for a meeting to talk about the developments in Honduras. Elections are there in a week time. So yes, we have great relations with the United States, and I think we'll see them making good use of this multilateral framework. It doesn't mean that we do not need to make sure that they understand and everybody understands why the OAS exists and why it is important. I can tell you one thing, if the OAS did not exist, we would have to invent it. We have to invent it because the problems which would be there for everybody would be massively greater. So we should be happy that we have an Organization of American States.
Mr. Secretary, my last question on Venezuela. What is your take on the military built up in the Caribbean and the possible scenarios towards Venezuela? And a second question, if you will play a mediating role to solve this crisis, what will be your plan to have Edmundo González sworn in as president of Venezuela after having won the elections?
The best success is when you do it silently, behind the scenes, and quietly. And so from that perspective, you will not hear me say too much because we are working on it. With regard to the naval assets of the United States in the region, the reason given for those exercises and those actions, I have not heard any country say, no, that is not good, because it is fighting transnational organized crime and illegal drug trafficking. No country has a problem with that. But every single country in the hemisphere, and also your businesses possibly in some countries, experience the impact of it, the negative impact of transnational organized crime. It's not good for our societies. So nobody complains about that. It is possibly the way it is being done. And here we have to be careful to draw the line precisely. In any action you take, legitimately in terms of the goal, we have to observe international law, international humanitarian law. We're speaking about people who have rights as well. So there must be an evidence-based, justifiable reason for an intervention. We don't have enough information about that, but fighting transnational organized crime is not a problem. What it means for the political situation in Venezuela, again, we spoke about this. The situation in Venezuela, they have an issue. That's apart from the transnational organized crime issue. There is a political issue of legitimacy because some countries have requested the information to be presented, which person was elected, legitimately or not. That information is not presented. So some countries have recognized Venezuela's President Maduro, some have not. Difficult for me to speak with one voice if our own membership is very divided. So I'm not going to do that. What I know is that we need to solve a problem, and we are working on that.
You're working on that.
We are in touch with all parties, that I can say, and that's possibly the most I will say.
You mentioned Haiti. It's one of the few countries in our hemisphere that continues to face a profound security and institutional crisis. What is being done, or what should be done to help Haiti?
Even before I was elected, I said, when I get elected, I'll make Haiti a higher priority. And I did. So within 6 weeks after I took office, we had a roadmap developed for Haiti. The problems are increasingly severe. And Haiti has a very challenging environment. There are countries where you have 1 or 2 problems that occur in one space at one time. In Haiti, you have political problems, you have governance issues, you have economic problems, you have social problems, you have security problems, you have environmental problems, just to mention these 5, 6. They are all happening at the same time in one space, and that is quite challenging to be able to resolve. So we have set up in our roadmap, we have developed 5 pillars. The first one is security, especially fighting the gangs. Then the second one is humanitarian assistance, which includes health and education. The third one has to do with political dialogue to get to the next phase of elections. Haiti did not have elections for the past 12, 13 years. It's time that a legitimate governance structure takes place. And the last one is continuously economic rebuilding. So these are 5 pillars now adopted by the United Nations, by CARICOM, by the OES member states, by Haiti. We are in revision 3. This is being carried out now. So the first thing is to work on security. There is a resolution adopted to have a gang suppressing force. The United States is working on that. So a lot of initiatives are taken now, but we are working in terms of security already. We are working in terms of economic rebuilding together with the Inter-American Development Bank. So Haiti requires the fullest attention. I will be visiting Haiti early next week for the first time after a long time of an OES Secretary General to support the political entities. We have governance issues in February. We need to resolve that. We are working on that. I'm convinced that Haiti has a good trajectory, but it needs a solid, stable governance structure first. And when I speak about Haiti, I don't look only at the problems. I look also at the opportunities. You, as private sector, I signed an agreement with SEAL, the American Latin American Business Council, to support Haiti by establishing businesses. There are several areas which are free and where there is no security issue. There's a lot of business possible there. There are interesting articles coming out now indicating the potential of Haiti. Good, hardworking people. Nearshoring activities can take place. Investments in terms of IT and cybersecurity is near the United States, within 2 hours flying from the United States. So Haiti is not only a problem, it's full of opportunities also. Very creative people. It will take a while to get back on track. Why we put high priority on Haiti? Simply for one reason. If we do not succeed in Haiti in some form or fashion, I feel that we fail as a hemisphere, because the founding pillars of the OES are about democracy, human rights, security, and sustainable development. These are all 4 things that need to be achieved in Haiti. So we would fail ourselves if we do not succeed in Haiti.
Moving to integration in the region, recently the 10th Summit of the Americas was postponed. Also, there was a low turnout at the EU-CELAC summit in Colombia. I think 12 out of 60 leaders were present only. So that sends a worrying signal about the region. What is going on? What is the state of multilateralism?
Well, Patricia, we need more unity in the hemisphere. There is no doubt. We need the collectivity of the 34 member states of the OES to work together. We're going to work on that separately. I've been visiting many countries where there were problems to mitigate, to negotiate or mediate as best as possible. Not going to mention the countries, it's not nice, but many countries. We are working now in Honduras to create the best environment for elections. The outcome in Bolivia is promising as well. So we need a better hemisphere where the leaders work closely together. I want to mention here that out of the 34 member states, in 18 of those member states, in 25 and 26, elections were held or will be held. So my view is that by mid next year, third quarter next year, the political landscape will be different and changed. We expect also that when we have a summit of the Americas, which was planned for December in Dominican Republic, that we need to use that opportunity, that collectivity, that presence of leaders to come up with a new plan, a future vision for the OAS and for the hemisphere. I don't think that was going to be possible in December. So our advice was also to the Dominican Republic, maybe reschedule when we have a better time. And the better time is when the political elections have been held. 2, when prime ministers and presidents are not involved in campaigning. 3, when the transition of these new governments have taken place so that you can work with a government which has a mandate. We are experiencing also natural disasters, hurricanes. Just recently, Hurricane Melissa created lots of problems in the Bahamas, in Dominican Republic, Haiti, Jamaica. Those leaders need to stay on the ground. So it wasn't the best time to convene that meeting. So I think it was a wise decision of the Dominican Republic to reschedule to a better moment when the outcome of the summit will be also more productive for a united hemisphere.
Our time is almost up, so I have my last question regarding our natural resources. I mean, we have a region very rich in earth, rare earth, critical minerals. What kind of opportunity you see in our hemisphere to just bring prosperity and development?
Now let me speak about the prosperity agenda, and that really addresses you all here together. We are in the same boat, the private sector, civil society, and the governments. So if we do not work together and go into calmer waters, better waters, more prosperous environment, we will all sink or will be successful and we all will be happy. This is how I see it. We cannot separate ourselves from what we want to achieve. Now, this issue about the future, I think the footprint of Latin America and the Caribbean must be stronger in the world. 123 trillion is the global economy. You know how much of that comes out of South America, Latin America, and the Caribbean? 6.5%. 6.5% only. If you want to create wealth, you need to make sure that you trade with each other in the Americas. You need to invest in each other's countries. You need to know the opportunities. We don't know that. We're not doing that. Figure, the European Union, twice as small as our Americas, trades for almost 70% among each other. That means the wealth stays in the region. Southeast Asia, 55%. Latin America and the Caribbean, 15%. Those are figures, facts. We have an enormous opportunity to make sure that we connect better with our own region. We're not doing that enough. Tourism. We fly to London or to Toronto or to Miami or to Amsterdam because of our historical links. But why don't we fly to Cusco or to Florianopolis in Brazil or other places? Equally nice, but we're not doing that. Copa did a great job in connecting the Americas, I must say. But it has to be done more. It's almost an 800 million people market. I'm leaving the Northern American countries, Canada, Mexico, and the US for a moment outside. There is enormous potential, connectivity, digital connectivity, invest in cutting-edge technology. Do not wait others to create the technology and we only copy. It's time that we take that innovation on our own hand. And there are so many more opportunities in the Americas. That's why I'm looking at the private sector to partner with us. Together with the governments, we can take away the obstacles for more trade, more investments, develop capital markets in the Americas. Not happening currently. Not happening. The wealth goes outside the region or remains in the banks. That's not good use of productive money. So I know there is no time left. I'm pretty disciplined myself, so I want to thank you.
Thank you.
Everybody for the opportunity. There's a larger message, and bet your life I will make sure you get it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. You have to stay here.
Thank you, Patricia and Secretary Ramzan. Insightful conversation. I heard you say we need more unity in the hemisphere. It was a really great conversation, really highlighting both the challenges, but also the opportunities. Thank you. Now, where we want to go next is we're going to introduce Tim Weisshire, who is the president of Florida Realtors, for our next part of the program.
Well, good morning. My name is Tim Weisshire. I do have the honor of serving as Florida Realtors. Florida Realtors is not only the largest professional trade organization in the state of Florida, we actually represent the largest collection of real estate professionals across the United States and, in truth, across all of planet Earth. With over 230,000 real estate professionals spanning every sector of real estate, our organization is at the front lines every single day, making sure we're shaping policy, markets, opportunity, and outcomes. In fact, our organization just successfully worked to eliminate a commercial tax on real estate in the state of Florida, realizing another $2.5 billion annual benefit to those that are investing in our dynamic state. Now, as you've heard, we sit at the gateways of the Americas. Florida is leading the way in a number of areas, whether it's nanotechnology, fintech, prop tech, innovation, aerospace, avionics, and certainly our dynamic real estate market. Florida Realtors is proud to once again be a partner with the World Strategic Forum to join all of you today to let you know that our members, many of which are here today, serve as an opportunity to help make sure that as you think about investment here in this region of the world, that Florida Realtors and our members are there to help you navigate the complexities of regulation, policy, real estate, market dynamics, and introduce you to the markets across this dynamic state. We also understand that education is a precursor to economic development. And so we're proud to support not only our K-12 system, but also our state university system, and ensuring that the talent pipeline that is required to ensure that the workforce of tomorrow is prepared today is there for you, for your companies, and for our partnerships with one another. So with that, I'll say thank you for the honor of once again being with you. It's our honor to be a partner with this forum. I'd ask you to draw your attention to the screens for a very short video, and then I'll say thank you and look forward to spending time with you guys today.
A big thank you to Tim from Florida Realtors. Now I want to shift gears into the world of quantum computing. Now for our next session, it is actually the Quantum Renaissance, a celebration celebrating innovation, security, and economic growth. Certainly a conversation about the future. To kick off our next part of the program, please welcome Matthew Samaglia, Managing Partner of Quantum Coast Capital.
Thank you all for being here today, and thank you to the World Strategic Forum for having us and opening up these dialogues around what's happening here in my home state of Florida. Today is going to be very interesting because we have a few different talks around quantum. You'll hear my personal story later on this afternoon, along with a lot of the other colleagues that I've been working with in the industry of quantum. Over the last couple of years, I've had the real privilege to learn as much as I possibly can about this emerging technology. And when I say technology, there are many other areas around it rather than just the hardware that we're traditionally thinking of, but there's sensors, networking, and there's a company in particular called IonQ that has really paved the way in a lot of excellence around all of the different areas of quantum technology. And it's my real privilege today to introduce the CEO of IonQ, Niccolo De Masi. Niccolo.
All right, hello everyone. We've had a renaissance morning already. We've done Haiti, we've done real estate. Now we're going to move to quantum computing, networking, and sensing. It is great to be here. And I'm going to spend the next 15 or 20 minutes or so spinning you through the world of quantum computing, quantum networking, and quantum sensing, which, though it has been spoken about for decades, is truly inflecting right now. So IonQ is the world's largest public quantum company. I'm the chairman and CEO. This is a business that's been going for 30 years. If you think about where our research came from initially, our founder came out of the University of Maryland. I'm a physicist myself, but I always jokingly say that I stopped at the master's degree. And as a result of that, I get to work with fantastic, brilliant people who we keep adding to the fold, both organically and inorganically, to make sure that we have the prevailing roadmap in what we believe is the end point of the computing revolutions of the past 80 years. So I'm here to talk about powering the quantum renaissance from Miami and from the great state of Florida. I've given this talk overseas, but actually never in the United States. The last time I talked about the quantum renaissance, I was actually in the north of Italy, in Lake Como, and I thought it was a fitting place to talk about the Renaissance. But actually, Florida is probably just as fitting a place to talk about the Renaissance because we're at the intersection of so many cultures, intersections of so many countries right here. And every aspect of our modern world is actually going to be positively impacted by quantum computing, quantum networking, and quantum sensing. This will be the case in healthcare, defense and intelligence, logistics. You'll see this crop up in the supply chain. You'll see this happen in material science. You won't see this turn up probably in helping your kids cheat on their homework, which is good news. I always like to point out that classical AI has two superpowers that we all know about. One, it's really good at running banner ads. So classical AI is really good at low latency turnaround times and getting us in the audience monetized as people. And that's why Facebook and Google buy so many GPUs. And then, of course, classical AI is really good at letting people cheat on their homework. That's not where quantum computing, quantum networking, and quantum sensing is focused. We are focused on applied science, and we're focused on powering your economy and powering your businesses. If we think about the last 400 or 500 years, we had the original Renaissance, the Age of Enlightenment, we had the Industrial Revolution, and the 20th century was, of course, the information age. The 21st century is going to be all about quantum technologies. And the great news is you haven't missed it. We're just inflecting right now. Over the course of the next few years, it will become increasingly apparent that the world is moving from classical analogs to quantum ones. And IonQ aims to build the full quantum internet. And that's why we do quantum computing, quantum networking, and quantum sensing. And my call to action for today at the World Strategic Forum is everyone in the room actually plays a role. Everyone plays a part in igniting this quantum renaissance. We love working with businesses that seem like they are not necessarily on the cutting edge of technology, because the beautiful thing is, whether or not you are in a physical goods business, a software business, a hardware business, we have a partnership for you. So I'm going to tell you a little bit more about IonQ. We are the world's largest company in the sector by every measure. We're traded on the New York Stock Exchange. We have about a $20 billion market capitalization. And we're the largest company by every metric, by revenue, by cash balance, by market cap, by patents, by PhDs, by employees. We've spent about $3.5 billion on R&D getting to where we are today. We continue to spend a lot of money on R&D every year. And we're proud of the fact that we have led this revolution for 30 years, and I'll come back to that in a second. But our founder actually created the category as far back as '95. We're a global business, so wherever you all are, we will meet you pretty close to where your office is. And we're proud of the fact that as we've continued to expand, we have added talent, and we've added locations, and we've added capabilities, mostly to follow our customers. Right? We follow you guys where you tell us that you need us to go. Particularly if you're a multinational business, we like to be right there with you, serving your global customers. If I think about quantum economies, one of the things we're proudest of is the fact that we sell complete solutions. So quantum computing, quantum networking, quantum sensing. All of our partners here are taking more than one solution from us. And we want to work with you and work with your countries and work with your key industries to sell complete solutions. We want to sell quantum networks that help you keep your data secure. We want to, of course, provide quantum computers that help you calculate and solve solutions and problems that you'll never be able to solve using classical GPUs and classical AI. And increasingly, we also have the opportunity to sell quantum sensors around the world and connect those to our networks and computers. And so, as you maybe catch me after today's talk, I'd love to talk to you about how we can solve solutions for you in whatever domain, country, and sector you're in. IonQ's the first company in the world to not only be a public quantum business. We IPO'd in 2020, but we're the first to expand our vision from computing into networking into sensing. And so we're the world's most complete quantum platform. We offer quantum cybersecurity solutions. We offer quantum networking. We offer a number of quantum sensors, which a colleague of mine named Jamil is going to spend more time with you on later today and tomorrow morning. And of course, the core business remains in changing the world through this endpoint in the computing revolutions of the past 80 years that is quantum computing. We like to operate all of these together. And the reality is, it's coming faster than people have ever thought because of the fact that IonQ is creating solutions both organically and inorganically. And so we're driving things, as I like to say, to the left on our roadmap every day of the week. I mentioned that we kicked off this industry. This is completely the case and unambiguously the case. So IonQ got the quantum space started in '95. Our machines powered on in 2017. We IPO'd in 2020, and we put all of our machines on all of the public clouds, Amazon, Google, Microsoft. This has been a big year for us, and as a result, the whole notion of quantum, because we've demonstrated what's called quantum advantage 3 times. Unambiguously. We did that with NVIDIA at GTC in March when we demonstrated computational speedups with a partner called Synopsys in computational engineering. We did it again in helping what's called a generative adversarial network learn faster in April this year. And then most spectacularly in June, we delivered a 20x speedup on computational drug design in partnership with AstraZeneca, NVIDIA, and Amazon Web Services. And 20x is a big deal, right? Because we're turning almost a month of computational work into a day. And we're doing that with our technology that was cutting edge for us last year. So our new machine is going to make that speed up even more, which means there'll be a day soon, probably next year, when we can turn a full year of computational drug design into just a day. It literally is changing the world because we can look at more therapeutics, both chronic disease as well as acute disease, as well as, of course, vaccines. All of this can be sped up at the top of the funnel because of our quantum computers. We operate what's called a full gate model generalized quantum computer. And we're proud of the fact that we have founded this sector and led the way for 30 years. What gate model quantum computers do is basically, well, the broadest set of applications you can imagine. And we're proud of the fact that whether it's in material science, drug discovery, logistics, predictions, financial services, defense and intelligence, we are right there with you. Now, we also have a growing federal business, and this is something that also intersects with the great state of Florida. We care a lot about our men and women in uniform. We have a lot of men and women in uniform at our company, and we're proud of the leadership that we've attracted over the last year or two to make sure that we can serve the defense intelligence organizations to our fullest extent. We're in a race, obviously, on a global basis on who is going to win the quantum era. And INQ believes it will be us, and it will be this great nation, of course, and this great state. And so if you're in the defense intelligence space, please don't be shy about coming to chase me up afterwards also. We have lots of people with security clearances at INQ, and we're proud of the fact that we probably have the largest quantum federal program that's operating worldwide. So broad commercial advantage. I don't know how many people in the audience are physicists or engineers or mathematicians, but if you are, you'll know that we have talked about this moment for decades. The moment when quantum computers, INQ's quantum computers, will be able to do things that are simply not solvable using any classical means. And I'm proud to say that that era has dawned, right? You haven't missed it, it's just starting, but it's going to inflect really quickly. And it's going to inflect quickly because of the fact that our computers don't move forward at the rate of Moore's law. So we don't double in compute power every generation. We actually double in compute power every time we add what's called a logical qubit. And so we can be doubling compute power every week sometimes. And between generations of machines, you can see them become hundreds of millions or even billions of times more powerful. Our machine from this year to next year is going to be 260 million times more powerful in a year. And that rate of increase will actually steepen. So between generations, as we go between here and 2029 and 2030, you'll see the machines become billions and trillions and quadrillions of times more powerful between every generation. It's truly difficult for all of us to comprehend because we say that the human brain isn't good at exponentials. We're really not good at double exponentials. But this is what is happening. An avalanche of computing power is being opened up, and problems that used to be incalculable are now solvable. The exciting thing about this is there's huge implications in a very positive way for job growth and our economies. And that's true in the state of Florida, and that's true nationwide. Our drug discovery example from June actually had a piece of a problem that we solved 650x faster than any classical GPU data center could. And so in the next few years, you're going to see quantum computers power workloads in partnership with classical data centers and GPUs. And at the same time, you're going to see that because of our energy efficiency, we're able to take down more and more of a problem more and more efficiently and more cost effectively as well. You know, right now, I think it's like 5% of the grid is going on powering data centers. I don't think the future is going to be 50% of the grid going to power classical data centers. And so quantum computing has a really instrumental role in making sure that we're power efficient, that civilization as we know it continues, your data stays safe, and at the same time, you're able to do things cost effectively and efficiently. Our new machine that we announced on September 12th has 100 physical qubits, 64 algorithmic qubits, and it is 36 quadrillion times more powerful than any other quantum computer that you can access through the public cloud. Now, I've run 14 public companies in my career, and I can proudly say I've never had a number that had 36 quadrillion in it in a public market presentation. But we've said it a number of times, we're very proud of it, and we're proud of the benchmarks that support it. And that number will increase as our machines become more powerful. Now, quantum sensors, I've made a couple of comments on. This is our newest product family, and my colleague Jamil is going to go into a lot of depth on this later today and tomorrow. But quantum sensors are all around us. This is the piece of the quantum revolution that has been here, and everybody in the room actually interacts with most minutes of the day. GPS requires quantum sensors and atomic clocks. And everybody in the room, I bet, uses GPS on your phone at some point during the year, or during the day, rather. We're going to make GPS more accurate. Our clocks are necessary for a whole family of positioning, navigation, and time solutions that are going to power not just next year, but the next decade. You need them in all sorts of sectors for increasing accuracy. And items like inertial navigation, inertial sensors help, obviously, both Navy ships and submarines keep track of where they are, even when they don't have access to GPS. Exciting intersections for us are, of course, the quantum internet, where we can capture data using our quantum sensors, compute it using our quantum computers, and then transmit it securely using our quantum networks. Quantum networking is the backbone of what I think our modern world is going to need very soon. And the reason for that is it's unhackable. If you think we have challenges today with cybersecurity, and we do, right? There's only two types of problems I like to jokingly say. There's the hackers that you know about and the hackers in your system you don't know about. Everybody needs quantum key distribution and quantum networking because not only is it practically unhackable, it is absolutely secure from a physics perspective. And so even in 50 years, people will not be able to break our quantum key distribution and quantum networking. And so our quantum economy in all the nations I've shown you a few minutes ago relies upon quantum networking because modern day banking, e-commerce, really the whole fabric of the digital world relies upon the fact that you can't practically crack and hack what it is that we rely on every day to transact. So when I think about the quantum economy, INQ is providing application development, we're providing training to a lot of nations and states and companies. We're providing quantum networking, quantum security, quantum sensing, quantum computing. And we want to partner with you in all of these industries. This is a very real and relevant call to action, not only for your companies, but for your countries. And we very much want to work with you to make sure you're the lead player in your sector, in your country, in your economy, to ensure that you're playing the game where the puck is going. INQ has solved the hardware challenges in the quantum ecosystems. We have the best computers. We think we're 5 years ahead of anybody else that purports to try and build quantum computers. We're the biggest player in our space, and we also offer far more than just computers, networks and sensors, which means the game is moving on to the software layer. And my rallying cry for the quantum renaissance and quantum economies is about software. If you're wondering where to invest in your companies, countries around the world, think about application development, think about training and education around that, because the world is going to quantum applications. And the sooner that your company, your team, your country knows how to build quantum applications on our hardware, the sooner you're going to capture value and realize value. So I'm going to close here where I started, which is the quantum renaissance is upon us. And we want to work with you to ignite that. We're very focused at INQ on how every single sector of applied science in our modern world is being positively impacted by our quantum hardware. But we need your help on the applications and the training. For anyone who remembers their high school physics class, whenever you did it, I can assure you there's a lot more quantum on the curriculum today. That was true in my era, it's true in today's era. And that is completely appropriate because the next generation needs to learn how to drive quantum applications. Last call to action for this morning is stick around, please, to talk to my colleague Jamil. He's doing a couple of panels on quantum networking later today and tomorrow. And Jamil will help tie together quantum applications in a world of networking, sensing, and computing. So please don't be shy. Look forward to meeting everyone. Thank you for your time, and have a great rest of your morning.
There there isn't a single company or in any industry that isn't trying to evaluate this, isn't trying to apply this, isn't trying to figure out the ethics of this, and we have to do it responsibly. But we can't just say, I'll wait. I don't believe any of us can be longtime followers, but you have to find what works for your enterprise, and that's what we're doing.
Thank you to Nicolo and Matthew on that crash course on the quantum renaissance. How did you all like that? Yeah. An extra credit to anyone who can write out 3-6 quadrillion. I don't know if I could be the one to do that. But now we tackle one of the most pressing challenges for our next station facing global economies, the realignment, global trade, reshoring, and supply chain security. To set the stage, please give a warm welcome to Catherine Cano, Chief Representative of the Government of Quebec to Florida, for the introductory remarks.
Good morning, bonjour, buenos dias. It's a real pleasure to be here, and I'm delighted to do the introductory remarks before this important panel on supply chain security. I would like to begin and thank the organizer, particularly Nicolas and Jérémie and Marie Dupont. They are wonderful people, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm very proud to lead the Quebec government's office in Miami. Our team's core mission is to strengthen economic, political, and institutional ties with Florida. There's no better time to be here right now. Let me say one thing to start. Quebec understands the new direction and the new economic policies of the United States. We value the partnership we have. We share your ambitions and priorities, and we are eager to continue to contribute to the growth and success of this great state and of this great nation. In this period of significant geopolitical and technological change, the resilience and strengthening of supply chains are at the forefront of our leaders' decisions. Quebec believes that strengthening the Americas' value chains is essential to address international trade competition. The relationship, and it's true, between Quebec and the United States is quite unique. We have a long and important history of diplomatic and economic relations. In fact, maybe, I'm not sure you know that, but even I discovered that. Quebec has been present in the United States for 85 years, and we have now 9 offices spread across the country. Canada, along with China and Mexico, is among the United States' largest trade partners. Within Canada, Quebec plays a key role with traded goods totaling $133 billion in 2024. As you know, most of you know for sure, our supply chains are fully integrated. For example, Quebec is the world's leading exporter of aluminum and a major supplier of steel and wood, materials commonly used in American buildings and infrastructure. Of course, Quebec has also developed very strong relationships with several US states, among them Florida, with which Quebecers enjoy a truly special bond. The Sunshine State is a key partner for Quebec, not only in trading goods, but also in terms of tourism spendings, which is more than $2.5 billion per year, and that includes capital investment. Several strategic economic sectors for the new global economy are at work in the Quebec-Florida relationship. One big example is in defense. Quebec is an ally and supplier of choice in the defense sector, especially at this critical time when the United States has major defense ambitions. I'll give you some examples. In the aerospace sector, for instance, Montreal is the world's third largest hub, home to major players such as Boeing, Airbus, Bombardier, CAE, and Pratt & Whitney. There are over 230 companies operating in the aerospace supply chain in Quebec. We are the United States' first international supplier of aircraft, first international supplier for flight simulators, and second for turbojets. Bombardier and CAE are prime employers in Florida. Quebec is also a leader in the maritime sector. We prioritize bringing shipbuilding and icebreaker to North America to strengthen our security. Thanks to increased investment by the Canadian government in military and civilian fleets, our shipbuilding industry is booming. Several Quebec equipment manufacturers sell their systems to the Army, the Navy, and Air Force. In addition to all those industries, Quebec has the most diverse mineral resources in Canada. We're a reliable supplier of critical minerals that are essential for producing advanced military technologies and defense and communications equipment. Quebec has the potential to produce 25 minerals that the US Department of Energy considers critical. Our historical expertise in the mining sector, coupled with our geographical proximity and an extensive cross-border transport infrastructure network, makes us the preferred partner for countries looking to reduce their reliance on partners that engage in unfair practices. I will end as I started. Quebec understands the United States' desire to strengthen its strategic industries. And in the modern context, where societies are rethinking their supply chains and its industrial policy, Quebec is an ally you can really count on. Thank you very much and have a nice day.
All right, thank you, Catherine, for setting the stage for this conversation. We are about to go deeper on right now on the realignment. So kicking off and moderating our conversation here is Abby Lindberg, who is the president and CEO of Capital Analytics Associates, and she will introduce you all to all of the panelists participating. Please welcome Abby to the stage.
Good morning, everyone. How's everyone doing this morning? It is so wonderful to be here. I actually drove only 15 minutes. I live here in Miami, but I know a lot of you are visiting, so welcome to Miami. I am extremely excited to be moderating this panel. And to give you a little bit of an idea, my name again is Abby Lindenberg. I'm the president and founder of CAA, and we do annual business reviews on different US cities. So a 200-page sector-by-sector breakdown of what it would be like to do business in the different markets that we cover. We cover 18 markets right now in the United States, and it has been fascinating to watch the past couple of years how affected they are by global trade, global disruptions, everything that will be discussing today. So I am just thrilled to be here. I am very grateful to have all of my panelists that will be giving us profound insights into this discussion. I would also like to thank the World Strategic Forum and the International Economic Forum of the Americas for inviting me to host. And to kick it off, we are going to be talking about the realignment, global trade, reshoring, and supply chain security. Over the past decade, the global trading system has undergone profound realignment. Rising geopolitical tensions, pandemic-infused disruptions, and a new era of strategic industrial policy have prompted a fundamental rethinking of supply chain dependencies. Joining me today, I have, to my right, Brian Colton, the chief economist of Fitch Ratings, followed Goldie Hyder, the CEO of Canadian Business Council. Then next, Lisa Gordon-Haggerty, the CEO of Latour Partners. Then Robert Gramming, the chair and CEO of Holland & Knight. and Bernard Spitz, the president of BSC. Let's give him a round of applause. I'd like to start by asking my panelists one question for everyone to answer. How would you describe the current realignment of global trade? And are we witnessing a renationalization of supply chains or the birth of a new global trading order altogether? Brian, you're to my right. You get to be in the hot seat and answer first.
Thanks, Abby. Yeah, it's definitely a time of major change. I'm not so sure I would characterize it as a complete realignment, complete rewriting of the global trade order. I think everybody's got to face higher taxes when they trade with the United States. I think that seems to be a permanent feature. But is that going to fundamentally change what we look at when we see global trade flows? I'm not so sure, and the reason is I think some of the factors that drive the U.S. large current account deficit are very deep macroeconomic factors. The gap between savings and investment. The U.S. has a relatively low saving ratio, invests a lot, just consumes more than it produces, and that means that unless we get some fundamental changes in the structure of demand, at the moment that gap is being driven by the fiscal deficit, which remains very large. I don't think we're going to see the US current account deficit disappear. On the other side, China is actually, if anything, doubling down now on its export-led growth model. They've got real problems with domestic demand. It's very, very weak. They're trying to offset that with fiscal easing, but they're kind of pushing this industrial policy even harder. They've actually managed to keep their export growth very strong, even though exports to the US have slowed down. I think it's very hard to see China not remaining kind of dominant in the global manufacturing supply chain. So where does that leave things? There's a risk that as China looks for other markets for its exports, it pushes more and more stuff into the rest of the world, and that's a challenge. So I think we've got to be looking at a more complicated global trade picture. The supply chains are going to get longer, but still ultimately China's going to be the major producer, in the US the major consumer. I don't see that moving, but China's going to be redirecting trade through other countries, probably going to be investing more in the rest of the world so that it could produce more outside China, but Chinese companies. But I don't see a fundamental shift, I think, in the way the pattern of global trade ultimately looks at these big deficits in the US, big surpluses in China. I think those are still going to be there.
Absolutely. Goldie, how about from the Canadian perspective?
So I would add to what Brian has said by saying that America is changing, and a few things are happening. First of all, agree, tariffs are here and they're not going to go away, and it doesn't matter if it's Republicans or Democrats. It's basically a VAT on imports into America. They need the revenue. This is a way of getting revenue through the back door rather than being honest with people, which is we're living beyond our means. We spent too much money. We probably need a consumption tax, not a winner in a political campaign. So we won't tell anybody that. Instead, we'll try and convince them that other countries are paying it, but we all know who's actually paying it. Second point. Security is now a lens and has been for some time, but it's becoming even more amplified, and it's around certain things. Whether we agree or disagree, it's steel, it's lumber, it's autos, it's pharmaceuticals, and it's supply metals. And on those issues, the president, or any president, does have authority through Section 232 and a couple of other sections that an American administration can continue to impose significantly strong tariffs as a way in which to provide security for their defense industry, for their economic and national security, and the obvious global alignment and realignment that's taking place and the battle that continues with China. And it's the first time America or anyone has actually faced an adversary, if you want to call them that, that is not only an economic superpower, but is also has military capabilities and has technology capabilities, and so that triage makes China quite the competitor. And so America's trying to figure all of that out. So we have to be very conscious that those two things probably don't change whether there's a Republican in the White House or a Democrat in the White House. On the broader question of trade, I think that's the real quagmire that we all find ourselves in, because what's never going to change is the consumer desire for the best product at the cheapest price. And as long as we want that, it'll be very hard to make domestically a lot of the things that we've become used to that are being made in other parts of the world. So I think we have to be cognizant of the importance that trade will play, supply the integrity of supply chains will play. I continue to believe that trading arrangements will be important to America, including, I hope, the review and renewal of the USMCA here, right here in North America.
Lisa?
Great. Well, thank you, everybody, and good morning. So I have some great straight men to my left here. I'd like to pull back just even a step.
And Lisa, could you hold your...
I'm sorry. I'd like to step back even a little bit higher at maybe the 20,000-foot level. You know, we often hear about great trade, great competition. Everybody looks at that and they think militaristically that's the way we're looking at our competition, if you will. In my case, I consider China an adversary. But it absolutely applies at this point in time. This is really an inflection point in which we find ourselves. The United States, her allies, her partners, and like-minded nations, we believe that we have to maintain our liberal world order, being free markets, economies, human rights, because otherwise we'll be at the beck and call of our adversaries, being Xi and Putin. They've made it very clear. Xi has made it clear in his 2050 statement in the 2017 conference that he's looking for a new world order, a reordered communist world by 2050. And we either have to decide as like-minded nations that we are going to either accept that or we're going to continue to play into this free market economy. And that's really where we are right now. But I believe the world has woken up and we really understand what we are facing now, especially with the supply chain crisis. It's resolved, it's strengthened our alliances. We've built new partnerships. Private investments will put us back on course. But the reality is, this is an economic, energy, and national security crisis. And it did not occur overnight, and it will not be resolved quickly. So we must commit to the long game and it's more imperative than ever that we do it. And we start with the supply chain and the supply chain challenges that we have. But again, it also transcends so many other areas of importance. And so I think we can learn and we can take advantage of the situation in which we find ourselves now and not only apply it to the supply chain issues that we're encountering, but in other areas. So thank you.
And Bob?
I believe that we're in a moderate, right now, phase of reorganization. Specifically, I think that along political lines and regional lines, we're seeing global trade shift. I think that that will continue for quite a while. I think that that's going to be a long-term trend. I will say, though, that that could change dramatically because of geopolitical issues at just about any time now could really force a radical change, I think, in it. And the other point is the card that's floating out there that overlays everything we're talking about is technology, whether it's quantum computing or other technology, and the changes that that will bring about, because I do think that that will also shift trading patterns, because I think technological developments are going to explode, especially once quantum computing gets fully utilized by companies. And how that will change trading patterns and how that will change other behaviors is anybody's guess at this point.
Bernard?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, everybody. When we are talking about a new global order, it is clear that there is a new global order, but this new global order is not only based on economics or in business. As it previously said, we also are in a moment of a global new order in terms of defense, in terms of individual strategies. And I think that this has started before Trump election. I was impressed, and I think, Goldie, we were together 2 years ago in India. You were representing the Canadian business, I was representing the French business, and we heard the speech of Modi, Prime Minister of India. And that was very strange, because after a political internal pro domo explanation, it was just before election, his speech was in two parts. The first part was about power, And there was a word polite for the United States. There was a word aggressive for China. And there was no word at all for Europe. We were not existing. We disappeared on the planet in this perspective. Then the second part of the speech was about business. And then he was very welcoming all the European, and I would say Western in general, but I'm talking for Europe, European technology, because he was recognizing the strengths and maybe in many sectors the leadership of European companies. And of course, he wanted them to attract them and share the technology, etc. But I think that this has never been so clear, the difference between what power means in 2025. There is the strength and the part, and there is the business part. And this, of course, they are combined. But without the first one, you don't exist. And this is something, it's a lesson. When this being said, when we talk about in terms of trade, we in Europe have an incredibly asymmetric situation. We have a surplus of 200 billion Europe respect to the US, and we have a deficit of 300 billion with China. And so, of course, across this global macroeconomics figures, when you go into the details of the sectors of field, you have a lot of different situations that we will go into this later. Just the last point about Europe. When we compare Europe with the US or with China, we are not comparing the same thing. You have one country in China with, I would say, with one party, which makes things easier. You have one country in the US, even if it's a federal system. You have 27 countries in Europe, with the European Commission is pushed by a lot of rules, which come at a certain point become negative. We are in the middle of a complete revision of that. But when some months ago you were mentioning the idea of having a European champion, you were sure that you would be condemned because that was bad. To be a champion in Europe was considered as bad because it was a danger for competition within the European Union, without taking in consideration that we are dwarfs as compared with the huge company in the world, and most of our business. And the second thing is the lack of coherence. You all have been aware of the Draghi report, and the Draghi report made very clear what we have to do, except that we have not done it, and we are not close to do it, because of this lack of integration, especially in the financial system, between the countries. We try to understand that. We are making some efforts. I could talk about that later, but we are far from reaching this point. So in this new global order, we have our real difficulties in terms of speed of adaptation.
Thank you. In an environment of raising tariffs, industrial subsidies, and geopolitical tensions, how can companies and governments strike the right balance between open markets and national resilience? Brian, I'll start again with you.
Yeah, I think here there's kind of a risk of sort of fighting the last battle. You know, we'll kind of look back to the pandemic and these supply chain problems that we had during the pandemic, but it's a bit of a unique episode, but it comes up a lot in this debate about we need to improve supply chain resilience. It's always in there in terms of the justification for why this all needs to change. But actually, if you think about the way supply chains responded in the pandemic, it was pretty impressive, actually, because what happened was governments around the world were shutting down production facilities and ports and trading facilities. That's not going to happen very often, but so that was a one-off. At the same time, you had this massive, absolutely massive fiscal stimulus in the United States, but also in Europe, at a time when people couldn't go out and consume services. So you had a completely off-the-scale increase in demand for goods. And we know what had happened in the previous 20 years was that the supply of goods had become increasingly internationally vertically integrated. But the way those supply chains were built was based on an expectation that global goods demand would be growing 0.5%, 1% a year. I mean, as we get richer, we buy more services generally, then that was what was going on. So they were geared to this sort of gradual, slow increase. And then in 18 months, we had a 30% increase in the volume of US goods demand. Now, that is an amazing increase in demand, and actually, I think the supply chains responded very well. So we shouldn't forget that the international trading system, international merchandise trading, is a pretty flexible network. And think about suppliers of medical equipment to the West through the pandemic. We would have been much more vulnerable without global trade. And in the UK, I mean, we tried to make it ourselves. It was a shambles, basically. They were making vaccines in pig farms, and I mean, it was just ridiculous. The attempt to try and produce this equipment domestically quickly. So, you know, you don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater here, right? So, you know, clearly for these strategic industries that we've spoken about, semiconductors, steel, energy. You know, things are going to change there, but is it really going to make you more resilient if you don't trade with companies around the world that produce stuff in different countries and are able to? They're pretty flexible. I don't know. I think governments need to be a bit careful about how much they put sand in the wheels of the global trading system.
Fair point. Goldie?
So the answer to your question from my perspective is businesses should hedge. It's on the one hand, supply chains are changing, and it's a shame because the best lessons of COVID are being abandoned. You could never have resolved the issues around COVID if it wasn't for us working together, right from the vaccine, you know, to the execution of keeping everybody safe and everything. But that's gone now, and now we're in a new world. So I would hedge. On the one hand, clearly things on security, as I've mentioned earlier, all related to national security, are going to. They don't call it friendshoring or nearshoring anymore. That was, I guess, a Democratic term. But really what's in place is very much the same thing, is we're going to make sure that we have access to the things that are critical to our well-being. Now, the good news for Canada is we have a lot of the things that the world needs. It's either with us or it's with Russia in many cases. So we have tremendous things to offer when it comes to that security element, particularly around critical minerals, rare earths, you know, potash, uranium, oil, gas, the list goes on and on and on. So we can be a part of that supply chain. But the hedge comes in realizing that not everybody's attached to the United States of America. There's a whole world out there, as Bernard reminded us, whether it's in Europe or it's in Asia, that's thinking differently. And what they're thinking about is saying, look, if America is changing, and America has every right to change, and it is embarking on an industrial policy that is more isolationist and more based on its belief that it can go more on its own, fine. But there are many of us who, A, cannot do that, and B, don't believe that's the right thing to do, that still can construct some form of trade architecture, supply chain integrity. Our Prime Minister has been talking about Europe and Asia, trying to find more integrity in supply chains. It's not a short-term game, it's a long-term game. It's not a replacement, it's an and, not an or. So that's why I think the answer is hedge.
Very good. Lisa?
Great. Well, thank you. I agree mostly with what you said, Goli, but I would also bring it back to the United States. Just by my 30-plus years in and out of federal service, one of the things that there's a stark reality with the United States and the United States government. This isn't just about an administration. It's about our Congress, and it's about the appropriations and the long-term strategies that are put together. So while we are all envisaging this phenomenal growth, if you will, spurred of both private investment, public-private partnerships, we also have challenges to ensure that it is executed by Congress, that the appropriations are there so that the government, the amount of monies that the government should be providing will also be able to be shored up and be a long-term prospect. But I'd also like to say that I think there are relationships that, while there have been tensions in the past, whether it's with the United States and Canada or with the EU and what have you, I think we are seeing some strengthened alliances going on. And we're in the early stages of that. And I think we can only work to try to improve those, whether we're looking at friendshoring, onshoring, offshoring, we're looking for partnerships, we're looking for multilateral strategies. I think we should all do our best to work to resolve issues or misunderstandings perhaps, or whether there are statements that have been made. We need to move as a community of like-minded entities, whether it's the private partnerships, whether it's public partnerships, whether it's international agreements, multilateral agreements. So I look to this as a little bit more positive, that I think we've all woken up to the realization we have supply chain crises, and we need to work together as a foundation.
Bob?
When we look to our client base and see what our clients are doing, it occurs to me one of the crucial things that has to be done in this situation is active engagement with government. We see that certainly in the U.S. We also see it with our Mexican clients in Mexico. Active engagement with the government during times of this significant change in trade is very important. The governments tend to enunciate broad guidelines, but the actual implementation of those guidelines is subject to a lot of discretion by the folks that are actually at the point in creating these regulations and also interpretation of those relations. And so it could be overlooked. People can throw their hands up and think that, oh, well, some announcement's been made on a tariff, but how that tariff gets applied and what classification your product ends up in is, in many cases, subject to a lot of negotiations and discussions. And mostly governments are very willing to have those discussions. And it's surprising how you can get successful results in engaging in those discussions.
Great. Bernard?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I think COVID was clearly a shock for everyone because a lot of, not only in the business, but just everybody realized that some products were missing just because we were completely based on production in China, for instance, for really, when you were looking at it, for a very cheap difference. So the question was, what is the price of sovereignty? And I think that since that, there has been a re-evaluation of the price of sovereignty in major productions. So that was the first thing. The second thing is the adaptation of companies. And, you know, before Trump tariffs, I have the figure that European multinationals increased their US capital expenditure by 35% between 2022 and 2024. So it was already a move because it was a positive move in terms of where is the growth. The growth is in the US, so the company go to look for the growth. Now, since Trump's election, you still have a movement to the US, but in a very different perspective. It's just more defensive one, like to be allowed to do this. And final point, I mean, I am not I agree with you in terms of to take care of the governments, of course. I mean, if you don't take care of them, but there is a risk now to confuse the political visions, which are short-termist, and the business logic. And you know, when you look at what is going on in many countries, not only in Europe, but with a movement of protectionism, sovereignty, etc., etc., I think that there is a frontier to be to respect between the two. Otherwise, the business is going to be the hostage of internal goals, which have nothing to be seen with growth and with innovation and with future. People do not like innovation in politics because it changed the rules of the game and it changed their rules of their game. So I think that here we have a risk.
I'd like to drill down a little bit and ask everyone some individual questions. And Bob, if you don't mind, I'll start with you. You had alluded to that Holland & Knight is a legal and corporate advisor to multinational companies. What new regulatory and compliance challenges are businesses facing as they adapt to shifting trade frameworks and industrial policies? And how are firms rethinking governance and risk management in this environment?
A couple of points. I think one way, let's focus on the U.S. Initially. If you look at the current administration, you can look at it at what they're doing with a certain lens. I think you can look at it, they're looking to address abuses and unfair practices in the trade world. 2, they're willing to use tariffs as leverage in unrelated situations. And 3, the administration really wants to promote domestic U.S. manufacturing, particularly in strategic industries. With that in mind, you also have to keep in mind that the U.S. administration now is using increasingly what we call Section 232, which relates to national defense and the Trade Expansion Act, and also Section 301, which deals with unfair and discriminatory practices. Now, those can be implemented with very little notice, and they can have significant impacts on companies. I think the key to remember in this situation is, again, it's really engagement that you have to have with the administration. The administration there's a lot of very responsive folks in the administration. They want to be constructive. They want to help business. And again, there's many tools that they can use to help you, but you have to engage with them. And so our clients are doing that all the time. And if you're not engaging with the administration on these issues, I can guarantee you your competitors are. And we see that all the time. Taking it on to the corporate level, from the board of directors standpoint, I think we increasingly see these tariff issues in the relevant companies rising to the board level, and many companies have risk committees that they're considering it in their risk committees. If they're not considering it in their risk committees, they're certainly considering it in their audit committees. And so we see a great deal more reports being made to the board on a regular basis. And I can also guarantee you that the CEOs of these companies are very much on top of these issues. And they're very conversant on these trade issues and technical elements of the trade issues, because that's a fundamental part of their job now. And so we see that across the board, and see a lot of engagement on these issues.
Goldie, how is Canada positioning itself within the new industrial geography, particularly between the U.S. and the Indo-Pacific partners, to attract investment and strengthen supply chain security while maintaining competitiveness?
Well, as I mentioned, there's a lot of change happening, but one thing that's not going to change is geography. And we're a country that there's no other country in the world that wouldn't change places with Canada right now. We're that lucky. The problem is that luck has sometimes created some complacency to us, so as much as it surprises people, I often thank the president for really waking up a sleeping giant. We have a country that is blessed with all the resources that I rattled off earlier, and the list is longer if I went across the rest of the country. But we've been really limited by our own doing. You cannot begrudge America for this. We've done it to ourselves by having an over-reliance on trade with a single customer. And I often say even an 8-year-old with a lemonade stand knows one customer is not good. You need more than one. And so this is not something that's a result of Donald Trump or this election or this administration. We've been trying to diversify for some time now. The good news is there's a mobilization and a realization of how important it is from a sovereignty perspective, economic sovereignty in particular, to ensure that we accelerate that diversification. And there's much debate about where to look. With all due respect to Bernard, our Prime Minister talks a lot about Europe. I think most people will tell you the growth is in Asia. There's a lot of geopolitical reasons to be with Europe. There's security reasons to be with Europe. But actual growth is going to be happening particularly in Asia. Not to suggest that it's not in Africa or in Latin America, but today, anybody who'd bet on something would bet on Asia, simply because the middle class there is growing dramatically, and it's a very young population today, except for China, which has other issues. So you've got a tremendous opportunity. Canada, multicultural country, pro-immigration country, a lot of lineage and diaspora that allows you to connect through that. And so our message to Canadians has been, it's not a minus U.S. strategy, it's a U.S. plus strategy. No one in their right mind, we would never short America. America's economy is pretty resilient, as we're seeing right now. We're very fortunate to have the rule of law and the relationships and, yes, a trade agreement. We can dispute the deficits because most of us feel there is no deficit. But nevertheless, we're gonna get through that period, and I continue to believe that we can get a review and renewal of the USMCA. If it doesn't happen tomorrow, it'll happen the day after. If it doesn't happen the day after, it'll happen the day after that. But it will come. So we've got to figure out a way to do both. Stabilize the relationship with the United States of America when you have 25% of your GDP is in trade and 75% of it is one country, United States, and the second place is at 3%. Right? It's a big gap. You're not going to be able to diversify that fast. So you have to do that while continuing the importance of creating more markets for your goods that allows investment to come. And let me just close by connecting these two pieces together, because what I hear when I travel around the world is we will invest in Canada, but we're going to wait and see what happens with the USMCA first. Because of course it's going to be a conduit to a market larger than 40 million when you can get access to another 460 million people in the rest of the trade agreement that we have. So they're very much connected.
And Lisa, given your experience at the intersection of energy and national security, how should governments and industries integrate supply chain resilience into broader security and energy strategies? And are current policies keeping pace with the risks that you see emerging?
Well, first of all, we have to, again, stand back and take a look at where we were, where we've been, and where we're going. And really, the United States, at least in my experience in the government and in private sector over the last 30+ years, has been that we allowed basically the entire defense industrial complex and national security complex, which includes the energy complex, if you will, to fall in its face. We allowed material supplies to basically evaporate. We allowed the defense industrial base basically to turn into, if you will, a ghost of its former self. We've got one major place to conduct submarine support, and where we're supposed to be, for example, and I'll use this as a perfect example because I think everybody will resonate with this because it affects the AUKUS agreement, it affects the United States. We're supposed to be building at least 2 fast attack submarines here in the United States. We are about a year and a half behind, at least, and I'm being kind here. We can't even build 1.5 on an annual basis. So what I'm saying is we've got single points of failure throughout the entire defense industrial complex. And what we need to do is work to shore that up, to find places where we have these single points of failure, whether it's in energy resiliency, whether it's in the defense industrial complex. When you look at the front end of the nuclear fuel cycle, there are single points of failure along those lines. We look to our friends in Canada to help us support in enrichment in other areas. So it transcends all of those different areas. We've allowed different capabilities to basically evaporate or sell the technologies to adversaries. In this case, 60% of the critical materials in the world are held by, the processed materials are held by China, and 90% of them are processed in China. We need to do a better job in that case. We look at EVs, we look at what it takes for rare earth elements to affect all of the different areas in energy security and national security. And so we've got a very tough road ahead of us. But I think this administration and previous administrations have recognized this. They've been slow to act, but I think with the private sector coming into play into this and some great public-private partnerships, I think we're well on our way to reestablishing, reconstituting, and recapitalizing our defense industrial and our energy and national security basis. But again, we have a long road to go. Let me finally say that this isn't just about the United States, though. It's about our friends. It's about our allies. It's about our partners. It's about those with whom we share common interests. It's the special relationship with the UK, with France, with other nuclear states, with the EU, with NATO, with our allies, with, of course, Canada, with the entire Western Hemisphere. We have to do this together. There's strength in numbers. No one can go it alone, and we need to continue that. We also need to build up that resilience, because this crisis that we're encountering today, there will be another crisis that we have yet to foresee, and it was like where we were in 2019 with the pandemic. We were reactive. We need to be more proactive in the future. We need to really anticipate what those next over-the-horizon threats are so that we can get ahead of them. We may not be able to accomplish everything it takes to get ahead of it, but what we will do is, at least with eyes wide open, we'll be able to consider how we can resolve that with the resiliency necessary with multilateral agreements and partners.
Wonderful. And Brian, from a macroeconomic standpoint, how are global monetary conditions and fiscal interventions reshaping trade and investment flows? And what does Fitch's outlook suggest about which regions stand to gain or lose most in the realignment of global supply chains?
Tabby, maybe I could take the second one first in terms of the sort of winners or losers question from all this. To some extent, I think there aren't many winners because you construct barriers to trade. There's just a cost across the board, so it's not even a zero-sum game. So I'd start with that. But I guess, you know, one observation is that the benefits to Mexico and Canada of the USMCA in relative terms have actually increased through this, because before the trade war, before this year, the United States effective tariff on Canada and Mexico was somewhere between 0 and 0.5%, and the tariff on the rest of the world was about 2%. So the gap was about 1.5%. Now we've got, our estimate is that the effective tariff rate in the US globally is about 14%. But for Canada and Mexico, it's only about 5 or 6%, because so much trade is not tariffed at all through USMCA. So the relative advantages, and it's amazing. Go around the world, speak to a lot of governments. It's amazing when he talks about tariffs. It's not the absolute level of tariff. There's this sort of resignation that everybody's facing this tax, as Goldie's called it, on exports to the US. But is the tariff rate I'm facing worse, you know, lower or higher than the guy that I'm competing with? And so in that sense, Mexico and Canada, I think, have got a relative advantage. The regions I worry about are Europe, because China's going to be looking for a market for these exports. It's going to be harder to sell us into the US, and they're going to be pushing that output into Europe. One thing that's happened this year as the dollar has weakened is that actually China's competitiveness globally has improved a lot with that, because effectively they're still pegging their currency to the dollar pretty closely, so they become a lot more competitive. And this is an issue. Look at the German economy. It hasn't grown for 3 years. For previous 10, 15 years before the pandemic, Germany was doing very, very well out of its relationship with China, right? China was importing lots of capital goods from Germany. That was supporting German export growth. But now what's going on is that China has developed that capacity domestically, doesn't need the German capital goods imports, doesn't need the German auto imports. They've got huge capacity in their domestic. So they're no longer buying German stuff, but they're also now selling stuff to the rest of the world that the Germans used to. So every day I walk down my street, there's a new Chinese electric car sitting there, brand new. I mean, that they really are. So I think Europe is definitely vulnerable to sort of deflationary forces coming from a surge in imports from China, which I think we're going to see in the next couple of years. And then when you think about East Asia and the whole manufacturing complex out there, I know those economies are growing rapidly, but if you think ultimately what's going on, a lot of that manufacturing export capacity, that whole manufacturing kind of hub that's in East Asia, a lot of it is geared to supplying the US consumer ultimately. You know, it's part of that supply, that global supply. So how do those countries navigate this tricky situation where China's invested a lot of in their country? They're selling a lot to China as well, but now we've got this tension between China and the US, and they're stuck right in the middle of it. So Vietnam, I think, is the poster child. You know, through the US-China trade war under the first Trump administration, there's a huge amount of redirection, but that's not going to be so easy this time. So that region has got some real challenges in terms of coping with this geopolitical environment that we're now in.
And Bernard, how is the European private sector adapting to rising geopolitical fragmentation, US-China strategic rivalry, and the resurgence of industrial policy worldwide? And in particular, do you see Europe succeeding in building the secure and competitive supply chain it needs? Or are regulatory complexities and divergent national approaches hindering its ability to compete in this new global order? Just a simple question for you.
Well, you know, things are never black and or white, and we are in the gray area of navigation, as was previously. We support a big fragmentation. It is clear. And we have also, there are two consequences on that. One is sector by sector. The situation is is full of contrast. So if you just take the example of the clean air and the clean energy, we are completely dependent on solar panels from China, 98%, but we are world leaders in the wind energy and also nuclear. One page of advertising for the French nuclear. And this is one example among others. We are very strong in many industries, and when we join our efforts, like Airbus, you see that we have great results worldwide. So nothing is lost, but we suffer from this fragmentation. We suffer financially speaking. It is clear that, and that was one of the conclusions of the Draghi's report, that Europe invests 2 percentage points of GDP less than the US every year. So, I mean, at the end of the cycle, it makes a huge difference. It explains why we are late in terms of tech, in terms of green, in terms of defense, and many others. So, how could we deal with that? Well, the answer is simple. It's the Capital Markets Union. Because today, what's going on is that the savings by the Italians, the French, the German, whatever, these are placed into asset management that will place that in the US. And with that money, the US purchase European companies. That's what's going on since decades. And it's absurd. But to fight that, the answer is to unify the market. But we don't go through it because the countries have their own ambition. We also need the consolidation of the banking system to be at the size of the big players in the world. And you see what's going on. The German applauds the idea of the report, but when an Italian bank, UniCredit, wants to buy a Commerzbank, a German bank, the Deutsche Commerzbank, the government, you know, the one that you want to listen to, say, oh, no, that's impossible. And why is it impossible? It's impossible because we don't want it, okay? So if we go in this kind of situation, we go to nowhere. And there is no, so at the Commission level, there is a beginning of reshuffle. And it is clear that, to my opinion, that the Commission will condemn the German government as it condemned the Italian government for being too intrusive and opposing the market by forbidding an Italian bank, UniCredit, to purchase another Italian bank in the name of something which is called the Golden Power. The Golden Power is, again, a tool by the governments to oppose to some operations. So the common idea was to use that, and this is perfectly understandable in defense, in some strategic things, because you don't want some strategic technology belong to other countries and eventually not friend. But when you are talking about business within the country and which has nothing to be seen with defense or with this, I mean, it shows that the governments, when they have a tool, they want to use it, and they don't use it necessarily in the right direction. So the solution to be in Europe would be to allow a two-speed Europe, because it's not true that Germany is equal to Hungary. It's not true that France is equal to Estonia. You know, it's like in animals farm. Everybody's equal, but some are more equal than others. And if you can have at least a group of countries, the biggest ones, which can make a decision without being under the dependence of the unanimity clause, which stops all initiatives, then we could have a Europe which could be able to act as a global player. And I think that again, we are moving in the good direction. Apart from that, in many sectors, you have different situations. In some, we are acting well. In some, we are into difficulties. But this would be this need another discussion. And just to conclude with the so-called industrial policy, everybody is complaining about the lack of industry, and it's true, because in Europe and in other countries we have had the concept of industry without factories. You know, that was a fashion thing, which is completely crazy, and it's also destroying the social society, the social body, because and with the arrival, the stronger of IA, if not the quantum that we mentioned previously, there is a potential of destruction of what makes a society. And I think this is the social danger is maybe more stronger than the economic danger.
Well, we're close to time, and I'd like to ask all my panelists one last closing question using the 5-minute remainder. So rapid speed. Looking ahead for 2026, what is one of the big disruptors that are on your mind, or what is one of the big worries that is on your mind that you are preparing for, or would suggest that policymakers prepare for? Brian, I'll start with you.
No surprises here. The state of public finances in some of the world's biggest economies. You know, the market's been focused this year on the growth of private credit, you know, how impressive this is, you know, and we're talking about an outstanding stock of private credit of $2.5 trillion, right? Between them, the United States and the Chinese government in 2025 borrowed $4 trillion, right? 4% of world GDP on our measure. That's a massive boost. That's flowing in one year. At some point, the market's going to get concerned about this, and a lot of what we're talking about, this need for the supply chain security, improving the military-industrial nexus, that's going to have a burden on the public finance, right? I mean, and the U.S. government is spending, I think the federal government spends more on interest than military. So this fiscal issue, you know, and nobody quite knows when the market is going to get worried about this. We've seen it in the UK, the market getting very worried about it caused a crisis in 2022. We got pressures in France from the market on the OAT spreads, US, UK, France looking, yeah, this is a worry.
Goldie?
I can be very brief. Ditto. It's exactly what's on our minds. It's the rising debt. We're living well beyond our means. In Canada, we spend more on interest on our debt than we do on healthcare, which is still the #1 issue in the minds of Canadians. So we've got to get the math right, and if we don't, there's a slippery slope at the other end.
Lisa?
Great. As a scientist, I don't have to talk about the macroeconomics, so I'd stay away from that. But what I guess I'm concerned about in the near term is that we don't show commitment to remain resolved in this long-term issue. We have to come together. We have to do this. The other thing we do that concerns me greatly, and I neglected to mention it before, is looking at the workforce of the future. That's something that we really, you know, we talk about having the best facilities, the best construction programs, so on and so forth. You know, AI, despite what Elon Musk says that there's going to be no need for humans in the next 10 to 20 years, I believe we really need to look at how we also attain and maintain the workforce of the future, because it is about humans. It is about make sure, and it's not that we need everybody to be a postdoc physicist or an engineer or quantum physicist, but we also need the technician level. So we need to look across the entire scope of the workforce to make sure that as we introduce the state-of-the-art technologies, these new manufacturing hubs, we actually have a workforce that can execute the missions that we're undertaking. Thank you.
And Bob?
I think the greatest threat really that we're going to start seeing more and more in 2026 is the displacement effect that the technology is going to have on the white-collar workforce. I think that is something that most governments are not focused on at all, and that has a potential for just massive change, and with all sorts of social consequences, which will then be followed by the blue collar disruptions too. And that is very serious for the entire Western world and the entire world, I think.
And Bernard.
I agree with all that has been said, so I would just add two things. What's going to happen in Ukraine, because what is at stake is the existence of NATO across its Article 5. If it leads to the idea that there is no more real deterrence in Europe, this could destabilize the entire world. And maybe the big event to come is the midterms, with a consequence in all those subjects.
Well, Brian, Goldie, Lisa, Bob, Bernard, thank you so much. We will have to meet again in about 6 months with all of the solutions to all of the challenges we discussed today. But please give my panel a round of applause.
One more time for our panel. How about that discussion? Awesome. And you know what? I'm loving the energy I'm seeing in the room. And I was just going to say, it's kind of that post-morning coffee, pre-lunch energy dip. So I wanted to do a little temperature check just to make sure we're all still feeling good hanging in there. So how are we all feeling right now? Okay. One more time. I think we could do just a little bit better just to get our next panelists warmed up. How are we all feeling? There we go. I love it. Feeling good. All right. So I'm excited to introduce our next moderator for our next group of panelists, which is going to be about innovation-driven infrastructure, building the backbone of prosperity. And moderating is Bill Johnson, president of the World Strategic Forum, and he was up here earlier. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome him back to the stage.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining this morning's discussion titled Innovation-Driven Infrastructure, Building the Backbone of Prosperity. Quite the topic. I'm excited to be able to moderate this panel, and we got with us today incredible four executives. I'm looking down, I didn't see Heidi, so there she is. We have four executives in different fields, and I'm pleased to be with you. I serve as the president of the World Strategic Forum. And as I said, these four distinguished leaders in four distinct areas are going to share with us their own perspectives on where we stand today and where, most importantly, where we're headed for tomorrow, what tomorrow represents. Each of their bios is included in the information, so you have it, but I'll briefly introduce each member before they do their opening remarks. With us, we have the CEO, one of our nation's largest international airports, Miami International, the CEO of the world's busiest cruise port, as well as a major container port. We also have a senior executive from a life sciences and supply chain business, CGI, which is amongst the largest in the world in IT and business consulting firms. And of course, we also have with us, we're going to hear from a senior partner in one of our nation's leading premier law firms. He's from Dallas, Texas, but they're a national firm. To start, my 46-year career in Miami and in the state of Florida, and I had the opportunity to work with former Governor Rick Scott as Florida Secretary of Commerce. My background for 46 years has in many ways been centered on large infrastructure projects. And of course, these projects used as a way to build for the future. From my involvement in billions of work at Miami International Airport, Port Miami, the formerly called American Airlines Arena downtown, one of the nation's largest cultural centers, downtown Miami as well, which is the Adrian Arch. I believe infrastructure is incredibly important, if you will, if we're going to be able to build for the future. As you will hear from our first two panelists, Miami International and Port Miami, these two alone are 14% of the entire state of Florida's GDP. They're almost $250 billion of economic value this year. I repeat, 14% of the state's total GDP, 11% of the state's entire workforce is generated through Miami International Airport and Port Miami. So again, I think the reasons why these two economic engines are so powerful is not because is in great part because we have two great, I think, nationally recognized leaders running these organizations, but it's because these organizations continue to spend billions in modernization and infrastructure. So that's what today's topic is about. It's going to be exciting. We're going to start with the Director CEO of Miami International Airport and our aviation system. In addition to the main airport, he's got four general aviation airports. It's Ralph Coutier. I've known Ralph for well over 30 years. And so Ralph, we're going to start with you. And I'm going to ask you a question here about air connectivity. And of course, air connectivity is increasingly strategic for global trade, tourism, and logistics. What innovations are being integrated into the airport operations here to enhance efficiency, security, and sustainability while keeping, if you will, Miami a global competitive market?
Sure. Good morning, everybody, and thank you for having us. So that's a great question, and one of the things that we're doing when it comes to air connectivity is we're trying to get in on the cutting edge of something that I'm sure a lot of you have heard about, which is eVTOL, which is electric vertical takeoff and landing vehicles, for those of you that haven't heard it. This is really an emerging technology in the aviation industry, and it is essentially vehicles that can take off vertically and handle both regional traffic, regional mobility traffic, and also urban traffic within a city. These are clean vehicles, they're electrically powered, so we're trying to get in on the ground floor. We recently, in June of this year, we signed an MOU with Whisk Aero, which allows us to start sharing information and technology and puts us in a position where we can start identifying, which we've already done, identifying what they call vertiports. All these vehicles require places where they need to land and take off from, including our airport. So we've identified several sites, both at MIA and at several of our GA airports, so that these vehicles can come in and land and take off from and serve the public. It's essentially, they're like, for those of you that are old enough to remember, it's like the Jetsons, it's air taxis. So it's really an amazing technology, which we want to get in on the ground floor of. It's an innovation that is really the wave of the future in aviation right now. And you have a lot of different manufacturers that have already developed this technology. What they're waiting on now is for FAA approval on the technology, and that could be a few years away, but we are right now preparing our airport so we can really be on the cutting edge of that and start using these vehicles. So that's one of the really huge innovations. Another one that we have is sustainable air fuels, sustainable aviation fuel, and we've been one of the industry leaders in the country with SAF fuels. Recently, back in, I think it was December of last year, we were the first airport in Florida and second airport in the United States to start using SAF fuels in a partnership with DHL and World Fuels. Shortly thereafter, in January, Signature Aviation, which is one of the biggest FBOs in the world, if not the biggest, started using blended SAF fuels at MIA and also at our Opelika Executive Airport. And I think this month, FedEx announced it will be the third airport in the world in their network to start using SAF fuel. So we are, really on the cutting edge of innovation, and we continue to pursue a slew of different projects and innovation. Our capital program has innovation built into all of our projects, so that's something that we're really excited about, and it's in our DNA.
Ralph, I will make a quick comment here. The state of Florida, which is one of the largest economies in the world, I think today the world in terms of overall GDP. A great part of that is driven, if you will, by the airport system and the maritime port system. I know that when Rick Scott was first elected governor in November of 2010, and my first conversations with him as the governor-elect was about the importance that our airport system. So it's not just, the value, the importance of Miami International moving freight and product and of course, passengers. It's the Orlando Airport. It's up the street, Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International. Tampa typically rates as one of the #1 domestic airports in the nation year after year in terms of customer service. So it's the system of aviation, the system of airports, and them working together. The same with the system of ports. Now turning to Heidi Webb, we're going to ask Heidi, because Heidi is the sister agency of Miami-Dade County's aviation system. It's Port Miami. So they work closely together, really, I guess, on a daily basis. I've known Heidi probably well over 33 years. Her career started, and she worked her way up the ranks. I had the pleasure of working with her when I was the CEO of Port Miami for 8 years. So we're blessed, and I can truly say that, to have both Ralph and Heidi at the helm leading these organizations. But Heidi, again, running the busiest, by far, the busiest cruise port in the world, and of course, a major international container port. So Heidi, let me ask you a quick question relative to where Miami sits. We sit at the crossroads, right in this hemisphere. And of course, trade is significantly important, and your port is a model of sustainability. It really is an example of what to do and what to do right. Can you share with us some examples how your port is preparing for the next decade of trade in terms of energy as well as other supply chain issues?
Sure. Thank you, Bill. And not only was Bill a former port director, but he was also one of my mentors. I've learned a lot from Bill in the past. At the Seaport, we move people on cruise ships, and we move cargo on international cargo ships. And all of our projects revolve around resiliency. I'll just break it up into a couple examples on the passenger side and then on the cargo side. So on the cruise side, all of our cruise terminals, our major cruise terminals, are LEED certified, which means leadership and environmental and economic design. Leadership in energy and environmental design. That sounds better. We have built in the last 7 years 5 mega cruise terminals, all LEED silver or gold certified. These terminals have become architectural wonders within the backdrop and the cityscape for Miami-Dade County. Not only are they just, terminals where passengers go through, but they have become memorable experiences through Miami-Dade County. And they're all resilient. So when we talk about LEED certified, that means HVAC systems, that means stormwater systems, that means high mass lighting and LED lighting inside there. How do you build these cruise terminals to be extremely operational efficient, move passengers quickly in a resilient manner? That is the forefront of everything that we do. One of our largest projects on the cruise side is shore power. By a show of hands, does anybody know what shore power is? Excellent, excellent. So for those of you who don't know and didn't raise your hand, shore power allows a cruise vessel, when it comes along our docks at the seaport, to connect to our local grid. So they're turning off their diesel engines, and these 5,000 plus passenger vessels are connecting, reducing environmental emissions and noise within our local community and connecting to our local grid. We launched our shore power program in June of 2024. It was one of our mayor's largest initiatives at our port. And currently, we have 13 vessels that are connecting to shore power, with 10 that will be coming online this season. So by the end of this winter season, we'll have 23 large cruise vessels connecting to our local grid as they sit alongside at our port. Switching over to cargo, I'd like to give you a couple examples of cargo, because as we're expanding on our cargo side, we are very much doing that in a resilient manner as well. Everything from new cargo gates to infrastructure within our yards and designing our bulkheads. Ralph and I do a lot of projects together. We recently broke ground on a new future-ready perishables facility. We call it phytosanitary and cold storage facility, which will open in 2027. That is going to allow, when you're bringing mostly your perishables into Miami-Dade County, whether it's by air or whether it's by sea, to go to this facility, USDA, to irradiate them through X-ray, and then store them in a cold storage facility and in a free trade zone to be able to save on your goods as well. So we work extremely closely together. Bill, you brought rail to the port, right? The FEC rail. When cargo comes onto the port, one way of exiting the port is through our rail system. You go 350 miles up to Jacksonville, and then you can connect to the national rail system. You can get 70% of the U.S. in 1 to 4 days. And that rail system, we just received a federal grant for $16 million. We're going to be expanding that rail system in a very environmentally friendly way, from going from 3 tracks to 5 tracks, as well as putting infrastructure inside the yard as well. So I know you have more questions. I'll stop at that to allow the other presenters to speak as well. But everything that we do, whether it's people or whether it's cargo moving through this port, we do so in a sustainable manner.
Great. Thank you, Heidi. We're going to turn now to Nicole Falk. She's a senior executive for a life science and supply chain, one of the global firms called CGI. And I want to thank you for being a panelist with us today and bringing your perspective. I think we all understand the importance, the value of digital integration and data, in terms of redefining, if you will, the supply chain infrastructure. How is the digital transformation of logistics and supply chains, particularly in sectors like life sciences, reshaping the way infrastructure is planned and managed?
Well, first of all, I want to start with a bad joke because I think they're always dubious, but I have a cold chain, supply chain joke that relates to a lot of the biggest trends that we're seeing with our life science clients. And the joke is, why did the vaccine shipment want to break up with its third-party logistics provider? Does anyone know this one? Okay. Because it was seeking a more stable relationship. So I know that's bad, but my colleagues here have talked about the increased infrastructure and support, and as many of you know, the drugs that are coming online, the GPL1s, ADCs, antibody drug conjugates, and vaccines all require increasing levels of cold storage. So we're seeing that as a trend in infrastructure. We're also seeing the ability to move your supply chain from a cost center to a data-rich strategic asset for your business. And part of that is the data sharing that the logistics and supply chain network provides. We have talked about control towers, not in the airport sense, but a supply chain control tower for close to 15 years. A control tower in supply chain is connecting your enterprise supply chain data to give you additional insight. So being able to being able to connect rather your buying, your purchasing of materials to your planning in your manufacturing facility, and then also connecting your logistics network. And I think we're finally moving to the point with the technology that's available in terms of cloud data. And there were a colleague up here at IonQ that talked about quantum, like really being able to analyze your consolidated data in a data lake across your network using AI and technology like quantum. And that is allowing especially life science companies to be able to increase their level of intermodal transportation, and that allows them to have higher levels of security and also reliability. So also, there's been a trend for past decade of serialization, so being able to track drugs and devices and diagnostics through the supply chain to be able to control counterfeiting and diversion, any kind of tampering. So the infrastructure that we're seeing now is finally able to support that at true scale. And then finally, in terms of capital allocation, we're seeing smaller but more flexible nodes, and then the demand to be able to want to connect those nodes or connect those over a single network. So really having the data and the flexibility to be able to understand your complete supply chain. And it's, for life science companies, that's really important, and that will, help them really grow into, the next decade with the technology that we have. And then the last point about infrastructure that we're seeing is the capability to have increasing transportation. As many of you know, a lot of medical devices have been reshored or are moving into Mexico, and being able to have that transport it is very beneficial, like getting all those lines set up and the use. We are seeing increasing levels across the Americas for medical device transport.
Okay, thank you, Nicole. Our fourth panelist today is John Wilding. He's a partner in the national prestigious law firm of Stinson LLP. As I mentioned before, he actually lives in Dallas, Texas, beautiful place. And John, I'm really interested in your perspective. I know you have a very good working relationship, professional and personal relationship with the President of the United States. I'm interested because to learn more, and I think our audience will as well. Back in, I think it was March, President Trump, through his Department of Commerce, our Department of Commerce, issued an executive order on, I think, something which is extremely exciting. It's here now, and it will, as you indicated to me, John, has to happen by the investment's 2029. Can you tell us what this executive order that President Trump came up with and what you see it doing in terms of helping driving the economy?
Well, it's great to be here in Miami, best place on earth, even better in Dallas. Has anyone in this audience heard of the United States Investment Accelerator? Great. Well, I'm here to tell you about it. So like you mentioned, in March, the president enacted an executive order, created an investment accelerator in the United States. So I've been outside business counsel to the Trump family for 6.5 years. So I split my time now between Dallas and Washington, D.C. And, early on, I was brought in to try to discuss some of these pledges that have been made, which now total $19 trillion. And that money's real. And, get ready for 26 because there's going to be a huge tilt to focus on domestic issues, domestic investment. But the United States Investment Accelerator was enacted in March. It became part of the United States Department of Commerce, chaired by Secretary Ludnick. And all deals that are $1 billion or above have to go through the accelerator. And I'm trying to be the traffic cop between the deals and the money for deals that are below $1 billion. So by statute, it has to go through a committee within the Department of Commerce. And these are, like mentioned, these are deals that need to be done by 29. And it's no secret that we have midterms in 26. So I think you're going to see, right out of the gate, $1 trillion of investment in manufacturing and critical infrastructure and technology, kinds of things like ports and airports and modular expansion of terminals and airports. You hear about, I was brought in because, what do? I call all these pledges term sheets. They're non-binding term sheets. And how do we get them to fundings and closings? So the other part of the Investment Accelerator Act deals with streamlining burdensome regulation, permitting things faster. We got a lot of feedback from LNG and from the energy space about it's taking too long. There's 20 governmental agencies that regulate us. The capital's afraid to come in because pipelines have been started and stopped and all these kind of things. So it's really twofold, to streamline the regulation. With things like ports and airports, you have a set of laws called CFIUS, which deals with foreign investment and national security. And so part of the investment accelerator deals with that on the front end as well. So we're going to do a ton of deals. I could talk about it forever, but these are the things like, the AI-powered data centers, which require dedicated power. You'll hear more about like small modular nuclear reactors. I'm involved with the Port of Brownsville. We're creating the first oil and gas refinery in America in 62 years. It's already fully permitted. It's going to require its own dedicated utility. It's a deep water port that can transport LNG. And so these are the kind of dynamic things where we can go get low-cost debt capital from our partners' sovereign funds and go in and do a refinery and spend $700 million to develop it and not have to go to the banks and have Department of Energy guaranteed loans, but without having to use U.S. taxpayer dollars. So that's sort of a tease, but, look for this because I think a lot of people, they hear these numbers and they don't believe them, and is it real? And who gets it and how does it work. And that's something, if you're interested, I could probably help you with.
Well, I think it's extremely, first of all, thank you for explaining that. And that's something for all of us to be aware of and to be, I guess, engaged with. You know, I can tell you firsthand experience serving as Secretary of Commerce for Florida, the value, the importance, how essential it is that there is a strong working relationship between the public and the private sector. And you bring, if you will, the creativity of private industry, private sector, with oftentimes the passion from public sector. You bring them together, and more often than not, you'll have great successes. So during my tenure at Heidi's Port Miami, I focused on public-private partnerships. And President Bush, I call him Bush II, was in office at the time, and then followed by President Obama. I can tell you that I spent at least one day a week, sometimes a month, I would say, one or two times a month in Washington, meeting with the administration, meeting with the Army Corps over at the Pentagon. The importance of vision, the importance of understanding where you want to take your airport or your seaport or whatever the other issue logistical center is, and making sure that your elected officials at the local and at the state level and in Washington understand that vision. That's how you make things happen. So John, I like the perspective of what you're saying. And I'm going to start with you, John, just in terms of the next question. Your thoughts on different mechanisms of bringing public and private together, or whether it's through 3P, through joint venture, these public-private partnerships. What's your take on all that? Where do you see that today, and where do you see that moving in the future?
It's essential. We're America First. With this forum, I've gone all over the world and talked about how America First is not exclusionary, that we've got to clean our own house. And part of cleaning our own house is infrastructure. The ports were really exposed with supply chain. You know, it's just absolutely mission and critical to our economy. Structures, you know, you have to have a great team. This is a little bit self-serving, but I mean, if you're trying to deal with the federal bureaucracy and you don't have the right team, then you're dead in the water, right? You know, there's all kinds of projects and all sorts of relationships that have to be developed. And so I think you have to kind of get a team, get a plan, get a timeline, get a budget, you know, get the meetings arranged, have ask, you know, be prepared for those meetings, figure out who the stakeholders are. You know, one of the great services I think I provide is doing that for you, in the sense that you could spend a whole lot of time in the Department of Transportation or Department of Energy or whatever it might be, but are they really making the decisions? And, you know, we're in the first year of the administration, believe it or not. We still got another 60 days in this. So I would say get a great team. That's going to involve probably a lobbyist, a transactional lawyer, or somebody that has expertise in that particular industry. And you've got to just get ahead of it. Everything takes longer than you think it should. And so even though they call it the accelerator, you know, you've got to get all over this. And a lot of the things that we're doing, you know, when I said I'm trying to be the traffic cop between the deals and the money, is when I'll meet with the government of Japan or I'll meet with Saudi Arabia, you know, one of the things they're talking about is, number one, you know, we want to get in the best deals. So we want to get in the first deals, tend to be the best deals. And, you know, they've made pledges. They don't want to just have to dump money. This is not a contribution. This is an investment. They want to have a return on their investment. And the second thing they say is, you know, where are the deals? Like, you know, Japan alone has pledged $550 billion, right? That's a lot of money. And so, you know, there's another thing that's happening that will be called a Commercial Dominance Council. Part of the function of the Commercial Dominance Council is to reach out to industry, to try to help explain this process. There is going to be a massive push because of the midterm elections. You know, people are really starting to say, you know, we want to see some domestic priorities. Day one involved our border. I mean, we had to secure our border. There was not anything close to what had to be done first. And then we had to deal with, you know, our relationships around the world. And we've heard a lot about tariffs in this particular forum as we should. Tariffs are a tool and a toolkit that lets deals get done, that facilitates negotiation, that gets somebody that's stubborn on the other side, gets their attention, right? And so it gets, like double reciprocal tariffs. If you're buying Russian oil, we have a problem. These kind of things had to be done in year one. Year two, 26, particularly when the primaries are done for the congressional races in March, you're going to see an absolute explosion of growth in the United States. You're also going to see monetary policy, potentially as much as 2 basis points coming down. That's been a frustration. Rates are too high. The number one priority in the administration is the affordability of housing. So, this is going to be the year, 26 is going to be the year that we make America great again. 25 was mostly putting in place the tools and the processes to allow that to happen.
Great, thank you for that. I'm going to switch now. Ralph, I want to ask you, I know that you have a massive, roughly $9 billion underway at Miami International now.
Correct.
And you're spending hundreds of millions a year, again, modernizing. And I stress this to the audience, to remain competitive, okay, not just with airports within the U.S., but globally. You need to, and oftentimes you look to Asia, you'll see their ports, their airports, their models of efficiency. That's investment, strategic investments in infrastructure. So I know you got a lot going on. Tell us a little about what that represents. Is it on the air side? Is it in the cargo area? But what's going on with your capital program?
Sure. So I think before I get into that, I just briefly, it's important to provide a little perspective to give you an idea why the capital program you mentioned is so important. So we just completed last year our third straight record-breaking year in passenger volume. We moved 56 million passengers last year. On the cargo side, we had our fifth straight record-breaking year of cargo volume. We moved about a little bit over 3.1 million tons of cargo last year. Long-term projections, we're supposed to be at 77 million passengers by the year 2040 and about 5 million tons of cargo, which is only about 14 years away. We're almost in 2026, as John mentioned. So we need to plan for the future, and that's what our capital program does. I mean, currently, we're the second busiest airport in the entire United States for international passengers and 10th busiest for total passengers. Those same rankings around the world, we're 27th for total and 34th for international. So we're one of the busiest airports in the world on the passenger side. The mayor mentioned earlier this morning in her opening remarks, we're the #1 airport in the entire United States for international freight, 3 for total freight and 3 for total cargo. And then those rankings internationally, 5, 6, and 6. So we need to plan for that. And that's why we have a currently $9 billion, rapidly growing into almost $12 billion, currently 9. And it runs the gamut. We're modernizing about 1.7 billion of that is to modernize just deferred maintenance type work, infrastructure. We're investing $235 million to replace all of our loading bridges. We are investing currently about a little bit over $100 million to renovate all of our restrooms. We have 447 restrooms in our terminal. If you can get your arms around that number. And the first phase will modernize more than 200 of them, and it's well underway. We're investing about nearly $700 million to modernize all of our conveyance systems, elevators, escalators, moving walkways. Today, we're 95% operational, where a year and a half ago, we were at about 85% operational, so significant improvements on that end. And then on the capital side, we're investing across all of our terminals. We just recently broke ground on our brand new Concourse K, which is the first terminal expansion in the last 18 years at our airport. It's going to add 6 domestic narrow-body gates. It's a $750 million project. It's going to include 21,000 square feet of concession space and another 13,000 plus square feet of lounge space. We're currently in design, full-blown design for our 2 phases of Central Terminal, which is our oldest terminal. It is, that's a combined almost $800 million project. And then we're currently in preliminary design for a very large project. We're working together with American on a $1 billion project, which is D60, a brand new 17-gate expansion over in North Terminal. So the overall capital improvement program is comprised of more than 200 projects. But some of the public-facing ones that I mentioned will be completed in the next 5 to 6 years. So in the next 5 or 6 years, our airport will be totally transformed and unrecognizable. And like you say, the idea is that we want to be competitive. with airports around the world. And based on the rankings that I just shared, we are one of the busiest airports in the world, both on the passenger side and on the cargo side. So we need to maintain and improve and continue to modernize so we can keep up with our competitor airports, both here in the States and internationally. So it's an ambitious program, and we're fully engaged in it.
These airports are amazing. You look, for example, look at Dallas-Fort Worth. Look at the size of that. Look at the size of JFK. Okay, these are, in our airport here at Miami International, these are cities within a city. And again, generating hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of jobs with the private sector, with their private partners. And I can tell you firsthand that if you're a port director, an airport or a seaport like Heidi, the level of engagement that you have to have 24 hours a day. This isn't like you're working 8 to 5. This is 24 hours. I'm talking because there's security threats, there's terrorist threats. You've got to be, if you will, and have the right team. I think John mentioned that. You have to have the right team heading up your security, your infrastructure, your finance, your marketing, your promotion. You're running a huge mega billion-dollar operation, so thank you for that. Switch quickly to Heidi. Heidi, same question. You've got several billion of work going on. You've mentioned some of the things that have occurred, which, again, are amazing, honestly. But where are you headed? And again, I got one specific question, but you go first, and then I'm going to ask you about the inland port.
All right, I'll end with the inland port. How's that?
Yeah?
So let me take a step backwards also, like Ralph did. So Port of Miami is the second largest economic engine here in Miami-Dade County after the airport, actually. We have a $61 billion economic impact. It's kind of broken down on the cargo side is about $51.4 billion. Cruise is just over $10 billion. So just to show the economic and how we need to keep up with infrastructure to keep this going. On the cruise side, last year we processed 8.2 million cruise passengers, which was a world record last year. Not to ruin any secrets, but I do anticipate that we will surpass that number this year, which I'm very excited about. And all of the new terminals and the public-private partnerships that we've been doing have really helped to do this. There's really not any capital project that we do on the seaport that the seaport or the county is investing in alone. On the cruise side, our cruise partners are actually investing in these terminals with us, which really is a phenomenon that started back in 2017, 2018. They never started investing with us, and that, when your cruise partners or any business partner is investing with you, that ensures that they're going to continue to bring their business through your facilities. So that's a huge phenomena. Talking about future investment, we are almost built out on the cruise side, but we will be breaking ground this January on the west end of the port for a new cruise terminal for Royal Caribbean, which will be their third preferential cruise terminal at the seaport. It will be able to accommodate their largest cruise vessel, 7,000 passengers. And it will be opening in winter of 2027. So we have not stopped on the cruise side. Our largest after shore power project on the cruise side, in addition to the terminals, is we need to realign our bulkheads. 6 of our bulkheads on the north side of the port need to be reconstructed. How do you do that during ongoing operations? It's a very, very tricky capital project that's going to take place over the next 7 years, where we're going to take out 1 cruise berth each summer, and the summer, because it's our slow season, for about 5 to 6 months in order to rehab those cruise bulkheads. And that's just to keep existing business. So my point in sharing that with you is you really need to stay on top of your existing structure as you're building and continue to build for the future. On the cargo side, lots of exciting projects going on the cargo side. Bill, you asked about the inland port. We are an island. We're 520 acres. For those of you who have been to the port, we are a very dense port. There's not a lot of room on the port to expand. So as you drive through the port, you will see that we are building flyovers for cruise passengers to get to specific terminals. We are building vertically. So not only in addition to flyovers, as we build our parking garages, should we be building offices on top of the parking garages, right? How do you think out of the box to maximize space with the private industries? The inland port, we are maximizing our space on the port, and at a certain point, we don't want containers that are empty specifically just to be sitting on this island. The goal is to move the cargo and the people off of the port as quickly as possible. So we are looking at developing an inland port in conjunction with Ralph and our friends over at the airport. There is in Northwest Dade a piece of property. It's a decommissioned airport, Airport West, that we're studying right now together with the airport as a potential place for an inland port. It's nice because it's owned by the county. It does need rail connection it's about a mile and a half of rail that would still be needed to be connected to be extremely efficient, but it's very much in our plans to expand off port and inland.
And again, when you look at what the airport director and the Port of Miami director are talking about, they're talking about creating, again, in the private sector, untold millions and millions, untold millions in engineering, architectural designs, planning, construction, all the materials that go into it. This is what helps drive the economy. And again, it has to be a clear vision, but a shared vision, so that the private industry and private sector understand what you're doing. This, just quickly, this inland port, the state of Florida is very blessed. And one of the last things that I left when I joined Governor Scott as Secretary of Commerce was unfulfilled at Port Miami was this inland port. And I'm proud and I'm very happy that the Port Miami today is fulfilling and moving forward with this inland port. Florida's blessed. It's got a good 8 or 9 locations geographically around the entire state for this concept of an inland port. So you take Port Miami with 523 or 524 acres, you need to be able to expand off the port with containers, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a brilliant project. It's going to be one of the first in our state, and it's being in conjunction between the 2 sister agencies, and that's fabulous. So thank you for that. Nicole, let me switch to you real quick. Give us a sense. You're an incredibly large global firm. Give us a sense of the breadth of what you guys work on.
Sure. So a lot of our work focuses on not just the data and system support, which I talked about earlier, but also the advisory strategy. So especially the clients I work with closely are in supply chain. So as you all know, a lot of reshoring and repatriation across the Americas of drugs and diagnostics. What is the impact to the logistics and the trade? Trade channels. So those are the kind of things that we help with, enterprise systems, and then, you know, what we have been doing a lot recently is how to leverage AI, all of the good data that you have across your network. How do you really realize demand sensing and be able to move your product and your production through your network flexibly and reliably? And that's really what we are helping clients with at CGI.
That's great. I'm going to ask John you the similar question about the firm, because you're a very large national, if you will, law firm. Give us a sort of in terms of what the areas of law that your firm practices in, et cetera, and where you're at.
Well, I work at Stinson. Stinson was formed in Kansas City, Missouri in 1872. We're a full-service national law firm. We're really purposely mid-sized. We have about 650 lawyers. And I work at Stinson because they allowed me to represent the Trump family. And so it wasn't always so great. It's kind of nice right now, right? But, you know, I remember a lot of late nights in 2021 and 2, and I had a nice closing this morning with Don Trump Jr., who's flying back from India today. And, you know, Stinson is known for being an excellent transactional law firm. We represent the largest family office in the world. We represent the largest private company in the world. And I'm in the corporate finance practice, and so that was really important to me. I needed to be in a firm that allowed all viewpoints to be expressed. I don't expect in any way for people to agree with me on anything, but I won't be canceled. And in my industry, you know, there was a big push to cancel people, and everything was sort of driven, you know, to large corporations and whatever sort of social agendas they had. And it was quite interesting to be at the inauguration with the Trump family next, you know, the CEO of Google, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, you know. I mean, Trump was deplatformed, you know, for way before January 6th. That had absolutely nothing to do with it. So, yeah, I work with entrepreneurs principally, but that doesn't mean startup. It can mean startup, but it can mean oil and gas entrepreneur, real estate entrepreneur, people that take risk, people that sign personal guarantees, I tend to work with principals rather than large legal departments. And so I'm also an investment fund formation and regulatory lawyer. So when people are pooling money and taking a fee or a carried interest, I'm a go-to lawyer for that. But we're full service. We can go to court and punch people in the nose, or we can have a fancy dinner at a nice restaurant and at closing. Whatever you need, we're there to do it. We're from California to New York, D.C., Florida, Midwest started.
Thank you for that. And I encourage all of you to look up both John's firm as well as Nicole's. I did before the panel today because I really wasn't familiar with either of these panelists. Heidi and Ralph I've known for, as I said, over 30 years. So I looked up both, and I was incredibly impressed with in terms of both of your operations. I'm going to close real quickly with one for each of you, just your take about where we're headed in terms of AI. And I'm going to start with Nicole. Is it a given? Is it something to fear? How does AI going to impact us?
No, I actually think, and I've been talking to a lot of my clients and colleagues, that I think from a supply chain, logistics, manufacturing, procurement perspective, this is the most exciting time and a lot in supply chain in our lifetime. Like, supply chain hasn't changed drastically since the 90s. I think we're going to see a lot of AI-enabled innovation in the supply chain, which will help us not only with efficiency, but like the effectiveness. We talk a lot about, accessibility of drugs, for patients, and I think that this is going to help and support it in an exciting way, in ways that we might not even know are possible yet.
Well, thank you for that. Heidi, I'm going to you next. I can recall when I took over Port Miami in 2006, one of the things we really focused on, and the governor at that time was Jeb Bush, and Governor Bush called me and gave me some suggestions on ways that we might be able to improve efficiency. Jeb is a real techie guy. And so we went on a strong program to initiate improvements in hardware, software, to reduce operating costs significantly, especially in security, but also to improve efficiency. Where do you see today with AI, because it's a totally different world from 2006 when I was at Port Miami, where do you see AI in your port?
Yeah, good question. I think all of us are looking at AI, right? If you're not, you're already behind the 8 ball. We've actually partnered with the Miami-Dade Innovation Authority, and we're actually looking at AI, some pilot programs on the port right now. We've signed with 4 different companies tracking all camera work, but tracking the movement of trucks on and off of the port. Where are they getting hiccups in traffic? How can we change roadway congestion? Where are the products coming from? Where are the trucks going to after they leave the port? As well as identifying hazardous things such as, is a container dented? Camera work to identify, is there a flat tire? Certain things like that that will improve the logistics moving on and off of the port. And then, of course, on our cruise terminals, biometrics, check in all of biometrics. Everything is done by your eyes now, and it's just that is the way of the future.
Okay, Ralph, your take on AI?
Sure. So, right now, we have an innovation team that's working together, as Heidi mentioned, with the Miami-Dade Innovation Authority on several AI projects. And for example, one of them, which we're excited about right now, is a new AI chatbot hologram. And we're looking to deploy these hologram stations at about 4 to 5 locations throughout the airport. So what those would do is, it just would really improve the passenger experience, as far as passengers can go up to the hologram and interact with it and get directions on where to go, et cetera. Movement through our terminal is 10 million square feet.
Yeah.
Which is a huge terminal. The biggest office building in the entire world is the Pentagon, and they're 6 million square feet. So we're 4 million square feet bigger than that. Sometimes it's challenging for people to get around. So that is one use that we're applying for AI. As Heidi mentioned, we just finished a biometric boarding project at all 134 of our gates to simplify the customer and passenger process through the gates and onto their aircraft, so you don't have to be fumbling with your passport and your ticket, et cetera. That we're the first airport, the biggest deployment of biometric boarding of any airport in the country. And we just completed that. And we continue to pursue, under the MDIA, we also had some technology which is AI-based, which directs you around the airports. You can land, and with your personal device, whether it's a phone or an iPad, it'll guide you to where you have to go throughout the airport using AI. So like Heidi said, AI is the way of the future, and if you're not on board with it, then you're way behind. So we're trying to stay ahead of it and continue to find opportunities at the airport, which there are many, both on the customer service side and also on the security side.
Okay, great. And John, what's your take?
AI is absolutely revolutionary, and it's so much more than just going on ChatGPT and getting the data. It's revolutionizing our energy space as well. We're going to have commercial nuclear under the Trump administration. And the amount, the excitement, the energy around that is tremendous. Quantum computing is having to develop faster and to address the security, the cybersecurity risk, because AI can attack, our passcodes, and so it's just absolutely revolutionary. There's 2 or 3 things that really get immediate attention in the administration. One is AI, another is energy, and we haven't talked about this at all, but digital assets.
Yes.
Digital assets are going to absolutely revolutionize the banking industry in the next 24 months. You'll hear about stablecoin and the Genius Act and the Clarity Act and all these kind of things. But that's something to watch. It's going to absolutely revolutionize. And none of that could happen without AI.
Well, I want to thank our 4 panelists. We could go another 2-3 hours. I'm feeling Johnny Carson sitting here at the table. But it's been, for me, refreshing to hear your perspectives, to meet John, to meet Nicole as well. And my final comment to all of you, we move forward in partnership. We move forward by looking, if you will, how we can support each other, public and private. And I think there's more to unite us in this country. We seem to be, a lot of people think, a divided country. So let us look at how we can unite at this day of Thanksgiving. Let us embrace the wonderful opportunities that Washington is bringing and be supportive. Whether you're an independent, a Democrat, a Republican, let's support, if you will, the progress of our nation and our role in the global economy and the global marketplace. So I want to thank everyone. I wish everyone a blessed rest of the day and a great Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Thank you to Bill and all of those incredible panelists. And I think that was a wonderful note to end that panel discussion on. Let's find a way to unite, especially during this week of Thanksgiving. Now we're going to keep rolling on right into our next conversation, which we're calling an Oceanside Chat with 2 speakers you certainly aren't going to want to miss. Please welcome to the stage Ambassador Robin S. Bernstein, former U.S. Ambassador to the Dominican Republic, in conversation with Rick Eckstein, President and CEO of Phase 3 Associates. Please welcome them with a warm round of applause.
Good afternoon. My name is Ambassador Robin Bernstein. I was very privileged to have served the Trump administration during his first administration from 2018 to 21 in the Dominican Republic. And I wanted to start out by saying thank you very much to the Remayard family and their incredible staff who has put together such an incredible conference. And let's give them a round of applause. We're thankful for them at this time of year. I'd also be remiss if I did not shout out to President Donald Trump, his team, and everyone involved in bringing back the hostages from Israel, making it the greatest attempt to bring peace to the Middle East, and also to his team to reindustrialize the United States, driving down the debt, addressing things like AI, rare earth, energy, and his incredible work to stop the flow of drugs and TCOs into America. So with that, I'm very honored to have the opportunity to speak to Rick Eckstein today. And I have a few questions for you, Rick.
Thank you. I feel like I'm on late night television here.
Early morning TV. What historical and structural factors have enabled Israel to consistently turn necessity into innovation and maintain technological leadership?
First of all, thank you, everybody, for having me here. It's very much appreciated. Robin, thank you. I think you said the key word is history and innovation. You know, Joe Biden went to see Golda Meir in 1973 when he was still a newly elected legislator. And he said to her, "How is it that you always survive?" And she said, "We have a secret weapon. We have nowhere to go." And quite often, having nowhere to go is the mother of invention. You know, when you look at three countries, I'm just going to give an example: Israel, Switzerland, and South Korea. Anybody know what they have in common? Number one, they all have existential threats. Switzerland is a fortress. They've always been under threat. So they've all had existential threats. They all have mandatory military service, and we're going to come back to that when we talk about human capital. And they also all have the highest startups per capita. So there's something to be said about having threats against you. You know, Israel, the first temple was destroyed 3,500 years ago. The second 3,000 years ago. 1948, Israel was declared a state and right away invaded by 6 countries. 1967, 1973, and then again October 7th. These kinds of threats lead to innovation out of necessity, and that's why Israel is truly called the startup nation today.
Rick, you are involved in an incubator accelerator in Israel, linking universities, the private sector, and the security establishment. This is extraordinarily unique. What specific dynamics within this triangle create an innovation engine that other Western nations and other nations in the world find difficult to emulate?
So we started off, Robin, 7 or 8 years ago with a bunch of people who had spent their careers defending Israel, not just physically, but cyber, intelligence, infrastructure, etc. And we decided we're going to find new companies that we could invest in that would help fill gaps. We, as an advisory board, we have Stephen Harper, former Prime Minister of Canada, as our head of the advisory board. We have people from former heads of CIA, FBI, MI6. And the idea was, as I said, that they would bring us gaps where security organization needed help, and we would try to fill them. We subsequently have morphed into an incubator accelerator, the same idea, where we are partners with all of the Israeli security agencies, with universities, and with ourselves and our group as private individuals. And people bring us gaps and we find solutions. I'll give you a couple. One of the first biggies was the security agents came to us and said about penetration testing. For those of you who know what that means, you had to get a white hat hacker to come and try and get into your organization. They'd write a 60-page report, and before you knew it, it was obsolete. So we found a company that you can layer over any operating system, and 24/7 it tries to penetrate that system. I'm not a tech guy, so it tries the front door. If that doesn't work, tries the back door, the side door, the mailbox, the chimney. And as soon as it gets in, it reports back to the system administrator. We invested in that company at $33 million, and it hit $1 billion about a year ago. A couple of others I can give you I think you'd find very interesting. Facial recognition, everybody had that, and then the agencies came to us during COVID and said, everybody's wearing masks. This doesn't work anymore. So they asked us to find a solution, which we did. Homeland Security, US Homeland Security had a competition a couple of years ago, good light, bad light, masks, keffiyehs, hats, you name it, and we won. With that technology, on October 7th, a lot of the perpetrators were wearing keffiyehs and masks as they committed their horrific crimes. Our company identified about 3,000 of them from what they were due. And I mean, I can keep going at some of the other examples that we've got, but I'll just add one because I think it's the coolest. So the security agents came, and again, everything we do has to have dual use. So that one, which is good for security with facial recognition, we're also selling to cruise ships and to amusement parks because it can go through millions of pictures a second, and if you lose your kid, you scan your picture in and they find them right away. The other dual use one that I think is one of the coolest is the agencies say we can tap phones sometimes and listen to bad guys, but that doesn't help us know who they are. So they came to us for a solution, and we're about 90% accurate right now, where we can listen to a voice and it'll draw a picture of the face.
Wow.
So the security guys want that, but more importantly, because that's where the big money is, the banking people want that, because you know how they call you right now and they say, is it okay to transfer, $1 million or whatever it is, and they need your verbal okay. Well, deep fakes are so good today that they can't tell if it's your voice or not. But if it can right away draw your picture on the screen beside it, it gives them another way of authenticating it. So yeah, dual use technology and putting all these people together, academia, security, military, and private investors, everybody's a partner, everybody's interests are totally aligned, and that seems to be a model that's working very well for us.
As Western nations increasingly speak of pivoting toward an economy of war and reassess our industrial policy, supply chain resilience, and strategic autonomy, which elements of Israel's model, i.e. industrial agility, mission-oriented public-private collaboration, or rapid dual-use R&D, are most relevant for this transition?
So again, thanks for the question. It's a very good one. Israel still lives in a very dangerous neighborhood, as most of you know. Hamas still has, despite the fact that they've been weakened, their mandate has not changed to wipe Israel off the face of the map. The Palestinian Authority is still paying, they have a pay-for-slay policy. So if you decide you want to try and kill an Israeli, they will pay for your family for the rest of their lives. Iran is still trying to destroy Israel. So as I said, they live in a very dangerous neighborhood, despite, and mainly, maybe it's despite, or maybe it's because of the fact that they're the only ones that have true democracy, rights of women for gays, etc. So right now, self-sufficiency for Israel is the key. They've learned that after October 7th. They cannot depend on anybody else. So I can tell you on the armaments side, they're looking at increasing production by 8-fold as fast as they can. But it's not just armaments. They want to be self-sufficient in everything. So I didn't know this until they came to us as one of their problems, and I don't think we can help them. But they said 60% of their fish supply comes from Turkey. And they want to know how to diversify. Can we help them make high-tech fish farms in the Mediterranean? And the Mediterranean gets rough, so they have to go down when there's a big storm, they go back up. The fact is, I don't think our company could help them, but the point is they were looking at how to become self-sufficient in everything. And again, keeping in mind Israel has no natural resources, no oil, so they've had to learn to be extremely resilient and innovative in agriculture, the agriculture area. They've turned the desert green. with their innovative drip technology. You know, the other thing is every Jewish mother wants to have a doctor as a child, if not a doctor, a researcher of some sort. So again, they've become world leaders in biotech and medicine, anything like that. I think the #1 MS drug in the world comes from Israel. The #1 Parkinson drug in the world comes from Israel. All kinds of other things. So they're really learning to be as resilient as possible and to be completely and totally self-reliant. They have to.
Thank you. Israel is repeatedly able to transform defense R&D into globally competitive civilian technologies, from cybersecurity and AI to medtech, agritech, fintech, and autonomous systems. What makes this dual-use pipeline so effective, and what are some of the most fascinating success stories to arise from this practice?
So I may have just touched on it in my last one a little bit, but Israel has no natural resources. The only resource they have are their people. And when you start with that, you have to figure out what to do. So they're highly educated, and they've had to figure things out. I mentioned the desert a moment ago, but in medtech, as I said, some of the most popular or most effective drugs in the world have come out of Israel. Your cell phone came out of Israel from Motorola's research factory in Israel. Waze, some of you I'm sure use Waze every day to navigate, came from Israel. Intel has their huge research center there, and most of the chips that are used today all over the world come from there. The USB flash drives come from there. The Iron Dome, the pill camera, the first firewall, instant messaging, night vision goggles, you name it, they all came out of Israel. And that's all because they don't have any other natural resources other than human, so they have to exploit those as much as they can.
Israel's innovation ecosystem thrives on an unusually high tolerance for risk, rapid capital cycles, and a strong venture capital environment. How does the country's investment culture, from early stage VC to government-backed funds, help accelerate breakthroughs, and what lessons can Western innovation hubs draw from this approach?
Another good question, and it goes back to human capital. First of all, I don't know if the only, but I think they're one of the highest, the first countries to really push STEM very, very hard in high school. So these kids are already in high school. They're learning a lot of coding and cyber type skills. So that's #1. #2, even in high school, they learn about national purpose. Everybody has a understands the national purpose in Israel. It's survival. And I think that's something that is incredible and what everybody needs to know. Sense of history, sense of constant threat. They're then streamed into the army. Everybody doesn't just go into basic training and come out a basic soldier. They are streamed for elite intelligence operators, cyber experts, engineers, medics, innovators, commandos, et cetera. And again, this is one of the reasons why the IDF is able to punch above its weight. Now, to answer your question, Robin, how does this affect everything? Look what they learn. They learn to innovate. They learn to improvise very, very quickly. They learn to not be afraid to make mistakes. You know, when you're in combat, whether you're in combat or whether you're doing something in a lab in cyber, you have to make decisions very quickly with incomplete information that have high consequences. So this is what they learn in the military. Now, from coming out of the military is what I call the military dividend, because now they've all got these skill sets, these critical thinking ability, and then they go into business or they go into medicine. And again, they're not afraid to improvise, they're not afraid to fail, they're not afraid to try new things. They work as a team with a shared purpose. And I think that's one of the things that other countries are missing. They don't have that shared purpose. They don't start grooming their kids in high school. So when they come out of university, they're lost a little bit. When these kids come out of the army, they know exactly what they have to do and what they want to do to keep the country strong and to make themselves a lot of money in the process.
Unfortunately, we only have a few more minutes, so given these unique capabilities that Israel possesses, where do you see the greatest potential for deeper collaboration with the United States and other Western allies in the Western Hemisphere?
So first of all, Israel has, there's many, many different ways for countries to interact. Diplomatic and full recognition is only one of them, Robin. As you know, you've been an ambassador. But there are business ties, there are intelligence ties, there are military ties, there's commercial ties. And Israel has had those with so many countries over the last 20 years that nobody knows about. I mean, UAE is one of their biggest customers for security stuff, as is Saudi Arabia. Half the countries that in the UN will stand up and condemn Israel are doing business with them, are sharing intelligence, etc. So I think the biggest opportunity is for these sub-diplomatic relations to come to the top and turn into diplomatic relations. Again, people forget that Israel has the exact same values as the United States and pretty much any Western nation, Canada, where I'm from. Everything from free press, as I said earlier, to democratically elected governments. One of the largest gay parades in the world is in Israel. Look, we share so many common values. And I think over the next number of years, we're going to see more and more countries recognize Israel for what it is, how it's a true ally and a true light in a bit of a sea of darkness these days.
I think one of the greatest acknowledgments is to President Trump and, in his first term when they started the Abraham Accords. And I think that you're going to see that expand greatly. And you're right, people are going to look toward more collaboration, cooperation in the Middle East. So another great shout out to our wonderful president. Israel often speaks of turning chaos into opportunity. How does the country's mindset toward risk, experimentation, and failure fuel its innovation capacity, particularly in frontier technologies such as quantum, synthetic biology, AI, and advanced manufacturing?
So first, I'm just going to go back to what you said about President Trump, and I will give him credit here. So many American presidents over the years came into office and said, I'm going to make peace in the Middle East. It's complicated, and they tried the same thing. The one thing about President Trump is he's not afraid to look at something and say, this has been tried for the last 30 years and it didn't work. Let's try something different. So I will give him credit for the Abraham Accords, and I hope they continue to grow. I think your question was, how do we turn chaos into
opportunity?
So it's very interesting. I had a briefing when I was there 2 weeks ago on the future of war. And they said the future of war is all going to be about chaos. And we saw a little bit of it in Lebanon with the beepers that went off. We saw a little bit in Iran where they decapitated the military leadership, and various other places. They decapitated some civilian leadership. They had drones hidden on the inside of Iran ready to go. And they said the whole future is chaos, to make it so hectic that your enemy's leadership just don't know what to do, and they almost get frozen like a deer in headlights. And there's a good example of turning chaos into an opportunity of winning. But the main thing is there is chaos in the Middle East at the moment. There's a little bit of chaos still in Israel as they're still recovering from October 7th and the horrific events of that. But as I said earlier, they're not afraid to try anything. There's a very flat hierarchy where in the military, anybody can challenge their commander if they think something is wrong, and that has turned into the labs and in the high-tech industry as well, where any programmer knows they can challenge their CEO. So yeah, there is chaos, but it's kind of an organized chaos or an organizational chaos where people can rise to the top and they're not limited by traditional hierarchical form, whether it be the military or in private industry. And I think that's what drives it forward. And the only thing I can tell you about Israel, as I said, 3,500 years ago, they tried to destroy Israel and the Jewish people, and we've all know the Holocaust and everything in between. We're not going anywhere. I'm a proud Jew from Canada. I spent a lot of time in Israel. I think I've been there 7 times in the last 2 years. They're not going anywhere. They have this unbelievable force of moving forward. There is a shared purpose. And going back to Golda Meir, they got nowhere to go.
Well, thank you very much. Again, thank you. We are at this time of Thanksgiving. We are all indeed blessed to have a group so dedicated to peace, to innovation, to advancing the world, leaving it a better place. We're grateful to the Remayard family and their incredible staff. Thank you very much. How about a round of applause?
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Robin and Rick, for that engaging conversation. And folks, before we get to lunch, because it's almost that time, we have one more incredible keynote speaker that I'm excited to welcome from the stage. This is from a leader in wealth management and economic strategy, so please help me welcome Lori Van Dusen, founder and CEO of LVW Advisors.
Well, thank you. It's wonderful to be here with all of you, people who think deeply about the world, challenge assumptions, understand the capital doesn't just move markets, it moves and changes lives. Before I dive in, a quick word on why I might be here. My career began long ago at Shearson Lehman Brothers. I was hired by Lehman Brothers, but I started on the Shearson side, and many of you have probably never heard of Shearson, which probably proves that I'm one of the older people in the room. That firm went through a lot of mergers, acquisitions, rebranding, and eventually became Morgan Stanley. I was a managing director when Citigroup, the largest bank in the world, acquired Smith Barney. All of that is just context for a really brief talk about investing, life, and uncertainty. I've lived through a lot of chaos, a lot of change, and those experiences have shaped the way, not only how I invest, but the way I live. I started a firm called LVW Advisors. There's a bio out there. But it has its roots now today in this institutional practice that I built within all of these firms that changed and merged. It was a $6 billion practice. I grew it vertically. I mentored and trained a team. And now we manage money for institutions, for wealthy families. Most have the goal of wanting to live, meaning the wealth, in perpetuity. And what I've learned is that life and investing are deeply connected. They don't live in parallel universes. They inform each other every day. When you sit with clients and you talk with them about the purpose of their wealth, what we hear is pretty clear. Their purpose, their values, their lives, the way they invest are inseparable. Yes, the world feels uncertain, and in 8 or 10 minutes, that's what I'm supposed to talk about. But the world has always been uncertain, and investing's always been uncertain, and life is always uncertain. So we have the velocity of AI, we have quantum, which has been so wonderful to hear about today. We've talked a little bit about political polarization, economic fragmentation, geopolitical tension. But in many ways, this is the same old story. Societies change, technology reshapes behavior and markets, and people adapt. The headlines feel dramatic, but the forces underneath are familiar. What does change, and has always changed, are the tools we use and the choices that we make. My first week on the job in my career was in October of 1987. It started with Black Monday. For those of you who may not have been alive or don't remember, Black Monday remains the largest one-day percentage drop in US market history. The Dow fell more than 22% in a single trading session. It was stunning. I worked as a trainee in the World Trade Center on the top floor of World Trade II. But I was on the trading floor that day, out of the training program, brand new, watching terminals. They were terminals, they weren't screens. Turn red, phones ringing, people running around screaming. And I stood next to this guy who had been in the business quite a while and leaned over and asked him, "Does this always happen?" That moment taught me uncertainty is not an anomaly. It's the job and it's life. Since then, I've lived through long-term capital, the dot-com bubble, the GFC, COVID, like you all have, and everything in between. The cast of characters changes, the underlying patterns do not. Years later, those patterns would show up again, this time in my personal life, and I wrote a book. I didn't set out to write a book, but after the sudden loss of my husband, alive at 11 o'clock and dead at 1 p.m., a relatively young, very healthy person, I started journaling to survive. A year and a half later, I lost my mom, who had worked with me in my business for years and was my best friend, also very suddenly. So I kept writing. I'm a long-distance runner. I meditated, I prayed. I tried to make sense of life, all the uncertainty, and 2 years in, I took all these scraps of paper, these voice notes. I looked at all of this, and I heard a voice I'm pretty convinced was not my own say, "This is a book, and it's not for you." So my sons, I have 2 of them, encouraged me to publish. My younger son became my editor. I then hired a professional editor. I felt I needed to hire a legal team to tell these Wall Street stories and some of my life stories. But the book's about resilience, disruption, reinvention, and the choices we make when everything seems uncertain and different. And that's exactly the world we live in today. One of the things I've learned is that resilience is super important. It's to try to teach people what that means or how to achieve it, because the best lives and the best investments share that. In 2008, after building a $6 billion business within Citigroup, it was really a practice. It was a little bit ahead of its time. I decided to go independent into the registered investment advisory space, which is a lot of vernacular and words, but most people were working in big banks. They weren't going out independent. I just felt it was the right thing to do. I wanted to avoid the conflicts of interest. I was tired of fighting battles. I left August 31st, 2008. 1 week later, we were in the teeth of the financial crisis. Every client followed my team, and then, a week after that, a summons arrived on my desk, at that time from Citigroup, the largest bank in the world, suing me, basically me, and my team for breach of contract, fraud, misappropriation, unfair competition, corporate raiding, and my favorite one, intellectual property theft, which I still believe is an oxymoron. We'd followed every legal protocol, we'd done nothing wrong, but the lawsuit dragged on for 2 years. When FINRA, the governing body, heard the case, it went in front of arbitrators. About a month later, all the charges were dismissed. We won. My legal fees were enormous. The business was in rubble. But I knew I had to rebuild it. So this is investing, and this is life. Resilience is not just surviving, it's standing for what you believe in, knowing your risks, and holding your ground when the world tilts. So what else? Very briefly, patterns matter. In investing, we study things in the public markets like cash flow, pricing power, management quality, adaptability, moats. In life, patterns are even more powerful. Do you rush decisions? Do you avoid conflict? Do you stay too long at the party? Do you pivot too often or not at all? Markets price in patterns, life does too. And if you don't recognize your own patterns, the world will, and it won't give you the benefit of the doubt. And a couple last things. Risk isn't the enemy. Blind risk is. People ask me a lot, are you afraid of risk? At this point, I'm not afraid of much. But unexamined risk is pretty scary. Blind risk is dumb. Following hype, chasing the crowd, buying a story you haven't understood. But intelligent risk is different. Everything's a risk. A relationship is a risk, a leadership move is a risk, sometimes telling the truth is a risk. But purposeful risk is where breakthroughs come from, both in markets, investing, managing wealth, and in life. And finally, humility, which a lot of people talk about, but it is really kind of a quiet superpower. Self-examination, self-awareness, it's the most underrated form of intelligence. I've embraced this for a while, having had a lot of failures, and I've taught my people to do postmortems on their failures. Why did this happen? And it's not to avoid failure, it's to avoid the same mistakes. So look in the dark corners. And in closing, everything I've shared today about patterns, resilience, intelligent risk, self-awareness, came from real events in my career and in my life, and they're reflected in storytelling in Running with Grace, which is my book. You can find it on Amazon. This is not a pitch for me. It will never replace my day job. I will never break even on this book. But it did get quite a bit of critical acclaim, shocking to me, and became a Wall Street Journal bestseller. So I hope that you read it. I would be honored if you read it. And if you feel like talking about any of these things, please reach out to me. Thank you for your time, and happy Thanksgiving for those that celebrate it.
Wow. Thank you, Lori. What an incredibly impactful and powerful story, and certainly a message that all of us can take away with us, the message of resilience. All right, folks. Well, it is that time where we're going to take a quick break. It's time for coffee. It's time for networking. I know most of you have been out in the lounge just outside of these doors or on the terrace. This room is going to get switched up a little bit, so you all need to take your personal belongings with you because you will not be seated at the same tables in here for lunch. So one more time, please take all of your personal belongings with you. If you leave them, I will assume that they are gifts for me. So you're going to take a break out in that lounge, grab some coffee, network, connect with your colleagues, and then we'll be ready for lunch in about 30 minutes. Look forward to seeing you then.
Welcome to the vibrant heart of South Florida, where air, sea, and community connect to power Miami, your global gateway. Miami International Airport and Port Miami stand as vital pillars of our economy, moving millions of passengers and tons of cargo across the world each year. Together, they generate billions in economic impact, support hundreds of thousands of jobs, and open the door to opportunity here at home and across the globe. This is more than infrastructure. This is our community, and this is our story. In 2024, our global hubs not only reinforced their status as Miami-Dade County's two vital economic engines, but also underscored the indispensable role of their dedicated workforces in shaping our region's future. Together, MIA and Port Miami generated a staggering $243 billion in annual economic activity. Accounting for 14% of Florida's GDP, their combined operations supported nearly 1.2 million jobs for 11% of the state's employment, encompassing direct, indirect, and induced jobs in aviation, maritime, logistics, tourism, and beyond. Dubbed the cruise capital of the world and one of America's fastest-growing global gateways, Port Miami achieved a record 8.2 million cruise passengers in fiscal year 2024, marking a 12% increase over the previous year. The port handled over 1 million TEUs of cargo for the 10th consecutive year, solidifying its position as Florida's leading international container port. Port Miami contributes more than $61 billion annually to the economy and supports over 340,078 jobs in Florida. Behind these remarkable achievements are the dedicated individuals whose expertise and commitment ensure the seamless operation of MIA and Port Miami. Their contributions are the backbone of our community's success, from airline crews and cargo handlers to longshore workers, customs agents, and hospitality teams. These individuals fuel our region's transportation hubs. They don't just keep the engines of commerce running, they support families, build careers, and strengthen our neighborhoods. With strategic investments and visionary planning, these critical transportation hubs are undergoing transformative growth. Port Miami is surging forward, investing nearly $2 billion through a series of major infrastructure upgrades. The port is increasing its cargo handling capacity and modernizing cruise terminals. Projects include expanded rail and new state-of-the-art cranes, advanced logistics systems, and terminals built in partnership with leading cruise lines. Together, MIA and Port Miami are innovating, leading their industries to be future-ready, fueling job creation, regional growth, and international connectivity. Thanks to the companies, partners, and unwavering dedication of those who serve at the heart of our global gateways, the world is moving, and Miami is leading the way.
Welcome back, everyone, to your lunch hour. Before we go ahead and get started, I want to take a moment to recognize our 3 head tables, our distinguished guests who have just gone ahead and gotten settled. You'll see their names on the screen. So if we could all just take a moment and give them a round of applause. Awesome. Well, welcome back. Did you all enjoy that moment of connection out in the lounge, on the terrace? Were you able to dive deeper into some of those topics you heard earlier today? I know I heard from some of you who said you're learning so much being in here today and that you're walking away with some new thoughts, ideas, and strategies. So how was that break for you all? Good? Uh-oh, we might have to practice our energy again. I know but I'll give you some time because that means we need some lunch. Okay, so here's how lunch is going to unfold today. We're going to begin with introductory remarks from Omar Pimentel, Space Policy and Strategy SME from ARIA. Then the main course will be served. Now after that, we're going to return with another oceanside chat that I promise will be out of this world. It's about the future of energy and space exploration. So after that, dessert will follow, which will be back outside in the lounge again. And you all are certainly in for a treat. So now, without further delay, let's welcome Omar Pimentel to the stage.
Thank you, Tamika, for your kind introduction. And good afternoon, everybody. My name is Omar Pimentel. I want to preface my remarks by saying that I am a contractor with the War Department, but today I'm here in my personal capacity. Nothing I say can be attributed to the department, and please just blame me for anything that I say today. Because today I'm really excited to give you all a quick history lesson on humility, and then talk about the future of the space industry and hopefully save your companies from the future. So by a quick show of hands, does anyone know what's on the screen right now? Good, because I didn't either until a couple of years ago when I was doing my master's degree at Stanford University. And this is probably my favorite history lesson from World War II on humility. This is a menu from the United States Senate lunchroom where 7 United States senators in March 1941 wrote on this menu with their pencils their predictions on when the United States would enter World War II. If you look at the date, 1941, that is the year that Pearl Harbor happens later at the end of that year. Of those 7 senators, 2 of them predicted that it'll be later this year. 1 of them predicted 1945. Another said maybe 61. And another senator said never. See, ladies and gentlemen, we have consistently seen examples of this in history where people with the right information, at least knowing at the time, thinking they had all the information, senators of the United States with infinite information and intelligence, and not only that, the authority in their hands. Article 1 of the Constitution gives Congress the ability to enter the United States into war abroad. Folks with the power and the knowledge were not able to predict when we were going to enter World War II. Now, we see this happen in technology quite frequently, even in our own lifetimes. We've seen times where it was said it was impossible to land on the moon. Oh, the internet is just a figment of our imagination. It's not going to change the world. Blockchain, AI, automobiles, airplanes, and even the smartphone are moments in history where we had critics and physicists and engineers from around the world consistently tell us, hey, that's never going to work. Hey, that's not going to change the world. And today, that lesson of humility is quite stark because of these examples on the screen, one of them stands out because one of them is still primarily driven by governments. The rest of them enjoy a huge amount of commercial-driven innovation and have changed the world because now they are the primary function of commercial industry. But what if I told you that one that stands out, the moon landing, is now changed? We have our own Pearl Harbor moment. We've seen our own Sputnik moment when SpaceX did this. The world changed in 2015 when SpaceX will prove to the world that it was not a dream to be able to reuse rockets. It was not a dream to be able to lower the launch cost and open the floodgates, open the door to industry from around the world to have access to outer space. Now, this is how we're going to save your industry and your companies, because you all need to understand this. Because folks across the Pacific really do understand this. China understands this. We in the United States have successfully landed 2 reusable orbital class rockets, the Falcon 9 and Starship, who you saw before. China knows this is important, and they're developing 8. Keep in mind, these are real images. None of this is computer generated. There are actually 14 current active multi-billion-dollar programs in China to open their own door to space. Ladies and gentlemen, you live in the United States of America, the greatest country in the world, who already has the doors open to space. And we're seeing examples already. We have companies that are already landed on the moon on their own. We had the first mission by a private company land on the lunar surface earlier this year. We've also had companies that are developing space stations of the future, companies that are producing biopharmaceuticals in Earth's orbit, and companies building the next generation spacesuits and robotic arms. Now, if this isn't enough to convince you, I need you to understand that there are technologies that seldom come, like the ones I showed you, that change the world. It is still your time to take your company and your country's future to your own hands and not react to it. Man, I bet everyone in this room wishes in 1990, 1991, that your company or your country had a coherent internet strategy. Before the internet came and surprised everybody, if you had a strategy beforehand, you'd have taken it by the neck. In 2016, when you had presidential candidates on stage talking about AI, ultimately not winning their own primary, you wish your company in 2016 began thinking about an AI strategy. So I'm telling you now, it's time that we don't think of space as a figment of imagination. It has been proven. It is going to create trillions of dollars, and it's going to be a significant double-digit piece of the United States economy in the very near future. Now, does your company, does your country have a space strategy? I really hope that in the near future, it's going to be silly to call any company a space company, because it is really silly for me to stand up on stage today and call any company an internet company or an AI company. You slap the label on it anywhere. So keep that in mind. Very happy to be here with everyone, and enjoy your lunch.
Thank you, Omar, for that fantastic presentation. Now, the main course, I believe, is being served, or it's on its way out. So we are going to take a short break as you all enjoy the main course. Welcome back, welcome back. I hope you all are enjoying your lunch. Are you having a good time so far today? I can tell by the energy and the excitement in the room. It seems like you are all having a great time. You're connecting with one another. Am I right? Okay, I know we're still kind of settling in, coming back together here, and coming back to the stage for our next presenters. But I also want to remind you, since I've heard from several of you that you've been having a great time, you can also share those moments with us on social media. Forum Americas on Instagram, IEFA on LinkedIn. So please tag us, invite to be a collaborator on Instagram, and you can also see live updates on Instagram stories using the World Strategic Forum hashtag. We want to see all of your updates and the insights you're taking away from today. All right, so now we are ready to welcome Omar back to the stage to dive much deeper into the topic he introduced earlier. And the name of this panel presentation is Fueling Humanity's Golden Age, the Future of Energy and Space. So ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Omar Pimentel back to the stage.
All right. So when I heard space was going to be a topic of conversation, I couldn't help but try to be part of every single piece of this. So it's the Omar Show for a second here. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I am so excited for this panel, and I'll introduce our team here on stage in a second. Doing the moderating and the awesome questionnaire is Simon Levine. He is the CEO of the Southeast Region U.S. Private Bank for J.P. Morgan. Based in Miami, Mr. Levine leads a team of professionals that provide wealth management advice and strategies and services to individuals, family offices, foundations, endowments, and across the Southeast region. I got a chance to meet Simon backstage, and we couldn't stop talking about what's next in the space race with nuclear energy, with artificial intelligence, and I'm so excited for him to be interviewing one of his good friends for many years, and also one of my good friends for many years, Mr. Cam Ghaffarian. Cam is the founder and executive chairman of X Energy, Axiom Space, Intuitive Machines, and Quantum Space. Cam, to me, is one of our generation's most efficient and prolific capital allocators, one of the people with the largest, most boldest ideals and missions to taking humanity off of our beautiful cradle we call Earth and out into the stars. Just for reference, he works with a company that is revolutionizing nuclear energy. He has the company that also landed the first private mission on the lunar surface. And single-handedly, Axiom Space is building spacesuits for the next lunar missions, space stations for our next era of human presence in low Earth orbit. And Axiom is responsible for placing 16 humans in outer space in private missions. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming Cam and Simon.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Omar. Cam, I know we have about a half an hour together, so as opposed to doing any more introductions, I want to get right into it, but I'm excited to be here on stage with you. So you've founded many multiple groundbreaking ventures, as we heard a little bit about, starting with Stinger Ghaffarian Technologies to Axiom to X Energy. Maybe you could talk to the group a little bit about what are the core entrepreneur principles that have guided you across such diverse industries?
Thank you. You all can hear me okay? Great. So, after I sold my first company, I was thinking about opening my family office. And I wanted the family office to represent the principles. So my family office called IBX. IBX stands for Imagine, Believe, Execute. So imagine a certain future, be purpose-driven, mission-driven. Believe in it, which I think is the magic ingredient to creating success, and get off your butt and do it. Execute, deliver, right? So those are the key principles. But at the same time, hiring good people, much smarter than yourself, I think is another really good thing, and allow them to go and make things happen. I think those are key principles.
Well, it's seemingly working well for you for a slew of companies, so congratulations, of course. Maybe for the audience, we could take a step back. Maybe you could tell us a little bit about each company. And I know you have your portfolio of companies is quite extensive, and I know one of them had a very big announcement, which I know a lot about in the news today, and maybe you could talk a little bit about that.
Sure. Well, let's start with that. In 2009, I founded X Energy with the idea of building the next generation nuclear reactors. The founding principles behind this company when I founded was 4 things. Clean, safe, secure, affordable. CSSA. Nuclear reactors that are 100% clean, no emission of any sort. Nuclear reactors that are 100% safe. And when I say 100% safe, I don't mean by some electronic intervention, but they are inherently safe. So there is no way in the world they can ever go supercritical. If there is a plane crashes into it, or if there is a tsunami, no matter what catastrophic situation, they're 100% safe. And they're secure, so they cannot be exploited by bad actors. And they're affordable, so we can compete with natural gas. And I'm here to tell you that we've accomplished that mission. The name of the company is X Energy. Within the last 9 months, we've raised $1.4 billion. We are the world leader in SMR, small modular reactors. As I'm sitting here today, we have 11 gigawatt of backlog, signed backlog, that we need to deliver. That includes 140 units reactor. That's the largest in the world. We signed the largest nuclear deal in the United States for SMRs with Amazon AWS to power all their AI data centers. They were the lead investor on our previous round, not the one that we announced today. And we also signed the largest nuclear deal in UK with a company called Centrica and UK government, as well as our first plant we're building for Dow Chemical. And this is really scratching the surface. So today we announced that we raised additional $700 million with Jane Street as the lead investor and many other world-class institutional investors following it. And I can tell you that our valuation compared to 6 months ago is significantly higher, many X's higher than what our valuation was just 6 months ago. So that's the breaking news with X Energy.
Well, congratulations, Kim.
Thank you.
An amazing accomplishment. Maybe we could talk a little bit about the role purpose and long-term vision play in balancing profitability and societal impact, because I think that's something very top of mind for the industries in which your companies operate.
Yeah, just very quickly, Simon, you asked this question. That was X Energy. Very quickly, another company that I started in 2013 is called Intuitive Machine, today a publicly traded company. And as Omar said, this is the first private company that successfully landed on the surface, the company, multi-billion-dollar company. And we're also building all the cislunar data networks, multitude of satellites in a private-public partnership with NASA, and building series of other moon landers. And our ultimate goal is to really build a habitat on the surface of the moon with all the economies that's involved and capabilities in cislunar moon landers and also moon buggies that sort of traverse on the surface of the moon. So that's Intuitive Machine. In 2016, Axiom Space, I founded Axiom Space, co-founded Axiom Space, where we're building the first private commercial space station. By the end of the decade, the International Space Station is going to retire and deorbit. So we're building the replacement privately and commercially called Axiom Station. And like Omar said, we've taken 4 missions to International Space Station, people from different countries, 11 countries, privately to International Space Station. We're also building the next generation spacesuit. That's really our spacecrafts. They're not just suits. And in fact, we can't go to the surface of the moon unless we deliver this. We are the sole provider of the next generation spacesuit. And the other area we're working on heavily is brand new, really hot, really exciting, which is the intersection of AI, and space, and this is orbital data centers for future data centers in space. And very quickly, quantum space, in 2021, we are solely focused on national security space. And we're building this satellite spacecraft that is totally extraordinary in terms of capabilities to go from one orbit to another, called space maneuverability, space mobility, and has the ability to carry 2,000 kilograms of fuel. So it's like a gas station space, if you will, but totally focused on Space Force and Air Force Research Lab, and national security applications. I'm sorry, I just want
No, don't apologize. I'm just curious if there's anything else, Cam.
No.
It seems like you're going the full spectrum. But maybe talk a little bit about, because I think you gave a really nice overview of sort of all the various different portfolio companies. Beyond exploration, how are you thinking about the tangible economic industrial benefits that you foresee as we think about the commercial space sector for the U.S. and then also maybe globally? Because I think this ties into what you were just saying.
Yeah, I mean, Omar said it in his introduction, and I thought it was right on, that for a long time, people think of space as exploration and people landing on the surface of the moon, something that belongs to government, but they don't think of it like economic growth and prosperity. That has completely changed dramatically, and I think by 2030, it's going to completely change, where we're not talking about space like a foreign entity, but space as part of our economic growth in multiple ways. And maybe I can just elaborate a little bit. The space station we're building, Axiom Station, that replaces International Station, we're going to be creating a new economy, a new ecosystem that is, I believe, going to be a multi-trillion-dollar business. And let me just give some examples. So when you go above Earth, you go 250 miles above Earth, where the International Space Station resides. That's called low Earth orbit. There is lack of gravity, obviously, when you go to space. So there are things you can do in a microgravity environment that you cannot do on Earth because of the gravity. And the reason is, when you do things on Earth, the gravity pulls the molecules down, and therefore there are things that you're not capable of doing or doing it better. Things like pharmaceuticals, semiconductors, bioprinting, fiber optics. I mean, you name it. These are all the new industries that are going to be created in low orbit with factories built. That is all done in space. Imagine in a few years, by the way, everything I'm telling you has already been done in the International Space Station, except it hasn't been commercialized. That's what we're going to be doing. Imagine a day where somebody needs a heart, okay? And then we're able to bioprint a heart at the low Earth orbit in our space station, key to their DNA, and drop ship it to a clinic, okay? These are all the possibilities that are there, and things that's happening with AI, things that happening with quantum computing and robotics are accelerators, force multipliers that are going to increase that. Today, we're able to bioprint retinas and corneas in space that you cannot do on Earth. When you do it on Earth, you need the scaffoldings, and when the scaffolding goes away, it sort of falls apart. In space, because of lack of gravity, molecules go where they need to go. Orbital data centers is another one that I think is incredible. If you listen to Sam Altman recently, or Google, or Jeff Bezos, or Elon Musk, all dear friends, they would all tell you the future data centers is in space. And there are many reasons for that it takes a long time for me to explain, but cooling is one, and ability to have power 24/7 is another, and really having more compute power in space is another reason. So I think all of this, and then also add the national security to it, Simon. There is this huge national security narrative that's increasing in terms of we need to have, in order to protect our freedom, we need to have enough strength in terms of our space defense, where no one can think about attacking any of our assets in orbit. So all of that is increasing, Golden Dome, all of these activities. So space, AI, or space technology and energy, these are and when I say technology, I mean AI, quantum computing, all this stuff, and energy as a major piece. These are, I think, the three forces that are converging, and I think will define the next century.
So you hit on this a little bit, and I think this is a natural segue to this question. How do you see the partnerships with NASA and private players like SpaceX shaping the future? Again, I think you've hit on a little bit of it, but I think the audience would be interested in understanding your perspective on how that evolution is going to take place.
I think we're in a transition period where there are a lot of new space companies like my companies, SpaceX, Blue Origin, Rocket Lab, others are coming to a play, and they're completely changing the game. Now, I believe that what is happening during this transition period, I call it private-public partnership that is happening. I'll just give you an example, the power of that. NASA awarded us a contract to go land on the surface of the moon, fixed price, $118 million. In a period of 4 years, we conceived, we designed, we built, we operated, and successfully landed on the surface of the moon for $118 million. That's the power of innovation, the power of allowing people to go make things happen and get it done. I often say, thank you.
I know, I was supposed to be at that launch, but you kept pushing it back.
Yes. But I often said scarcity is the mother of innovation. So, these are things that we can do. I can tell you, if you sort of use the normal processes, it would have probably cost 10 times that, if not more. The same thing, again, with SpaceX and what Blue Origin's done. So this private-public partnership, I think, is really important. And I think Omar talked about this also, that if we want to define the next century, and we want the United States to lead, right? And we have a space dominance and energy dominance in space. It requires all these players to come together, and the private-public partnership of government and private industry working together and using the power of our capital and power of innovation and entrepreneurial spirit, I think is the key for our success.
Thank you, Kim. This is one that I know you and I have talked a little bit about, and I think it's very timely with the conversation happening in AI right now. How do you balance the need for speed and innovation with the ethical and regulatory framework, the evolution of the ethical and regulatory framework? I just think it's something that, again, is going to continue to evolve as this industry evolves, and we were curious as to your perspective on it.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you sort of look at the technologies that's been developed in the past, it can be used for power of good or it can be used power of bad, okay? There was, I think it was Russians that attacked one of their own satellites in orbit, and it created incredible amount of debris in space that we're still paying for it, right? That's power of bad. And, in the future, from the national security perspective, if we have some sort of a space war, I mean, that is much more catastrophic than, what's happening, let's say, between Russia and Ukraine. So I think having that, strength, a peace through strength, where we have such a space dominance where nobody think about doing that, I think it's really key. But at the same time, if we're going to beat Chinese, we need to allow the innovation take place, and it's really a balancing act, right? And that's true, I think, in terms of AI, is true in terms of space. And we need more of, I think, international regulation, because space is the next frontier, right? And there is not enough guidelines or post guardrails, if you will, yet quite in terms of how we're going to work together in all of these areas. But I think they're all being developed.
You have a lot of quotes, but one of my favorite quotes that you say and use a lot is, energy is the foundation of intelligence. And I know you've referenced that. what does that mean to you in the context of AI and semiconductors, the semiconductor race that's unfolding right now? How do you think about that?
Well, when I say that, what I mean is the energy is the foundation of for human intelligence as well as artificial intelligence. That's what I mean. What do I mean by human intelligence? What do I mean by artificial intelligence? Just on our planet, on Earth, we need enormous amount of energy. You know, all the numbers that you hear is being underestimated.
Are they? I was going to say, are they true?
I think
You've got some insight.
I think we're really underestimating. I mean, some of these AI data centers require so much power. In addition to the power that the world needs for everything else that is growing by leaps and bounds every day. But AI data centers require enormous power. There would be AI data centers in the future that one of them might require 10 gigawatt of power. I mean, just think about that, right? And so for human intelligence, for everything that we're trying to do on Earth, on our planet, our home, we need incredible amount of power, and we need clean power. And so I believe safe nuclear is really the answer for us going forward and eventually getting into fusion in the future, right? Because that's the way we got to do it. Now, space, so X-energy, right, is really we're a world leader in SMR technology and microreactors through the developing that. And then when you go to space, like Axiom Space, we're going to be the world leader in orbital data centers. We will have a federation of satellites in orbit by 2030 with massive compute power. And you know, so that's really, and the future of AI data center in space, right? So energy is needed there as well. So the power for artificial intelligence, right? We need power. So you know, the fuel that is needed is really the power both for human and for artificial.
Thank you, Kim. All right, two last questions, and I want to go to the future now. So give us the big picture. I know you alluded to this a little bit, where the space economy is heading in the next 5 to 10 years, but what do you think's in the realm of possibilities, 2030 and beyond? I know you've always been a dreamer. You've always had big ideas, obviously, and clearly you've executed those ideas. But give us a sense of where you see this going.
Let me just sort of zoom out for the audience a little bit. And
I like when you zoom out.
Let's go 2050, 25 years from now, okay? When we were at our launch site to the moon first time in 2024, I make this prediction, and I want to share that with all of you. I said by 2050, we are going to have hourly launches to a space city above Earth, not a space station, where people living and working and space manufacturing is there. And there may be 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 people that work in low Earth orbit, and hourly launches that goes from Earth to that space city, okay? By 2050...
Are you sure that's not the Jetsons?
Well, it would be something like that, right? By 2050, I think we will have daily launches to the surface of the moon, where people will be living and working. And I also believe that really the answer for that is also still space nuclear. There are three types of space nuclear: nuclear fission surface power, where you can have safe nuclears on the surface of the moon for everything that you need to create a habitat, to be able to extract water from the moon surface, to create hydrogen for fuel, all of those sort of things. So hourly launches, habitat surface to moon, and maybe weekly launches to surface of Mars, where people will be also living and working, and we become truly a multiplanetary species. I know when I say this thing, it looks far-fetched, but if you go back 25 years back and look to where we are today, I bet you if you go back in time, some of the things that's happening today in AI, even with our iPhone, is sort of far-fetched. So it's really hard to sort of predict everything that's happening, but things are accelerating. And I happen to believe we live in a golden age of space exploration and golden age of, human exploration, not only in terms of space, but ourselves, and be able to create innovation and technologies that really advances the state of humanity and human knowledge. And my dream is that we will have quarterly launches by 2050 to our closest star, in our galaxy, our neighbor, called Proxima Centauri, which is 4.25 light years away from us. And just to give you a sense, if you leave our solar system behind, imagine all of you are in this spaceship, and we're together in this room, and we lift off from Earth, and we go 250 miles above Earth, and we're at a space station. We go to the moon, we go to Mars, we go beyond, and we leave our solar system behind, and now we're on a galaxy. The distance from one point of our galaxy to another is 100,000 light years. So if you go with the speed of light, one way, 100,000 years. The speed of light is really, really fast. And if we leave our galaxy, and by the way, in our galaxy alone, there are approximately 400 billion stars, just like our own star, the sun, with planets around them. 400 billion stars. Now, if we leave our galaxy behind, we are in our universe, and based on Hubble Space Telescope and James Webb Space Telescope, we believe there are approximately somewhere between 1 to 2 trillion other galaxies in the universe, and each one with billions and billions of stars in it. So I just want to share this with you, which is really mind-boggling. They asked Carl Sagan, how vast is our universe? And he said, if you just pick up some grains of sand in the palm of your hand, okay, and look at them, of course, there are maybe thousands, tens of thousands of grains of sand if you just pick it in your palm of your hand. And you said, if you look at all the grains of sand in all the oceans, in all the deserts, in all the beaches on our planet, our solar system is one grain of sand. That's the future of space. And I don't think that God's created it for us not to explore. My belief, my dream is that we become interstellar species and be able to go to other stars. That requires the next level of technology, the next level of energy to be able to make all that happen.
Well, there's no way I can follow with another question after after that. But a big thank you, Cam. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I mean, I certainly can't follow that up with anything better either, but all I can certainly say is I've learned something new, certainly from this session and all of them so far today. Certainly an enlightening session to accompany lunch. Hope you all enjoyed the lunch as well as this incredible panel. Give it up for them one more time. And now we are ready to top off lunch with something sweet. So we're going to have dessert and coffee outside in the participants lounge, and take a moment just to stretch out, continue networking, enjoy something sweet, and we'll see you back here soon. Enjoy.
good, but have you ever had a donut? A warm donut. You know, like straight out of the oven. That kind of donut. Dude, like, if you know, you know. Yeah. All right, man. I get it, the donut thing. Yeah, whatever, you know. But you gotta give me this one, man. Sex is good, but have you ever found a $20 bill on the street? No, 20 or 50 or 100, doesn't matter. Just free money on the street. Or have you found money like in one of your jackets? Same thing.
Welcome back, everyone. How was dessert? Was it excellent or was it amazing? It was wow, I concur. Well, welcome back again. We have had an incredible morning, an incredible lunch, an incredible dessert, and now we're diving into some of the most cutting-edge topics of the day. We're going to talk again about quantum technologies, energy security, and the race for technological leadership. But before we get into all of that, some housekeeping items again, in case you missed us earlier this morning or missed our housekeeping items. Wi-Fi code, it's there on the tables for you, which is 2025 Wi-Fi, sponsored by ServiceNow. We also ask that you do please keep your phones on silent throughout the duration of the program so that we can hear all of our speakers. Medical staff are on site should you need them or should there be an emergency. And also please make sure to note the emergency exits there in the back of the room. Now we are streaming this live on YouTube, so all of our speakers, your colleagues, friends, etc., can see their talks live, and you can also capture them afterwards because each of the individual speakers and sessions will be clipped there on YouTube, on the IEFA YouTube channel. Now, we want to encourage you to continue sharing your thoughts with us throughout the day. We've been seeing you all connecting, networking, having fun with each other, learning, gathering new insights. We want to see you share those with us. So feel free to tag us on LinkedIn, tag us on Instagram stories, collaborate. We will accept them. So we want to see what you are taking away from today's presentation. Now, again, before we continue, I do want to take a moment to thank again our presenting partner, Integra Capital, our gold partners, Miami International Airport, Port Miami, Florida Realtors, Holland & Knight, and Garda World, as well as our airline partner, Copa Airlines. Thank you. We couldn't do this without your continued support. Now, let's talk again about quantum. Our next session is Quantum Unlocked, Understanding Technology, Shaping Tomorrow. First, we're going to watch a short video brought to you by Quantum Coast Capital, and then we'll welcome Carrie Sanders, Emmy Award-winning journalist and former NBC News correspondent, who will moderate this discussion. Let's take a look at the video.
Quantum mechanics and relativity are the place where physics becomes really surprising and conceptually revolutionary.
There's a completely different way to do computation.
Quantum computing is the only thing that fundamentally changes the rules of computation.
And it was always supposed to be 5 years off or 10 years off. And I thought quantum computing might be like that. I don't now.
It's clear that sooner rather than later, we're going to have quantum computers.
We have seen evolutions of technology. Now we're about to see a revolution.
But every new technology has consequences.
Scientists say it's the technology that could revolutionize computing.
There is absolutely a geopolitical arms race on
between companies and nations.
National governments, the number one reasons that they're behind this is national security. China, the numbers are off the charts on what they're investing in it.
So there's a reason to fear getting behind in quantum, so you have to participate in that race. You don't have a choice.
How do we think about what's actually going on?
What can I do when I have the quantum computers? How can I change the world by designing new chemicals, new materials?
But you do have to be willing to take some chances and accept failure.
It would be much easier to build a spaceship to fly to Mars. But building the quantum computer is more exciting.
Quantum's going to be the world that we live in.
We're going to be able to simulate so much chemistry and so much physics that we cannot simulate today. Things like clean energy, clean air batteries for electric cars.
They have this tool, and now they're going at light speed, and they're doing things that they never even considered were possible.
We're doing this. We are solving problems today.
We're not going to be told what to do by the suits, and we don't care what anyone else thinks. That's what quantum is today.
And kind of satisfies a need to explore the world.
We haven't even started to scratch the surface about what these machines can do.
I'm Carrie Sanders. Thank you very much. Just a little background. I spent 30 plus years at NBC News covering the world, 40 years as a television journalist, and one day at NBC News, this kid wandered into our office, 19 years old, and needless to say, nobody wanted to give him the time of day, but he had seemingly a unique ability to look at the way our technology was working and really run with it almost immediately, and understood the world that we lived in, which is a deadline. And so I have a couple pictures here of this young man, again, very young. He joins us, and we didn't really want to necessarily trust him, but he earned our trust very quickly, taught us a lesson. Matt Samaglia, who has gone from the earliest days of doing television news under incredible deadline, proving to a bunch of old people that he knew a lot more about what was going on technically than even the technicians and the engineers at NBC, to where he is today, which is at Quantum Coast Capital. So we're going to welcome Matt Samaglia out here to answer some questions and talk for us. Yeah, there we go. So, obviously, we've known each other for a long time.
Yeah.
19-year-old who had just come out of college, so that in itself was kind of amazing. You wander in, and I'm sort of curious from where you started in doing this television thing and storytelling to where you are today. Did you see this arc unfolding?
Well, what was interesting when I even started at NBC is I wasn't even sure if I wanted to get into production. I thought I wanted to go into technology. And there was a light bulb moment that went off during that time period where I thought, well, why not just blend the two? And it was at an inflection point for the network where we were literally still analog at that time period. So there were people within the network that came to me, and we were sort of the prototype of that here in Miami. But it was, how do we leverage digital technology to edit?
And the idea was that you're moving a train to a different track at 100 miles an hour. Because the system was set up on analog, to go over to digital, it might sound like it's the flip of a switch, but it was not.
No, I mean, it took almost 5 years to convert the network from analog to digital during this time period. And for me, it was exciting because I was in my early 20s. I was traveling the world on NBC's dime and getting to see a lot. But it was more incredible to see some of the processes and the technology that we were looking at that time period and how it really shifted to where we're now able to enjoy that today.
So we covered a lot of stories together, some dramatic ones like hurricanes. We did some fun ones about people who thought buildings were haunted and whether you could actually capture something like that on camera. But did you see this storytelling and the technology that you were engaged with leading you to where you are now in quantum?
I think because I've always been sort of a natural storyteller, in order to explain to anyone, even at the network at time periods, or even my mom when I was a kid, on why I needed a specific part for my computer, I had to evolve and figure out how to explain why, and why that piece of technology or how it was going to shift something that I was currently doing and make it better. And when I started looking into quantum, quantum has a communications problem. And a lot of people I've heard in this room, even in the last 24 hours, have said, well, I think quantum might be 5 or 10 years still away. It's not something that's reality. And I've been really making it a mission for myself to go out and communicate to the world that quantum is not only happening now, it's been happening all around us.
Okay, so let's bring it down a little bit and speak in a way that I and others who are not where you are can understand quantum. I mean, what is it? Tell me that in English.
So right now, it's sort of, there's a lot of different aspects to quantum. So I would stress that, and we heard Nicolo talk about that this morning, but there's a lot of different aspects in the sense that there's quantum sensing and quantum networking. Those are probably the two underspoken about areas of quantum. And these have been around for a lot longer than we're seeing even the hardware power of the compute power today. Then we have quantum security, and this is an area where we're talking about quantum key distribution or post-quantum encryption, where it will be the replacement of what we're currently using on our encryption methods today.
So you're talking about things like my phone when it says get your secondary response with a phone number or a key code, and I have to put it in, all of that will relatively become useless because quantum can break that encryption?
Yeah. So there's these true random key number generators that are going to be able to be available on quantum computers. They're out there now. Actually, somebody from IonQ invented that or helped invent that. But when we look at current day encryption, I would say what we're about to experience, not in 5 or 10 years, but in a more concentrated effort, things will have to move at a very fast pace in order for us to constantly be ahead.
And are we talking about like quantum is coming? Why is there this energy right now for quantum? Is there something happening right now as opposed to in 5 or 10 years we will see X, Y, and Z?
There's this really great investment firm that's pushing things now. So I would say that collectively, the technology is now better, obviously, than it's ever been. That's just natural evolution of technology. We all have witnessed that in our lifetimes. When we look at quantum in general, there has been so much government funding, so much support from national labs, so much support from universities where they've been doing this work for decades. And now it's coming out of that lab and it's coming into the mainstream.
And so if now is the moment, and when something is now in the moment, you have the challenge of what is real and what is hype, and hype can sometimes overwhelm, and when there's too much hype, it kind of steals the message of what is real. So let's just take an example of encryption. What is it that the threat that comes from quantum when it comes to encryption, and quite frankly, the data that I think is secure today?
So there's a theory out there, it's very similar to Y2K, and it talks about Q-Day. And this premise behind Q-Day is the day that one of our adversaries is going to be able to decrypt information that they've been storing. So there's a lot of store now, decrypt later.
So it's been stolen.
We know that's happening. Okay. I'm sure we've even done it to some degree.
And we like to believe that nobody can get into it because it's locked.
Correct. And I also often talk about the fact that history repeats itself. So if we go back to World War II, there was this thing called the Enigma machine. And the Enigma machine was, in that era, the highest form of encryption you could possibly ever imagine. And then this guy, Alan Turing, comes along and he invents a computer that decrypts the Enigma machine and arguably saves the war by multiple years and, God knows how many millions of soldiers. And this is a time period where I just imagine the next Enigma machine about to be decrypted, and I don't think that they're going to tell us when they do it.
So if we are at that moment, maybe right now, and we don't know it, give me the quantum is good as opposed to quantum is bad.
So I look at quantum in a bunch of different ways. I live in South Florida. There's this thing called traffic. It's not just prone to South Florida, but I will say that it is a result of the rapid expansion that has happened in the great state that we're in.
Everybody here knows it. They were stuck in it.
Yeah, and so one of the things that I would say is traffic optimization. So that's an example of how it might just have a first touch point on our lives. There are companies out there that are doing this with several governments. Another aspect is personalized medicine. And I'm not saying this is going to happen tomorrow, but I would say within certainly our lifetimes, there will be a time period where we're going to go to a clinic or a hospital or some sort of sensor is going to come and detect a cough that we have. And maybe a couple minutes later, somebody says, hey, we invented a new drug just for you based on your DNA, and it's now available at the newly formed CVS or something along those lines that cobbled this whole thing together with certain mixtures of antidotes.
So do we have a technology today that is using quantum and we're just unaware?
I would say GPS. I mean, you're going to hear about this in the next panel a little bit more, but when we look at atomic clocks, that is a pure form of quantum.
We remember hearing about the digital divide. And now I'm beginning to see more of this term of the quantum divide, not so much based on neighborhoods, the way the digital divide was, but more countries. First of all, is there a quantum divide? And if there is, we have people in here from various parts of the world, where does the United States figure into this, and who is the threat that is beyond us?
So somebody here in the audience says this all the time. I know I'm stealing his quote, but there is no second in quantum. So think about that for a second, right? We can't be second. And when I say we, I'm saying the collective we. So there are people from many allied countries in this audience today. We collectively cannot be second. And when we look at China or Russia and the advances in the infrastructure and the investment that they're making, I remember last year there was an article that came out that said that they had broken some form of encryption. Total propaganda, and it was just a big, puff piece on, I think, the first shot across the bow. I think it was a way of feeling out what the public reaction would be if this were to actually happen. And then I really want to stress getting into the fact that, the Trump administration, first time around, signed the Quantum Initiative Act. We're now lapsed on that. We're waiting for Congress to get back and get to action on reauthorizing the new Quantum Initiative Act that will massively put dollars into our communities and into our government on advancing quantum technology in a very significant way.
And you do get a chance to go to Washington. You've met and spoken to these policy makers. What is the hurdle? What is the rub?
I think first and foremost, unfortunately, it's education. A lot of
understanding
quantum. Yeah, and again, everyone got hit by surprise when ChatGPT moment happened. And I'm using air quotes there because AI has been around for decades. There have been various forms of AI that we've all been using for a long time. It wasn't until ChatGPT came out and it was something that we were able to easily understand, easily interact with. There was no learning curve to it because we've been texting all along and it was almost just another form of text message. It was just an instant response instead of waiting for somebody to respond hours later. And because of that, there was a huge pushback in the government on saying, wait a second, this seems like witchcraft here. We need to pause. We need to pause innovation. And they even told a lot of the AI companies, hey, we don't want you to release the next version of this until we get a better handle on what AI is progressing right now. And we've seen a massive shift in our society, in the world, in the last 2 years as a result of AI. And what needs to be happening right now in Congress, because we're seeing the train coming. It's unavoidable at this point. We joked about earlier electricity. Electricity was another invention, all but 100 years ago that people were thinking, this cannot be, we can't allow this to happen into society, and look at what we're doing today with electricity. We're now in that moment again at another inflection point where we have to understand what the playbook was from the past, learn from it, and not hold back innovation, but embrace it a lot more, but understand what we're going to be doing with it.
So you go to Washington and you meet with members of Congress, and if we do the average age in the Senate, they're not even sure really.
I'm the younger guy in the room.
Okay, exactly. And look, I'm on Medicare now. They're much older than me, okay? So how do you encourage them to see a future that is, in many ways, kind of blurry and hard to grasp? I mean, quantum is a word, but to them, it doesn't really have anything tangible. And to talk about someday it may provide the answer to a medicine that stops cancer, I can guarantee that they've heard someday something every day is going to be just around the corner.
Mm-hmm. It's difficult because that is one of the issues of quantum or other incredible technologies that are around the corner is they always seemingly are 5 to 10 years away. Again, going back to what I was referring to before about quantum sensing or quantum networking, and again, there are some incredible experts here today that you'll hear on the next panel talking more specifically about those areas, but these are areas that we should be really focusing on right now And overall, collectively, the ecosystem, we should be really focusing on how do we put dollars to work on education and workforce development, because we have a huge need in a couple of years from now for a trained workforce that's skilled around quantum that's going to be able to support the ecosystem.
Clearly, one of the things that is responded in Washington is a general sense of a threat to our country. Give me an idea with our adversaries, the threat not only to what you talked about with encryption, but just overall infrastructure.
I mean, think about knowledge base, right? Being able to have situational awareness of something far faster than, you know, your ally, or I'm sorry, than your adversary would have. When I look at the fact that we can process information quickly, that is going to help us in any sort of scenario that would play out against a potential enemy.
So are we ready?
We're trying.
Is our, I'll use the word enemies, are our enemies aware of where we stand versus where they stand?
I don't think anyone really knows where anyone stands, especially around quantum, because it's so hard to read between the lines of what some countries are saying versus others. But I've also met with other country leaders in the last year talking about how we also need a diversity of mindset around supply chain and around innovation, because one country might be really good at something where another country might be really good at another thing, and them putting those parts together is really important to advance quantum technology.
So when we look at what's going on in the United States, I find it interesting that Palm Beach and South Florida have become sort of this quantum coast, and I'm curious, is that hype, and what is it that makes this part of Florida so conducive to becoming something part of this quantum development?
I think we're naturally seeing a lot of businesses coming into South Florida in general, not just, you know, in the ultra technology sector. When I look at the fact that Florida is incredibly aware of how to work with businesses, so very business friendly, there's a lot of incentives on coming into the state in general. But if you look around us, this is winter, and there's a lot of people from northern climates here today, and you know they're dabbing their face because it's a little warm outside, but it's beautiful weather in South Florida most of the year. And what I say to that is, because there's been such an influx of people coming into this region, it's almost only inevitable that some of the bright minds are going to come back. And I go back to even when I was born. The IBM PC came out the same year that I was born in the same city. So Boca Raton was where IBM had their headquarters and where they released the IBM PC. So this area is actually really ripe with innovation and technology.
Does that mean that when you look across the state and this part of the, particularly this part of the state, that there is the university support, the connectiveness to make sure that all of those little pieces of the puzzle, so you can actually have somebody come out of a university having the skills as opposed to transplanting from Boston or Seattle?
Absolutely. It's more about how do we keep talent in our state, because traditionally they were going out to other states to get higher degrees of work or something that was more specific to their skill set. And we were very fortunate to work with the state about a month and a half ago on building an MOU where we aligned 15 of the top universities in Florida that were working on quantum technology, and they all signed an MOU and a degree that they are all now collaborating and coordinating on efforts together, whether it's sharing resources, knowledge base, teachers, and also capital. So it's not that every one of these universities is going to go out to the state or the federal government and say, hey, we need X amount of dollars for this machine, and they're all trying to get the same thing. They're all now working in collaboration so that more of that wealth and more of that knowledge base can be transferred amongst all of the universities within Florida.
And I think I know the answer to this question. How did that connection all sort of happen where everybody decided to work together instead of competing?
Look, I think I had a little hand in some of that, but I would say it more so came down to the politicians. And I think more than anything, a willingness from the universities to get aligned and coordinated, because I would talk to one university about one thing and then another university about another, and then I'd tell them about what each of the universities was doing, and they were sort of blown away that they didn't know that. And so by creating more of a governing body, that's going to help really align the system within Florida. And I think that just naturally attracts more business and so on, and the flywheel goes.
So with Quantum Coast Capital, which you created here, what kinds of companies or capabilities are you looking for?
So we're predominantly right now looking to invest in the US. So we want to look at quantum technologies across the sector, even the picks and shovels or the supporting infrastructure for quantum. So it could be a cryogenics company that's going to build, something that you could put a chip in and it cools a higher degree of faster, or it cools it more efficiently, if you will. So anything across the board is really where we're looking at investing in the future once we start investing. And when I look at the sort of overall aspect of a lot of these companies, I get excited because we're going to see a number of these businesses that will get absorbed most likely in the next couple of years by some of the bigger guys. Again, Niccolo is very famous for going out and acquiring companies at IonQ. I'm not saying that it would be a hundreds of millions of dollars play, but I think that if we're looking at companies that are, relatively at a 5x in 2 years from now, that's a fairly good investment. I'm not saying that that'll happen, but I think that that's where we're seeing the landscape happening. I'm more excited about being patient on my capital and thinking far ahead into the future in the 8 to 10 year category, where we're going to start seeing unicorns sprout out in the quantum ecosystem.
So this is the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. What sort of message do you hope that people, families, those who are hearing this kind of take away from that?
I think it's start early. One of the greatest things last week, as I visited a high school and spoke to their physics class, and the students that were there were asking me questions that were way over my head. And I'm not a physicist by any means, but I definitely look at the fact that we need to start as young as possible and getting younger people excited about quantum.
So you're encouraged by that. Is the educational support from where you were there to encourage that development?
Yeah, and a lot of that really stems from, I believe, what UNESCO did as a great job around creating this movement for the International Year of Quantum Science and Technology. They've provided resources, they've provided tools, they've provided teaching kits to students where everyone can start really learning about quantum, and candidly, it comes at all levels. I think going back to your question even about the Senate or Congress, older generations, if you will, they don't understand how an iPhone works, potentially, or how to program it, I should say.
They don't even understand how Google works. We've seen that famous video.
Yes, but again, they're using some forms of these technologies every day, so it's not like they necessarily have to know how to program it. It's understanding the implications that it's going to have on society.
Do you think the word quantum is in part the problem, that it scares people, or
Sure.
it's a word that feels ill-defined?
Yeah, I mean, we've met with potential investors for the fund, and a lot of people will say, hey, I've never heard of quantum, or I don't even really know what this is, can't invest.
So I mentioned that I've known you since you were 19 years old, and you wandered in and wowed us all, although we didn't give you initially much credit until we kind of sat back and said, wow. Before, of course, I knew you, you were like a filmmaker, like a student filmmaker. Did you see this arc happening where you were shooting little films that have now led you to this world of quantum?
Yeah, I think I've always, again, been naturally gravitated towards technology. And
optimistically?
Yeah, I mean, I think I always saw in some technologies, the good that could come out of it or the efficiencies that could be made from using said technology. One of the first examples that I remember, this was the breaking point for me personally at NBC, was I was a contractor and obviously, working for a number of years, and somebody very high up at NBC met with me one day because they genuinely wanted to learn. They were curious what my experience had been like, and the major thing that I told them was we should be putting video online. And this was probably about 2004.
And I kind of remember the reaction, which was?
We're the network. Why would anyone ever watch content online?
Eat those words, huh?
I pretty much that next day said, hey guys, I think I'm done working with the network. And I was 24 at that point and quitting the network.
Which I will say, all of us thought was nuts because the term is golden handcuffs. Once you're in, you were in, and things have changed now, but it was a very profitable business that meant that it was very well paid.
And then a couple years later, I was knocking on every door imaginable to tell people, more importantly, businesses and agencies, we should put your company online. And we could stream video, and the technology was evolving. And then all of a sudden, this thing called YouTube came out. And my company massively blossomed from there. And we were working all around the world for some of the biggest brands in the world. And I think that candidly set me up for today.
Wow.
And one of the biggest things that I would say is embracing a lot of that technology, understanding it, and then also the communications around trying to tell people, hey, you should be streaming. You should, this is going to evolve and it's going to get better. I think that I've been doing that a lot now with Quantum, and I've been going door to door, and I'm going to governments, and I'm going to states, and I'm going to other places where I'm trying to explain to people what is about to come up and unfold in front of us, and we can't be left behind.
Well, from a fearless 19-year-old who wandered into NBC to Quantum Coast Capital, thank you, Matt, and really enjoyed listening to what you had to say.
Thank you. Thank you all.
We can do a round of applause, right? Thank you to Copa Airlines for that video. And of course, also thank you to Carrie and Matthew for making quantum technology, I think, feel a little less quantum, right? That was a very clear, relatable conversation, so thank you to you both. Now we're gonna continue that conversation, go a little bit deeper with a full panel called Decoding Quantum, a conversation on the next tech revolution. Moderating this discussion is Hillary Matchett, Chief Investment Officer and General Partner at Quantum Coast Capital. Let's welcome Hillary to the stage.
Hello, everybody. Why am I the one that has to follow an NBC correspondent on my moderator panel? So I think I can, be managing this one. Thank you all for joining us. Today, as you just heard, isn't about quantum hype or distant science fiction. It's about what quietly is taking shape right now. That's sensing, navigation, policy, materials, security. The parts of quantum that are already reaching society that are much further along than the compute side or hardware, as most of us know it by. I'd like to begin by inviting my panelists to introduce yourselves. Briefly share what part of this future you're helping to build. And Ryan, if you would kick off.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Ryan McKinney. I am the General Counsel of Compliance and Director of Government Relations at a company called Quantinuum. We are a spin-out from Honeywell about 4 years ago, and we make quantum computers and the software, hardware, and middleware that allows you to code your problems onto a quantum computer and work with a lot of different industries and government partners as well.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jamil Bashair. I'm CEO and co-founder of Vector Atomic. We're a company based in Pleasanton, California. We make atomic clocks and atomic inertial sensors, very precise sensors to measure rotation and acceleration for navigation, communications, and geophysical exploration. Our company was recently acquired by IonQ. We're very excited about that because it's going to give us an opportunity to take the technologies that we have put out into the world and productize them and really bring up production to kind of accelerate their adoption in the market.
Hi, my name is Amanda Stein. I am the CEO of a company based in College Park, Maryland, right outside of the University of Maryland, called Quantum Catalyzer. We're a research and development organization commercializing quantum sensors. We work on next generation sensors and applications thereof. And when we see an application and a fit coming out of our research, we spin out companies. So we also act as a venture studio. To date, we've spun out 2 companies. I'll talk a little bit more about that during the panel. And hopefully in the future, we'll spin out several more.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jeffrey Whalen. I am the founder and CEO of Magnetics Corporation. Primarily what we do is build superconducting magnets, and we operate a joint technology development department as well as an economic development department in superconductivity and magnetism. And we found our way into quantum really through multiple parallel streams in what we do, which primarily is building large superconducting magnets. But in the areas of energy and compute and medical and manufacturing, we've found our way into quantum in control magnets and shielding magnets and cryogenics, as well as hybrid supercomputing quantum systems. So very happy to be here and share with you all.
So we're already hearing lots of words that some people take for granted, and some people are saying, what in the world are you talking about? So Amanda, quantum sensing. You are pushing forward with quantum sensing. Why now, and what motivates you to do this? And break it down for us a little bit more.
Yeah, so maybe first we'll start with actually what is a quantum sensor. And we hear this term quantum. Really what that means is bringing things down into a subatomic level. So think about the sensors that are looking for fire, the sensors that detect if water is clean. Those are all sensors that are using classical physics. Our quantum sensors are bringing things down to the subatomic level, and why that's important is that you can get higher sensitivities. You can be able to detect things that you may not have been able to detect before, such as levels of magnetic property, and go into more extreme environments such as space, as we talked about a lot today, or out on the energy grid. So we believe that that is here now because the actual technology that we've been working on has been worked on for 20 plus years. The technology of quantum sensors is advanced what is in quantum computing at this point, and to the point where we're starting to deploy quantum sensors out into the field for whatever application that sensor is going for.
And so, Jamil, you're also on the sensing side, but more positioning and navigation. Can you tell us a little bit more about what a real application that we would understand looks like?
Sure, and I think everyone thinks quantum technology is 10 years out, maybe 20 years out, but quantum technology has already arrived, and it's being used by all of us today, whether we know it or not. The prime example is the Global Positioning System, GPS, tells us where we are on the planet to about a meter. We're all using that in our daily lives, whether we're ordering Uber Eats or we're getting packages delivered to our homes. that GPS technology is fundamentally a precision timing network based on a bank of atomic clocks on the ground and atomic clocks in space that are all transmitting timing in 10 nanosecond increments, 10 billionths of a second. That's what it takes to know where we are to a meter. So we're already using that whether we know it or not, and it's actually much more important than even just knowing where you are. GPS is this precision timing system, and many more devices that we rely on GPS for its timing rather than just telling us where we are. So all our telecommunications, all our data centers, all our financial transactions are relying on GPS for precision timing. So the technology is already out there in the world, and what we're hoping to do with this next generation technology is to make that technology more resilient, make it more robust, and expand capabilities by improving the performance. On the same token, we can take a lot of the tools and techniques that go into making those atomic clocks, which enable GPS, and apply them toward sensing. So very precise measurements of rotation and acceleration that help us know where we are on the planet when we don't have access to GPS.
Great. Ryan, question for you. You sit in the middle of what I would call sort of the security, compliance, government, all of the policy around where we are today. And Matt already talked about the fact that we're kind of in a stall waiting for a reauthorization of the Quantum Initiative Act. How does your role cement how we will move forward as a country in terms of infrastructure?
Yeah, so I think Matt did a great job of laying out. So in 2018, during the first Trump administration, we signed what was called the National Quantum Initiative Act. That put about $1.2 billion towards research and development across the federal government. And it was a watershed moment. At the time, in 2018, the U.S. was light years beyond any of our allies or adversaries in terms of quantum R&D and moving towards commercialization. That act in 2023, September of 23, was due to be reauthorized, and we are now 27 months in for waiting for Congress to reauthorize that act. That does not mean that the work that's being done at the national labs through the NSF and certainly in the private sector has stalled by any means. All of our companies are making huge strides. We're hitting our technological benchmarks. We're working with our government partners. But as a signaling mechanism and thinking about long-term funding from the U.S. federal government, we are stalled. And during that time, since 2018, obviously the world has changed a lot in those 7 years. It's changed geopolitically, it's changed technologically, and our adversaries and allies alike have made billions of dollars of investments. We've seen global governments now invest somewhere around $55 billion in quantum. We've seen most of these countries and blocs create very coherent national or continental-wide quantum strategies that take advantage of the comparative advantages that each of those companies or regions has. And the U.S. has, I don't want to say we've fallen behind because we are absolutely still the leader, but from a policy standpoint, we need Congress to act. I think it's important to do that across the federal government. We need to reauthorize the National Quantum Initiative Act. We need to continue these investments across the DOE. During this time, my company makes quantum computers, so we do not do sensing or networking, but our biggest partners are the national labs and the government. And so that is a critical funding and signaling mechanism that shows our leadership to the world and allows us as companies to prove out all of the things that we're talking about in terms of reaching fault tolerance, doing things that no current computer can do, solving pharmaceutical issues, material science. We need the government as partner, and from a national security and economic security standpoint, it is really critical that Congress takes up the ball and pushes quantum forward as a real national asset.
Well, we certainly appreciate all the work that you're doing, and it certainly sounds like there's more.
Clearly not doing a good job.
Oh, no, you're doing a great job. But I think it double underscores the fact that we need to have more public-private partnerships to make sure that we're continuing to push through on the initiatives that we have, right? Jeff, you are working on the superconducting and the magnetic side. What challenges are you seeing, or where maybe is the inflection for you on quantum that is in the very near future?
I really love this question because I am so excited about this inflection point that we've hit with quantum technologies as a whole, whether it's compute, sense, network. We have finally had the breakthrough in understanding that we have a basis fundamental knowledge that we can now build on. Scaling up without that fundamental knowledge is impossible. And the milestone of achieving enough of an understanding of a technology, especially a critical emerging technology, not an improvement to an existing fully scaled technology, is one of the absolute biggest milestones to scaling up. And what goes hand in hand with that is an emphasis on basic understanding. There's no reason that any of us should sit in this room and believe that what we see out in the world and in the news about quantum technology is as good as it's going to get. We are going to see rapid improvements that go along with the scale up of quantum technologies. And I think it's really important to see beyond just the supply chains and the materials and the hardware and the software, that the tangible, visualizable things that represent quantum technologies when we say, what does it need to scale? And one of the most important and truly exciting things about quantum is that we are only scratching the surface on what we can use it for. And those types of questions are fascinating, because if we have a completely new mode of computation that can do things that our classical computers couldn't do, that question of what can we now use it for, what's going to push it into demand that makes it scale rapidly, those are critical questions just as much as the supply chain is. And one final thought on this is, I think when it comes to scaling quantum and breaking down barriers to see it be widespread in our society, is going to be bridging industrial gaps. And the example that I really love to use is what we saw artificial intelligence do to the magnetic resonance imaging community. This was a machine that's used to look inside somebody's body, and you say artificial intelligence, how could that make that machine even better? But truly it happened. We all watched it happen. Most MRIs on the planet now have artificial intelligence used to improve the image quality that comes off of that hardware. And I like to pose the same question. If we watched AI impact MRI that much in such a short period of time, what could quantum do for an industry like MRI, and how could that push us to widespread, full-scale quantum industries?
So quantum's happening. This isn't a hypothetical. And Amanda, you're working with the startups community. And when I talk to you, every time I talk to you, you've got another thing that is in commercial path to acceleration to really, get to a use end customer. And I'm asking, what is sort of the one or two use cases that you see right now that can prove to this gang that it is happening faster than most people think?
Yeah, as far as use cases, and MRI is actually a really great example. The next generation of MRI, we'll call it MRI 2.0, will be quantum. There is research happening in academia and in some private labs that are going to create the next MRI machine that's going to have greater sensitivities, longer lasting machines, being able to show so much more of the human body. And that, I think, is going to be a very transformational use case related to life sciences and biology. So some of the work that's happening in quantum sensing right now is being able to detect disease even at the single cell level. So one of the things we're working on actually is related to pathology. So I don't know if you know, but the way we do pathology is over 100 years old, the Prussian blue staining. So could there be a better way using quantum tools to be able to look at cells that are in the tumors, to be able to say this is a healthy cell or this is a diseased cell, or this cell will become diseased one day? And that's really what's going to make it transformational. Now, of course, we talked a lot about space, and I brought this up before. I think there's going to be such a revolution in space, as we heard of today, and their sensors are going to need to keep up. So having sensors that can go into rugged environments, or having sensors that can be miniaturized and that we don't necessarily have to have 8 or 12 different sensors because a sensor might fail, that we actually know these sensors are going to be able to go up to 500 degrees or 750 degrees Celsius and be able to take on high radiation environments such as space will be literally transformative. And I don't think that we're going to be able to have a big space race without quantum sensors.
Jamil, congratulations on the acquisition by IonQ of your company. We all heard from Niccolo earlier today, and he's really on top of everything that's going on. One of the things I want you to lean in on a little bit is why the government is so enamored with your technology, and what GPS prototypes you may have, or anything that you feel comfortable that you can share, because it's very important to our national security.
Sure. So yeah, the government is responsible for delivering GPS 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to the entire world, and they do it for free. It's this hidden utility that, like I said, is cooked into our daily lives now. And so they're obviously interested in maintaining that capability and potentially improving upon the capability. While GPS the use is so widespread, it's actually a fairly fragile resource. And if you go into active areas of conflict like the Ukraine, GPS is jammed over the entire country. So, neither the Russians nor the Ukrainians can make use of it. The US has planes that cost $3 billion. It has submarines that cost $10 billion. They'd like to know where those assets are. And there's a lot of interest from our adversaries in knowing, say, where those submarines are as well. And so for something like a submarine, it fundamentally doesn't have access to GPS. The signal doesn't penetrate. So what do? You basically do what the Boy Scouts do. You do something known as dead reckoning. You carry your navigation system with you. You very precisely measure your accelerations and your rotations, and from that you can infer where you are on the planet. So it's strengthening GPS is a big part of it. It is building systems that can operate in the absence of GPS is also very critical to the government. And as a result, they sponsor a lot of work in this area. So we were recently acquired. One of the novelties of our company, which is a quantum startup, is that we had no outside investment or debt. We were bootstrapped on government contracts. We started with a couple small business contracts, and we just worked our way up from $125,000 contracts to $1 million contracts to $10 million to ultimately $30 million contracts. And we use that to really develop this prototype technology that is now starting to go out into the world. We don't see our work, we don't see ourselves as a government contractor, we see ourselves as a commercial product company that is building technology that is very aligned with government interests. And so we were able to leverage that technology, and now I think we're excited to take what we've developed under the government and work toward productization.
Excellent. And Ryan, on the government other programs besides what we talked about with Congress with the reauthorization of the Quantum Initiative Act, what are the programs that kind of show us that the government is ready for this quantum technology and the quantum apps to be deployed immediately? And maybe you can hit on like NIST and a couple of the other names that we've sort of thrown out there that maybe the group doesn't know about.
Sure, so I'll start on the funding side. So aside from the National Quantum Initiative, which again is still due to be reauthorized, we've seen DARPA take a huge leadership role in quantum. And obviously DARPA is, most of the technologies that we use every day came out of DARPA in some form or fashion from the 70s through the 90s. Unbelievably innovative, important government agency. They are absolutely on the ball in quantum. They have what's called the Quantum Benchmarking Initiative, QBI. And what they're doing there is getting under the hood of dozens of companies in the quantum space, trying to get rid of the hype, figure out what actually the technology looks like, how the government can take advantage of it themselves, and how the government can help de-risk those roadmaps moving towards what we call fault tolerance, which is the point at which quantum computers are doing things that no classical computer can do. And so this is a critical funding mechanism from the US government, and it's also good for us as an entire industry because it keeps us honest, and it gives little breadcrumbs along the way, starting small amounts of money, around $1 million. Stage B has $15 million as an award, going all the way up to $300 million for the final round, which is going to be before 2033. This got a lot more funding in the Big Beautiful Bill Act this summer and will be funded aside from any of the other issues coming from Congress. So this is a radically important program for all of us to be a part of. And it's good, too, to the investment community, the global community, to say, look, the U.S. government, DARPA, has stamped this technology with their stamp of approval, and we're moving past hype. This is real use useful for both commercial industry and for the government as well. A lot's going on in the DOE. 2 weeks ago, DOE announced $625 million for some of their quantum test beds. So again, there's a lot going on at the federal government level. I'll echo some of the stuff that Matt said earlier in that because Congress is somewhat stalled on a lot of issues, we are seeing states and local governments absolutely step up, fund quantum, and figure out ways to tie public-private partnerships, to bring in academic institutions, and to build a quantum workforce. Because I think the reason why all of us care about quantum is because it's this exciting new industry. We don't really understand it. How do we make this economically viable? How do we make this something? We've talked a lot about space today. How do we talk about quantum today the way we talked about space in the 50s and 60s as a sexy career to go into that previously did not exist, as something that's vastly important for national security, for economic security, that can take a kid who might not be otherwise mathematically inclined, but open up this entire new world of a next generation, next industrial revolution. And so we're trying to figure out ways to do that. And honestly, states and local governments are doing a great job of that. I think South Florida will be a capital of quantum, and figuring out how to take the work that is being done across academic institutions, infuse capital and resources from larger quantum companies like ours, and then work with the state government to build ecosystems. Make sure that kids from K through 12 are learning what quantum is. Make sure we're not just thinking about PhDs, which obviously we hire a lot of PhDs, certainly, but we also hire folks from trade schools. We hire a lot of welders. We hire a lot of technicians. We hire idiots like me who are lawyers and do policy. Like you do not have to be a scientist to work in this industry, and we need to be much broader in how we paint and talk about quantum. The last thing I'll mention, and then I'll move on, is NIST. NIST is the National Institute of Standards and Technology. This goes to the cybersecurity piece that Matt mentioned. At some point in the future, I don't want to speculate about timelines, but at some point in the not so distant future, the magic that makes quantum computers able to help solve some of the problems around pharmaceuticals, material science, et cetera, will also break most of the encryption that our entire lives are built on. And so we've got to move all of our cybersecurity systems to be what's called quantum safe. NIST is the federal agency that is basically responsible for that. They have built a suite of algorithms that they believe to be resistant to future quantum attacks, and there's a lot of legislation, national security memoranda, and work coming out of the White House to push government and industry alike to move towards those standards so we can all be safe in the quantum era while also gleaning all of these amazing benefits that we're here talking about today.
So Jeff, we're marching forward and we're marching hard, right? So now what's the biggest barrier to scale? Is it workforce readiness? Is it science? Is it manufacturing? What do you think unlocks that industrial production, perhaps, obstacle?
It's a great question. It's the first thing that really comes to my mind is looking at our past. I don't think for a group like this, I need to describe in detail what we've experienced over the past in supply chains like rare earth critical minerals. The complacency over decades creates a vulnerability in these US and allied supply chains that swing the door wide open for adversaries to use control of the supply chains as an economic weapon and undermine the supply of critical materials. And what happened in rare earth materials was complacency over the course of decades, leading to an urgency that absolutely required federal intervention. And avoiding something like that with an emergent supply chain like quantum is going to be absolutely critical. And I don't just point the finger at the government and say it is your responsibility for these supply chains to emerge. It is just as much on the private sector and private investment to drive the security of the supply chains. And when you think about something like quantum and you talk about hardware and you talk about the materials that make that hardware, it requires partnerships. And those partnerships, some of them may be from some of those other supply chains, some of them may be brand new partnerships that were never required before. But I think one of the biggest barriers to scaling up successfully is going to be avoiding the mistakes of the past on supply chains that are now very, very vulnerable and having to have the government go back and do emergency management of those vulnerabilities. I'll speak, from what my company does in superconductivity, which is in all ways a critical emerging technology, maybe really just behind the quantum supply chain and market emergence. And we do not see anywhere near the level of seriousness taken in the world of superconductivity when it comes to asking questions like, who's going to manufacture that superconducting wire that you're going to go build the magnet out of? Or where did you get the metal to make that wire? Where's the provenance going all the way back to who dug in the dirt to get the mineral out that ended up making you this complex cryogenic machine that can do something like an MRI machine or a fusion nuclear reactor that can do something that nothing else could do. And I think we have to really focus on this moment in time because we will not get this moment back. If we're complacent and we take the path of the rare earth materials supply chain, we know where we're going to end up. So I think one of the biggest barriers to scale is going to really be taking a close look at the full provenance of those supply chains, going all the way back to the natural minerals, and then the partnerships that have the security long term for those supply chains to be able to support a real scale up.
So I'm going to stay with you. Can the U.S. become a leader of self-sustained supply chain for the quantum industry?
I absolutely believe it. I think we're well aligned to do this with the seriousness and investments that have been made. I think one of the intricacies that we really have to understand with quantum, and this was very similar in our world of superconductivity, is that when we say critical material, a lot of times we're not actually talking about traditional critical materials like gold or copper. We're talking about these strange metals like gallium or rubidium or ytterbium, stuff that, honestly, really from a commercial perspective, didn't have a lot of importance in a volume metric. Sure, with a little bit of it, you can turn a blind eye to where it came from, but for things like quantum, we're going to need large volumes of these kind of non-traditionally volumetrically important materials like some of the elements that I rattled off. And one of the solutions I really see to the U.S. becoming a leader is leveraging the investments that we've made already into traditional mining. And what I mean by that are the huge investments and activities that the U.S. and allied supply chains have had in things like coal mining or phosphate mining or copper mining. And the reason those are so important to a new supply chain in quantum is that when you dig that copper or that phosphate out of the ground, inevitably you are producing things like tailings or waste streams from that mining operation. And with no exception, but with a difference in what those waste streams contain, they always contain something valuable that we can use as a fully domestic resource with an environmental impact that's already been made. We've already dug it out of the ground once. We've already processed it once. We have these massive stockpiles from our traditional mining operations that give us a real shot at full domestic independence of a quantum supply chain because the materials we've got are in our garbage. And if you look at it from that perspective, why not get it if we've already dug it out of the ground and it's sitting in our garbage versus having all of the environmental impact and cost in digging a brand new mine just to try to get these less common materials out of them?
Jamil, every time I sort of go onto Quantum Insider and I start researching things that are newsworthy of the day, I see autonomous. It's there every day now. How is quantum and autonomous fill in the blank, whether it be freight, whether it be driving, et cetera, how is that being impacted by the technology that you see?
Yeah, I think it really is that these next generation of clocks will come along. So I haven't talked too much about what we do at Vector Atomic, but I told you the world is currently distributing time right now in 10 nanosecond increments. We're using a lot of the laboratory atomic physics technology that we developed as graduate students and postdocs several years ago and trying to bring that to bear into real world devices. So we want to upgrade, our long-term vision is to upgrade the global timing backbone from nanoseconds to picoseconds, 10 trillionths of a second. And so that positioning that gives you, or that timing that gives you meter scale positioning, this next generation can give you centimeter scale positioning, and that will be important for autonomy. In the future, we're likely all going to be driving around in these autonomous vehicles. We'd like to know not just that they're on the road, but they're in the lane that they need to be in. And so that will play really a central role. So that is, really the primary piece. Within the DoD, in these environments where you might not have access to GPS, that's where we need alternative methods, and that's where we're developing what are known as quantum inertial sensors or inertial navigation systems. Also, sensors that measure gravity and can compare those measurements to a local map and allow you to navigate in the absence of GPS or other sources, or kind of navigate blindly. So autonomy is a huge part of this technology.
And Amanda, you're on the sensing side as well. You talked a little bit about use case, but what are some of the ways that you're deploying your quantum sensing right now?
So I mentioned before that our company has spun out 2 startup companies. So the first is called Euclid, of course with a Q, because everything is quantum. And that company is focusing on a problem within the semiconductor world. So semiconductors are advancing, as most things are, and instead of them being packaged as just a flat semiconductor, now in order to have more power and more processing power, a lot of the semiconductors are being packaged one above each other. Now the problem is there's no way to be able to detect if these semiconductors are positioned right, or if the packaging is aligned properly. So things might come off the line where the semiconductors are being made and it just not be a good package, and it may just then be able to throw out so many of these semiconductors. I think the statistic is that the semiconductor industry is losing $10 billion a year just from this problem. So what Euclid has done is taken our quantum sensing tools and be able to create something that can look at the very, very small magnetic signals coming out of the packages and be able to map onto a screen then and say, here is exactly what's going on within this particular package as it's coming off of the production line. And then hopefully one day, and this is how hopefully quantum sensing will make some money for our investors, but that this tool will be able to be in line in all semiconductor fabs to be able to provide more information as these semiconductors are coming off of the fab, and then therefore be able to be deployed with a lot less errors. And the same type of technology can be used for electric vehicle batteries or really any other type of microelectronics as this technology advances. So Euclid, again, you can Google it with a Q, is just come out of stealth and then working with many semiconductor companies to be able to do this cutting edge research and deploy quantum now. So this is not something that most lay people would ever think of or just never come across it in our lives. So as quantum's starting to come up, and particularly quantum sensing, and you heard a lot about positioning, timing, GPS, we're not going to be seeing it. It's not that you and I are going to be holding a quantum computer instead of an Apple iPhone. These small incremental changes is what's going to make our lives better, and we're not going to even know that they're quantum.
Ryan, does quantum readiness become a strategic advantage, or like the semiconductor race, or is this really more of a geopolitical race?
I think it's unequivocally both, in that quantum is inextricably...
That's not an option, just... Sorry.
Okay.
It's super positioned. It can be
cozy.
Geopolitical versus what?
Well, it's strategic.
Okay, I'll go more strategic, but there's absolutely a geopolitical bent to this. Quantum is inextricably bound up in national security, and it will be. There's a lot of people in the government, on the Hill, otherwise, who the reason they care about quantum is because China has invested $20 billion in quantum. They worry about the encryption piece. So from my perspective, that's an asset. You can get that person on board to support the U.S. quantum industry because you have whatever, a shared enemy, they're worried about the national security piece. That's a win. If you also have a policymaker who's worried about domestic industrial policy, creating the workforce of the future, job training, more kind of classically domestic policy piece, that's a win too. And to kind of the point they were talking about in Matt's panel, quantum is unbelievably bipartisan. The problem is not that it's a Republican issue, it's a Democratic issue. It's very bipartisan, but it's just there is such a high learning curve, and we as an industry, I think, have got to do a better job of explaining this to the investment community, to the policy community, that one, quantum is here, quantum is now. Two, quantum is investable today. And three, quantum is a national asset that we've got to treat as important as AI, as semiconductors, et cetera. When we think about the data center of the future, when we think about everything that's in the news right now with OpenAI and Meta and NVIDIA investing in data centers, the data center of the future is high-performance computing plus GPUs plus quantum. We can create a more energy-efficient data center long-term if you build quantum into those data centers come 2030, et cetera. That's not ready today, but when we think about long-term domestic policy and when we think about building these use cases, quantum by itself will never be the answer, but quantum plus everything that we have learned and accomplished the last few years in the AI industry and 30 years of high-performance computing leads to better results for the commercial industry, better results for the national security objectives, and makes the U.S. the absolute leader alongside of our allies, where we are distributing all of these gains across our allies, but we've got to invest today, both from the government and the private sector.
I think it was you or someone in your camp that told me about a year ago that we could spend billions now or trillions in defense later. So that stuck with me for sure. Jeff, if we were to speak again in 2027, what advancements do you think on the compute side will be in place? So I'm giving you about a 12-month.
So I spent over 20 years doing research at a national lab for the Department of Energy and Department of Defense. So when I think about what do I think the future is going to look like on a 1 or 2 year time scale, I'm very reserved. I'm very conservative because I've seen how difficult it is to innovate when industries are young or industry is right around the corner and you're still in the research phase. So if I were to look ahead 12 or 18 months, I would really echo what Ryan mentioned as something that we're seeing evolve very rapidly, and it goes under different words. It's HPC quantum or hybrid compute or accelerated quantum supercomputing, but the notion is the same. It's tightly integrating a supercomputer to a quantum computer. And when you put the two together, you kind of get the best of both worlds, and the rapid advancement that we're seeing in this field, diminishing the power requirements of a data center, opening up completely new problems that it would be able to solve, and mutually increasing the effectiveness of both the supercomputer and the quantum computer, each one doing what it's best at doing. And the analogy that I kind of think about often and talk about with my colleagues and friends is this idea that you've got two skiers at the top of a mountain, and one of the skiers can barely see. It has no vision, but that skier is strong. It can ski faster than any other skier on the planet, and it is a brute force skier, just barreling down and knocking over the trees on the way, but so strong it just can do it. And the other skier standing next to that first one has the best vision you could possibly imagine, can see the best pathway down the mountain, can visualize it down to the millimeter where it needs to put its skis, but that skier has no muscle and can't go very fast at all. So when you put these two together, you end up with the skier that is the strongest and with the best vision to find the path down the mountain that is both the most efficient and leveraging all of the strength and horsepower. And when you think about that analogy, that very strong brute force skier, that's the supercomputer. It's a brute force approach to computation, and you can grind it out. No matter how hard it is, you can grind it out and approach that problem, but you don't know if you're actually doing it the most efficient way. And if you're looking for the right answer, like getting down a mountain, I have to test each of the routes to find out which one was the best one. The quantum computer is the skier that can see well, but doesn't have necessarily the brute force strength to compute, but does have the ability to look at all of those routes simultaneously, know what the best one is, and take that. So I really see that 12, 18 months out from now, I really think this hybrid HPC quantum compute approach really has the ability to move forward. And I don't think we're going to see it in the similar way that we see AI factories right now, where it's hundreds of megawatts or gigawatts of power required to fuel that brute force supercomputer. And I think we're going to see much smaller, much more tightly integrated and higher compute density supercomputers, coupled with a quantum computer that offloads an incredible amount of otherwise very, very costly, power-consuming supercomputation.
So I'm getting a little red dot, looking at me right now because we're running out of time. I think we could all sit here for 2 hours and talk about this, because the key takeaway that I want everyone to really, look at is that quantum is here. It's already happening. Applications are already in place. We've talked about some of what's happening, obviously, on the security side, the sensing side, the magnet side. Piece by piece, we're going to see more in healthcare. We're going to see more in energy. We're going to see more in defense. But it's clearly here. And I think that the big question is, are we going to be ready when this revolution hits us in between the eyes? Because it's not going to be, is it coming? It's when it comes, are we ready? And so talking to you all as professionals in the space is so empowering, because it gives us that conversation, because we really do feel that everyone needs to be educated about it. There's so much importance that's going to be behind public and private partnerships going forward, workforce readiness, everything that we can do within our communities. And it's something that obviously we're all passionate about. We also feel very strongly about lifting each other up. The one thing that I wanted to end this panel with is that I love working with the people on this panel and others in the quantum ecosystem, because everybody is sharing their resources to make sure that we are advancing this cohesively and as a community. And so for that, I thank you. You make me smarter at my job. And I thank you all for listening, and the panelists for engaging in this conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
I think history has shown that if you're trading, you're not fighting. And that, from a world peace perspective, I think is the North Star we should always keep an eye on.
Let's give it up for our panel one more time. And I love that note that they ended on, talking about public-private partnerships and talking about working together to really get ahead of this. And that's really what this conference and today is all about, is making those connections, partnerships, being in the room with each other to talk about how we can take advantage of some of these opportunities. So I hope you're continuing to do that, make connections with each other, make connections with somebody new, reconnect with somebody you haven't seen for a while, and continue to do that network and form connections. And also, hey, don't forget to share those on social media, because we're looking out, we're posting them, we're reposting them on Instagram today, and looking out for your tags. So thank you for engaging and letting us know all of the insights that you're capturing throughout the afternoon and also the morning. Now, it's time for our next session, and we're continuing talking about transformational technologies. This session is Powering the Future, Navigating Market Shifts, and the Race to Meet Unprecedented Energy Demand. To provide introductory remarks, please welcome Charles T. Moran, Associate Administrator for External Affairs at the National Nuclear Security Administration, U.S. Department of Energy. Let's welcome Charles to the stage.
Thank you all so much for sticking around this afternoon and engaging in what I think going to be one of the most important conversations that we have today. My name is Charles Moran. I'm the Associate Administrator at the National Nuclear Security Administration, part of the Department of Energy. I want to thank Nicholas Remillard and Juju Bernstein for inviting me to participate today. And I wouldn't want to miss the opportunity to acknowledge and thank Lisa Gordon-Haggerty, who served as the administrator of the NNSA from 2018 to 2020 who's here as well participating. My agency sent me with my nice little notebook of approved remarks and comments, as the government likes to do. I've now been in my role for the last 6 months, and it has been an incredible opportunity to dive deeper and deeper into one of the most transformative areas of the economy, both domestically and internationally. For those unfamiliar, the NNSA is a semi-autonomous agency within the Department of Energy that protects our nation by designing and delivering a safe, secure, reliable, and effective U.S. nuclear stockpile, forging solutions that enable global security and stability through non-proliferation, counter-proliferation, and emergency response, providing nuclear propulsion to power a global U.S. Navy and leveraging transformative technologies to address emerging challenges. NNSA and our partners across laboratories, plants, and sites, collectively the National Security Enterprise, provide comprehensive nuclear security solutions that protect the American people, our allies, and our partners in a dynamic world. The topic before us concerning market shifts and expanding opportunities is not ideological, it's mathematical. Global energy demand is on track to grow by 80 to 100% by 2050, with the United States alone facing a near doubling in the next 25 years alone, driven largely by compute-intensive technologies, reshoring of manufacturing, and electrification of transport and buildings. At the same time, nearly half of our existing dispatchable generation and a significant fraction of the transmission grid are reaching the end of their engineered lives. The question is no longer whether or not we need more of everything, it's how quickly and affordably we can deliver it while preserving reliability and minimizing geopolitical risk. From where I sit at the NNSA, 3 realities stand out. First, the grid of the future will be far more firm power intensive than most forecasts assume. Intermittent resources have scaled impressively, but the marginal terawatt hour is increasingly expensive and weather dependent. Baseload sources, natural gas with carbon capture when economic, advanced geothermal, and especially nuclear, are the only proven way to add large blocks of always available, high-capacity factor electrons without proportional land or minerals intensity. Second, nuclear energy is undergoing a genuine supply chain and technology inflection. Small modular reactors, high-assay, low-enriched uranium fuel cycles, and factory-built components are moving from drawing board to financing and construction. NNSA's role in this is not promotional, it's technical. We are the nation's sole provider of enriched uranium and tritium for defense use, and we work to increase supply for our civil sector as well. We're expanding domestic HALEU production capacity as a private-public partnership precisely because commercial demand now exceeds what the defense program alone requires. And you're going to hear more about that shortly with our panel conversation. A secure civil fuel cycle is emerging as a strategic asset comparable to LNG export terminals a decade ago. Third, energy security and nuclear security are converging. Modernizing the U.S. nuclear deterrent is not separate from powering the civilian grid. Both depend on resilient fuel fabrication, a skilled workforce, and a small number of irreplaceable facilities. The same uranium enrichment plants that underwrite credible deterrence also de-risk civil reactor projects for decades. And as more allied nations pursue nuclear power to displace coal and Russian gas, the United States has a narrow window to shape standards, safeguards, and supply chains that align with non-proliferation goals rather than cede that space to competitors. Secretary Burgum and Secretary Wright have framed the broader challenge clearly. We need an addition mindset, adding dispatchable generation, adding transmission, adding critical mineral refining, rather than a forced substitution that leaves gaps. The National Energy Dominance Council is working to remove permitting and financing bottlenecks that currently add years and billions to every class of project. From NNSA's vantage point, that same spirit must extend to the nuclear industrial base. faster environmental reviews for enrichment and fuel facilities, long-term contracting signals for first-of-the-kind reactors, and expanded 1-2-3 agreements with allies who share our standards. The private sector has the capital and the engineering talent. Regulators and national laboratories have the safety culture and the data. What has been missing is the policy coherence and speed. If we align those forces, public and private, civil and defense, domestic and allied, we can deliver the terawatts the economy requires at prices households and factories can bear. I'll close with a simple observation. Every past era of American prosperity rested on abundant, affordable energy. The one ahead will be no different. Nuclear power, responsibly stewarded, is not the only answer, but it is the indispensable part of the portfolio. My agency, the Department of Energy, and the Trump administration stands ready to do its part, securing the arsenal, anchoring the fuel cycle, and cooperating with aligned nations so that the lights stay on, energy remains affordable, the grid stays resilient, and our nation will be leading the way for the energy revolution that lies ahead. Thank you so much, and I look forward to the conversation.
Thanks to Charles for teeing up our next panel discussion, which is going to be moderated by Jonathan Callaway, CEO of Recall Strategies Public Affairs, a strategic communications firm that helps companies navigate complex policy environments. Now, Jonathan will, of course, introduce our panelists who are tackling energy security from multiple angles. Please welcome Jonathan Callaway to the stage.
Is the mic on? All right, nice. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce our panel, but we're going to start with Andrew Warnch, founder and CEO of Spearman Energy. He's in the battery storage space. We have next to him Damien Rydell. I'm going to butcher this in Spanish, Damien, so if you could tell me. Yeah, sorry. President of Nuclear Electricidad Argentina. Oh, yeah, I know. Isaiah Taylor, founder and CEO of Valor Atomics. And Sean Bennett, Energy and Resilience Division Manager, Battelle, and former Deputy Assistant Secretary for the Office of Oil and Natural Gas at the U.S. Department of Energy. So today I was thinking about how I was going to put together this panel, and I'm overly excited because for the first time I have people from oil and gas, nuclear, and battery storage all on the same stage to ask questions to. Usually when we do conferences like this, you don't get all of those together. And every one of them thinks they are the future of energy for the world.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I think Sean might differ with that, but we'll see. So the three topics I'd like to cover today is one, growing demand for energy from hyperscalers. Two, I want to address the 800-pound gorilla in the room, which is transmission, and I want to talk through that. And then lastly, I want to talk about regulatory reform and how we move projects from conception to commercial operation. So the first question I'm going to ask is, how do we meet the growing demand from hyperscalers that they're looking to onboard? But I'm not going to make it too easy. I wanted to put it through the framework of what they look at: speed to market and scalability, right? So I'd like you to frame the answer based on those two things: speed to market and scalability. I'm going to start off with Andrew, but Andrew, I'd also like you in that same context to talk through the supply chain issues that we're having as we're growing. And Sean, I also would like you to talk through the procurement issue that we're having. Specifically, we're looking at either behind the meter or, utility scale projects, and we're looking at combined cycle natural gas. There's a 10 to 7 year wait on combined cycle generators, right? So hyperscalers are looking to onboard those projects in 2 to 3 years, and we have a 7 to 10 year wait on getting those out. So pretty hard questions there. I'm going to start off with Andrew.
Thanks a lot. I've been in the power space nearly 30 years, and what we're witnessing now on the demand side is unprecedented. We did see a supply response similar to this in 1998, but this is really unique. And part of the challenge comes from the fact that the hyperscalers themselves are used to being able to throw money and more programmers at a problem and solve it quickly. And we see them as new players in the power space who often don't know the rules, don't understand how the industry works, and think that they can just outspend and maybe out-quant the existing infrastructure. I met with one of the 3 main hyperscalers out there, and they said, oh, we'll just solve this with better programming. And I sort of said that was an insult to the 10,000 programmers that currently work in the power and utility industry, but it shows exactly the view that a lot of hyperscalers have. I'm building utility scale batteries across the US. The permitting process takes 3 to 10 years and only requires about 8 acres of land. And even with federal or state permitting help, it still will take 5 years to build a battery. I think it'll take at least as long to build solar wind. It'll take at least as long to build gas. And so I think that people trying to go faster are running into a brick wall. Now, there's an opportunity to perhaps use extremely loud, inefficient, noisy, smelly, reciprocating engines for a few years while you build something more robust like a combined cycle, perhaps solar, wind, or gas. But in reality, the power grid is an aging old beast, and you cannot change it quickly. When I joined the utility industry in '97, they said that these delays were a feature, not a bug, and it was that so we didn't break anything. I can tell you that in this physical world, unlike a software world, things physically break if you do them wrong. And we have seen this over the course of our history. When we try and rush things, we break the system. Right now, we work with all of the hyperscalers. A lot of them don't know contracting for power. They've come to us to help write contracts to buy power. As crazy as that sounds, in 2025, they don't even have a contract to properly buy power. They've been buying solar and wind power for years on an antiquated contract and think that that will work for nuclear, gas, or batteries. It does not. It does not work. And so they have to, as an industry, start bringing in power people and not just trying to bring in really smart software people to solve the problem. I personally think that the demand will lag, not because it doesn't want to be there, you just don't have enough of a build out. Right now, if you want a breaker or a transformer not made in China, it is going to take you at least 2 years, maybe as long as 3 or 4 years. If you want one from China, you can get it in 6 months, but the most of the US doesn't want that. So there's a new US breaker factory opening, but you have a logistical problem. We don't have enough breakers. We don't have enough transformers. We don't have enough crews to install the stuff we want to install. And you can try and throw more money at the problem. You just can't make it go faster. It is old-fashioned wires. It is construction crews trying to go out in the desert and lay 100 miles of transmission lines. And this just doesn't happen quickly. So I think the hyperscalers want this to happen. They've put out their load growth request to the ISOs and to the utilities. The utilities want to support them, but they want to support them in a way that doesn't raise the cost to their local customers. There's a couple of people who may disagree with that. They don't care if it raises the cost to their local customers. But you have a lot of people who want something desperately who just aren't going to get it.
Very nice. I'd like to come back to ratepayer affordability later. That is going to be under the transmission topic, how you balance out bringing on new generation at this size at the same time as balancing out the rising costs. We've seen it in PJM, we've seen it in MISO, we've seen it in other areas, and it seems to only be getting worse. But before we get to that, I'd like Sean to respond as well, and then we'll move on to the nuclear guys here, and we'll expand from there. So Sean, from the oil and gas side?
Yeah, I primarily for natural gas, we're talking about, powering data centers, but I would also say we're the current and future of power generation in the United States with natural gas.
Yeah.
But when you look at it, there's no real easy solution. We weren't collectively as a country anticipating this growth in demand, right? We saw, if you look at every energy, forecast, we thought it was really kind of plateauing here several years ago. And then, not saying this out of nowhere, nobody really believed what was going to happen. And then you saw this spike, and nobody really was prepared to power this new sector that was coming along. So what happens is, you start having these back orders, and natural gas, we produce about 108 BCF a day. Currently, I would say data centers, which that is the growth, as we kind of heard last night at dinner, about a BCF a day that we currently produce. It's going to grow to 5 to 8 BCF a day, billion cubic feet per day of natural gas demand by 2030. Some people believe it's more. And that means more pipes, right? More transmission lines, natural gas lines. But it also means more natural gas turbines. And, if you over the past several years, if I go back 2 years, it was a 2-year waiting list for turbines, right? You go a year ago, it went to 5 years. You go to today, it's 7 to 10 years, right? And it keeps going, further and further into the future. And each time it goes in the future, that means higher costs, right? Not just higher costs, but it also means delayed projects, and it doesn't get us to where we need to be. And the short-term solution, I would say, is people to buy old peaker plants, natural gas peaker plants, rebuild them, and maybe put them in. It's a Band-Aid, right? It doesn't solve the problem, but you're able to kind of limp it along and allow the data centers to kind of grow. But that is a very short-term solution. But when we're talking long-term, there is a lot of data centers. Not only were they looking at programmers, but you had a lot of competition who are also buying turbines. So you had natural gas developers buying turbines. You had data centers buying turbines. You had developers who wanted to talk to data centers buying turbines. So you have a lot of people buying turbine orders that aren't going to be real, right? Like some ghost turbine orders. So we need to kind of get that unwound a little bit and find out what's real and what that looks like here moving forward. And once we do, again, I think it's going to be an interesting scenario, but there's no quick answer. And so everybody who believes that we're going to jump to, all these data centers by 2030 is not really realistically looking at how long it takes to build natural gas-fired power plants. None of these projects can go up overnight. You're talking about a 2 to 3 year window, but that's not even with permitting, right? And permitting is going to take several years, and then you also have the lawsuits that happen. And the lawsuits are going to increase costs and to try to get that happen. So, we really have to look at permitting reform here in the country, and we really have to kind of get a good idea and understanding. And it's not just for natural gas. Every single energy source has to go through permitting reform. I remember I've been in energy for 20 years. It used to be coal and natural gas always got sued whenever they wanted a project. Now everybody gets sued, whether it's a renewable project, whether it's natural gas, and it's going to be nuclear, right? And then what does that do to the cost, and what does that do to the timeline? So we need to eliminate that and allow this to happen, because we're on the precipice of a new energy revolution, a new kind of technology revolution, and if we don't get everything in order, we're going to miss out. And then China or whoever is going to kind of take that up and move forward, and we're going to be left behind. So I think we collectively need to kind of get everything moving and get a better understanding of it's not just natural gas that's going to do this, but it is also going to be nuclear, it is going to be battery storage. It is all about additive energy where we're at.
You're taking an all of the above approach. I like that.
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to reframe the question a little bit for Damien and Isaiah and really focus on speed to market. Currently in the U.S., if I'm not wrong and you can correct me, there's 0% installed capacity of SMR. We've heard this over and over again, SMR is the future, SMR is the future, SMR is the future. But to this point, we have installed 0 units across the entire United States. So what, in your mind, is the path forward from your company, and Damien, and the same question to you, in growing out that supply chain to meet said demand at the market speed that we're being asked to bring them online? You can start, yeah.
Well, so I have good news. I have the solution to all of it. Let me tell you a story. It was 1985. First of all, I'm the president of Nuclear Electrica, so I'm salving you from.
Yeah, you said it much better than I did.
No, you're welcome. We run the nuclear infrastructure in Argentina, and also we're in charge of developing the next generation reactors, and particularly SMRs. So let me tell you a story related to this. It was 1985, and before it was cool, before it was an acronym, a group of nuclear engineers in Argentina did something that nobody asked them to do. They wanted to develop the first SMR. It was 1985, so we didn't have the science, we didn't have the technology, nor the engineering. So actually, that first model didn't really work. So they never made it into a commercially viable solution. Why do I say this? Because imagine that for 40 years, these guys have been trying to do something that was not really needed back then. We had cohorts of engineers and physicists really devoted to the miniaturization of nuclear tech. Something that, as you can imagine, comes pretty handy today. So imagine that, as I said, this model didn't really work, but imagine if the work of 40 years actually crystallized into something new. If we could actually do a new model, let's say that SMR 2.0. Well, it turns out that we don't need to imagine. We have this thing. So we have a patent, that I think it was patented 2 years ago, of a new 300 megawatt SMR, all developed in Argentina. And actually, right now, I am tasked with we have one nuclear site ready to start developing them. So when exactly are we going to get this done? Well, that's an easy one. I don't know. So I'm not going to tell you that and I think that anyone who can tell you, oh, this is exactly how many months, they don't know either. But the AI revolution, what we know is that it needs energy that has three characteristics: clean, stable, and scalable. Clean, obviously, we want a clean place to live. Stable, because these data centers, the hyperscalers know that they're so capital intensive that you want very high reliability. If you don't have energy that's reliable, these things will not be reliable and the return on capital will plummet. So clean, stable, and obviously scalable. Scalable, the only real technology that gives you these three is nuclear. And as I just mentioned, since 1985, we've been working on how to make these three things work. Can I promise you an exact capital T? No, I can't. But we have been working on many of these problems, and we think we're going to crack them pretty soon. And one thing that, why Argentina? Why is Argentina suddenly a player? So we have a long tradition in nuclear technology. And one advantage that we have is not only I'm the president of Nuclear Electrica, but also I sort of run the nuclear sector altogether to push through our new nuclear plan. The new nuclear plan is to develop the new SMRs, the fastest time to market and the highest degree of availability. It's not just for us, it is for the world. So we'll figure out, we'll find out how soon this will be, but what I can tell is that we're going to be among the top three.
Very nice. Isaiah?
Yeah, I think time to market is absolutely the right question. Nuclear needs to stop being the thing that's maybe 10 years out, maybe 15 years out. That's fusion's job, not fission's job.
Ouch.
Sorry.
I'm with you.
So time to market is very important to us. I started Valor Atomics just over 2 years ago, and when I assembled the team, I brought together an incredible team of nuclear engineers who have been working on nuclear energy since before I was born. Actually, that's an amazing team. But I tasked them with splitting the atom within 3 years of founding the company. This was our goal. We wanted to split the atom within 3 years of founding the company. Because time to market, I think, is essentially what matters. You need to actually demonstrate the technology, and this needs to not be forever out in the future. So how are we doing? It's been 2 years. How are we doing on that goal? Well, I'm glad that Associate Administrator Moran got to come up here and speak before us, because the NNSA is one of the most interesting agencies in American government that has been, I would say, secretly in the background. It's sort of the nature of what they do is that they're in the background, but they've been working on protecting American capability and expertise for the last few decades. And one of the things that they've been doing is maintaining the capability to split atoms. It's one of the only places in the world where they regularly do testing on technologies that's relevant for small modular reactors. So earlier this year, we approached the NNSA and we told them that we wanted to take a core critical. And this is not something that a private company has done in a very long time. It's actually something that no startup has ever done before. And last Monday, we actually did it. So last Monday, we split the atom for the first time. We took a core critical in partnership with the National Nuclear Security Agency. So this is just the first step. Thank you. Thank you. So this is not a full power reactor yet. It's a criticality test that gives us an enormous amount of useful data. We became the 10th private corporation in history to achieve criticality in a core that we built. So it's very exciting, but it's only the first step. So the question is, okay, how long from the first core going critical to a product that you can actually scale? And I think we actually do have a pretty good picture of that. I'll push back on you a little bit. I think we do have a pretty good picture. An executive order was signed earlier this year, Executive Order 14301, ordering a pilot program within the Department of Energy to turn on SMRs in the United States before July 4th of next year. And when people heard the July 4th date, their minds immediately went to 2028. And there was actually a couple misprints in the media of people saying 2028. That was wrong. It's 2026, next year. And a variety of companies were selected, including my own. This morning, actually, I was reviewing photos of concrete pours that we're currently doing on our own nuclear test site out in the Utah desert. So this is very much near term for us. We are going to turn that reactor on by July 4th of next year. The president told me I have to, and so I said, sir, yes, sir. And that's another step. And so there are a variety of steps to get to a commercial product. We have to prove it out. But we're thinking in terms of 1 to 2 years, not 5 to 10. And we're really proving out the pace that's necessary to do that.
How do I enter the procurement queue to buy those, Isaiah?
Sorry, say one more time.
No, I was making a joke. I said, how do I enter the procurement queue to buy those?
Yeah, that's right. Just go on our website, click order. Yeah.
Buy now.
Exactly. So we're going to move on to transmission. Transmission backlogs across the United States have been backed up as is, and now we're at triple the demand with the hyperscaler AI revolution going on. It seems to only be getting worse and worse. And I've heard specifically from hyperscalers that behind the meter is not the long-term solution, that they're not going to push anything to scale without a bridge to interconnection. The problem is we don't have the transmission to move said energy across those lines, not just to them, but the ratepayers as well, and everyone else. So I would like each of you to talk about the importance of transmission growth in the United States and in Argentina, worldwide, if you'd like. I know Europe is also lagging behind. I will tell you China is not. Every 18 months, China puts up as much transmission as the United States have. So every 18 months, they build as much as we have. And not only are they number one in renewable, they're also most dispatch SMRs, they're leading in fossils. So we're kind of getting beat up a little bit.
We're getting our asses kicked.
He said it much better than I did. That's a much more poignant way of putting it. So please talk about the importance of transmission, but here is the other piece. How do you balance out affordability for the ratepayer? Andrew, you want to start?
So on the transmission side, we recently had as many as 20 projects in the queue running the most modern software forecasting upgrade costs, a company called Pearl Street, used by many of the ISOs themselves. When the actual results came out, very, very often some of our projects found their transmission upgrades were between $50 and $100 million to put a 200 megawatt battery on the grid. And I want to say that again, 50 to 100 million each of upgrade costs for every single project, which then makes the projects uninvestable. This is across the entire US. Right now, there's a series of batch or cluster queues which often come out, and I think MISO in their last queue lost 50% of their projects. SPP was about 55%, I believe, of their projects. And I think it's only going to get worse from here. We have several products in our queue that we purchased from other people with an expectation, and I want you guys to sit down for this, 7 to 10 years to get a full interconnect built out in MISO and SPP. 7 to 10 years. Now, the new ERAS projects that are out there, the queue jumping, where if you have friends in the right places, you can jump the line. It works for a few people with friends in the right places, but the dozens of developers who have put billions, if not tens of billions of dollars in interconnect queues are now watching them get jumped over by new, more perhaps politically connected friends. And it's hard not to look at the process and say, hey, how is this fair? How is FERC approving this? But FERC says the need is so great, we have to do it. So you have a giant hodgepodge right now of people who've been waiting in line for almost a decade, now getting queue jumped by people, but some of their interconnect costs are coming in at $100 million. So yes, it is broken. It is very hard to get anything built anywhere in the US, and anyone who says that is not true is wrong. Whether it's NIMBYism or bananaism, build absolutely nothing near anything. It is time, it is money, it is lawsuits galore, it is protesters being bussed to your site. And when you talk about cost to the local consumers, there are some southern states, which I won't mention, which are putting the burden of the new demand for data centers on the existing customers, the existing load, because that's how we've always done it. You build a new factory, the existing load has to bear the cost. Now you have some communities that are getting gigawatt-sized loads coming in. You already see some governors, we saw in Pennsylvania, the governor saw the capacity price go double, freaked out, screamed, yelled, said, we need a capacity price cap. Well, at that capacity price cap, no one's going to build new power plants. It's not just an energy problem, it's a capacity problem. You are going to see capacity prices in MISO and SPP, which are currently around $5 to $6. The cone cost of new entrant is almost 20, and all of the utilities in the heartland are worried that their capacity part of their bill is going to go to $20 a kW month. Plus the cost of a new combined cycle was $2,000 a kW or more, plus gas is now almost $5 an MMBTU for the winter. So you have higher gas prices, higher turbine prices, higher capacity prices, and you're competing with data centers. The average US consumer should expect their price to go up by double, maybe more.
Yeah. Isaiah?
Yeah, this is really the problem that Valor Atomics set out to solve, but I think it's going to get solved in a different way than maybe people were hoping. It would be amazing if we could just fix the capacity cost problem, right? I bring a reactor to market, it's cheaper than you expect, that's awesome, but you still have transmission and interconnect and the permitting along that path, and it takes a long time. You mentioned a few minutes ago that hyperscalers are not willing to do microgrids, and I think this was true 6 months ago. And I think that in the last 6 months, there's been this wave of realism among data centers and hyperscalers that are realizing we simply have no other way. For the first time, I'm hearing the hyperscaler saying, you know what, we'll take whatever we can. Maybe we want some cogen, right? So maybe we want to see more diversity in the power gen on that site, but listen, we're just not getting what we need from the grid. And now this doesn't sound great, right? Because we actually want to fix the grid. We want to fix transmission. We want to be able to make more power. And so if we just have these microgrids everywhere, does that really fix it? I think this actually is something that can work. And the reason for that is that a microgrid could also just be a macro grid, right? Maybe we just make them bigger. Maybe they're huge microgrids. In fact, eventually we just take the word micro and macro off and it's just the grid, right? So I actually think that we may see new grids form that just become the grids. They start off isolated, they start with very heavy loads, but they're in a completely new regime. Now, we are still going to have to work through things like lawsuits and protests and those sorts of things, but I really think that in the way that the grid is structured now, we've sort of regulated ourselves to death, A, but then B, when you try to deregulate, you run into problems of synchronization that are genuine problems, right? And so that militates against deregulation and makes everybody nervous. So I think that microgrids are an option to sort of spark a new way of doing this, and I expect those to expand over time. So we'll see if the hyperscalers end up doing that or not.
All right, that sounds good. We'll see. The microgrid issue, I'd like to come back to that, but I'm going to go to Damien first.
Actually, I would like to take this issue of distribution. Look, I'm basically trying to develop the next generation of SMRs, so I'm not going to tell you that all the problems of distribution are going to be solved with SMRs. Okay, all the problems with distribution are going to be solved with SMRs. Okay, I said it. So it was somewhat tongue-in-cheek, but actually, the new generation of SMRs, one thing you have is that these things can be deployed in a much wider array of terrains. So you can actually have local energy, and just last month, in October, OpenAI announced Stargate Argentina. It's a new project of 500 megawatts data center. They're going to be the off-takers of the compute. So I think that you should probably ask the hyperscaler how they're thinking about this issue, but I know how they're thinking about this issue. It's not even necessarily nuclear. First of all, in Argentina, we have Vaca Muerta. Vaca Muerta is the name of this place with enormous reserves of oil and gas. So having cheap gas right there is obviously a really good advantage for us. But medium term, it's all going to be nuclear. So I don't know if it's going to be a microgrid or a macrogrid. I don't want to take Elon's punch now that he has macro hard as opposed to Microsoft. That was pretty funny. So, but look, I think that having the flexibility of having these SMRs being deployed anywhere not only solves the distribution problems of data centers. I'll throw a totally different topic just for you guys to think about. Industrialization of Africa. You know, imagine that you have vast amounts of land without any distribution of power. Imagine you have actually local power, as much as you want. 500 megawatts, a gigawatt. So put 2 or 3 of these modules. There you go. You don't need distribution. I'm not saying the problem is not existent. It is. And for a highly developed place like the US, clearly remains. But, you know, there are other solutions.
And I want to come back to that on the last question on microgrid, and specifically, I have a question specific to Argentina, but I'm going to let Sean answer the transmission question before we move on.
Yeah, and I think, you know, you have to look at, you know, what this administration, whether it is, you know, the executive orders on nuclear or, you know, what DOE has done with the LPO and how they invested with AEP to build out transmission lines. You actually have, you know, if you go back over past decade or so, I mean, it was, people were moving away from natural gas. People were not thinking about power gen. People were, you know, if you think about the data center question, kind of going back to the microgrid, you talk to a data center, it was, we only want renewable power. Virtual PPA, you're just taking stuff off the grid. It's not real, but it makes everybody feel good. Then it turned into, we want natural gas, but only with CCS. Then it turned into, we want natural gas, can you have CCS in the future? And then it is, do you have power? And the answer is yes. And they'll say, that's great, right? And so I think...
Does it come from coal? I'm not going to tell you. I just won't tell you. Does that make people happy?
Yeah, so, you know, I think everything has kind of evolved since, you know, the kind of thoughts about where power comes from. But then what does it look like moving forward? And, you know, I think with this administration, investing in that and looking forward is very important. And you know, the LPO for years was not really investing in some of the transmission lines or into fossil or nuclear. And, you know, how can you actually start looking at that to make sure we're meeting our power demands, which is very important. And then, you know, if you look at, you know, states like Ohio, where I'm from, you know, they just passed some legislation here last year, maybe 2 years ago, that really kind of focused on that behind the meter and for independent power producers, meaning natural gas, independent natural gas facilities. Now, if you can start replicating that in other states, that gives you that bridge to the grid, right? So, you know, you're able to have whatever's behind the meter, but it opens up the aperture for, you know, going into the grid and having that as a backup. So I think if more states start applying that and moving forward, you're going to start seeing the grid move forward, probably a little more stable, and that microgrid maybe becomes a little bit macro. But, you know, going back to the lawsuits or just the different ISOs themselves, they kind of need to figure out how to get themselves out of the way and clean things up and get these projects to market, because, again, we're running out of time and we need to have it happen.
100%. And moving on from that, I do want to move back to the microgrid question. My original question for you, Isaiah, was about what we needed to do in the U.S. On the regulatory reform side to move these projects, specifically SMRs, into the future, right? We have a broken regulatory system, and that's not just on the SMR side, that's on renewables, that's on nat gas and oil, that's on everything. There's nothing that isn't broken on the regulatory side. So I want you to chart a path forward, but you said something interesting about the microgrid, so I'd like to throw in a secondary plus question. How do we also do that to get to more microgrids? How do we change the regulatory system to allow for that? Can you talk towards that?
Yeah, I'll answer the microgrid question first. Thankfully, microgrids are generally a state-by-state thing, which I think is fantastic. And a couple of states have sort of led the charge and done pretty well with this. Utah and West Virginia are two that I would call out in particular that I think have done this pretty well. But when it comes to what do we need to do in general to get SMRs to come online, look, I think this was a chicken and egg problem up until 6 months ago. There's this idea that the NRC was broken, and you could look at the data and see that, right? If you look at construction permits granted by the NRC since 1979, well, first look at it in 1978. So in 1978, the NRC granted 13 construction permits for nuclear reactors. That's pretty good. In 1979, from 1979 to today, they've granted 4. So they went from 13 granted in 1978 to 1 per decade since then. So that's a deeply broken regulator. It's a cultural problem. There's all sorts of issues. Now, we kind of figured this out 5 to 6 years ago, and it was bipartisan, and both parties, said, how do we fix this? We had the Advance Act and some other things. But the chicken and egg was, what are we even talking about? Like, what do we fix? And I genuinely believe that technology sort of comes before regulation to some extent. You can't fix a regulatory body if you don't know what you're regulating. You can't write a good rule when there's no reference technology. And in the United States, I think we actually had the right statutory solution to this. It just wasn't fully utilized. So the statutory solution to this for nuclear was to have 2 agencies. So we created the NRC in 1974, but we created another agency at the same time, and it was called the ERDA, so the Energy Research and Development Agency. And most people have never heard of the ERDA. It was created to basically test nuclear reactors. It assumed the test functions of the predecessor agency. So NRC gets commercial, ERDA gets testing. Now, the reason you've never heard of the ERDA is that 2 years later, it was renamed to the Department of Energy. So the Department of Energy, people think of as like a big, broad mandate agency, and it sort of is, but its heritage is actually the Nuclear Reactor Test Agency. And the reason this is so important is that if we're going to fix how we regulate reactors, we have to have some reactors, right? This is the chicken and egg. You have to actually turn some on and try them out, try this way, try that way, see how they work, and that actually informs the process of rewriting the regulation. So I think that the executive orders signed by President Trump earlier this year are the most important thing that has happened in nuclear in the last 4 decades, because it gives us a shot to actually turn these things on. And when we turn them on, it's going to quickly inform both builders like myself and regulators. All right, now how do we go rewrite the rules so that we can do that again?
Amen.
I'm going to move to you, Andrew, on the renewable and BESS side.
Yeah, so 2 things. One is on nuclear, the second is on microgrids. On nuclear, most of the executives in running nuclear companies were alive in the 80s and lived through Shoreham. How many of you guys know what Shoreham nuclear power plant is? Can I see a hands? I see 4 hands in the whole room. If you don't know what Shoreham nuclear power plant is, you don't know the U.S. nuclear power sector. How many people, if you could see a hands, know what Yucca Mountain is? All right, that's about 8 people, right? 9? How many know what Vogel is? 5 or 6. If you guys don't know those 3 names, you don't know the U.S. power grid. And a lot of the reason you've only seen 4 permits, I'm not even talking about 3 Mile Island. Forget about that. I'm talking about Shoreham.
People don't even know that.
People forget about 3 Mile Island now. But Shoreham, Yucca Mountain, and Vogel, bankrupting Westinghouse is the reason that people in the utility industry, executives, are scared. Cost overrun. I looked at buying a nuclear power plant the early 2000s. Do you know what the cost was? It was 0. They wanted to give it away because they were more worried about stranded cost recovery than they were about the profit that they could make from it. So there's a ton of battle scars for any executive who's in their 50s and 60s, and those are the folks that are running the utilities now. So you have to break those scars to get where you're trying to go. On the microgrid, we have a software team that actually, I think, was the largest microgrid software team in the US. You cannot show me a scalable microgrid that is not bridged of size that has the kind of 4 nines that you need for the data center world. Beyond that, when you used to have microgrids...
What do you think the size cutoff is on that? Like, how big does it need to be, and how many different types of generation?
20 megs, 30 megs. Like, I think it's very small.
Okay. I'm thinking like gigawatt size.
Yeah, I don't think they work. And if you look at the history of what microgrids that became megagrids became, it became an ISO. It became PJM. That's what it started as, a bunch of local utilities that became too big, and they decided that by joining with their neighbors, they could take the outage risk more easily. So I don't think you're going to see significant, large, unbridged microgrids. You will need a bridge, so it'll be an island with a bridge, right? Because you cannot have, power plants break. One of the secrets of the power industry, the average combined cycle breaks about 4 or 5% of the time, has another 3% of the time for planned outages. It's broken about 8% of the time. Simple cycle peakers are broken about 12% of the time. Coal plants are probably broken 15% of the time. Nuclear, if you include planned outages, 4% of the time, they're just off, right? They're just off. How are you going to run a data center if your SMR is off 4% of the time?
You're going to make the batteries. You're going to make the batteries, aren't you?
I know
always batteries.
I'm going to push back on you just once, and I only have a tiny bit of time yet, but only because Juju wanted this to be kind of a controversial panel, so we'll do that.
Trying.
But I think the answer that I would give is that if your turbine is 600 megawatts or 1,200 megawatts, then being down is a big deal, right? Microgrids today, the types of power that we're looking at putting on them are 25 megawatts, right? 100 maybe, 300 in some of the larger SMRs. So the fact that we have smaller unit sizes means we have rolling shutdowns. The problem is a little bit smaller and more bite-sized. So I agree that bridging is great. Hopefully we can, like we should, right? But I think that there is a world where we have smaller generation that's a little bit more resilient to shutdown, resilient to outage, resilient to refueling.
Very nice. I'm going to move to Sean, though. I'd like to hear oil and gas's answer.
Question you want me to answer? How much?
I wanted you to break the tie, Sean, and tell me whether you believed in microgrids. No, specifically towards the question about transmission in the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, again,
and then I'm going to ask a very Argentinian-specific question as my last question, just for Damien.
Well, I think for transmission, we need to figure out what's the signal and what's the noise, right? And there's a lot of noise out there for us to actually get to the fact of where's the power coming from, where are we putting the power, and then where are we building out the transmission to have take place, whether it's the pipelines, and if you're going to put, natural gas-fired power plant over top of where you're actually producing the natural gas, so you don't have to worry about, what that pipeline lawsuit's going to look like, because that's going to then take that pipeline.
Mine mouth.
Huh?
Mine mouth power plants.
Mine mouth power plants, right? I mean, that is the old coal way. And, and you think about what has always historically worked. That has worked. And that is where you kind of see that path forward. And then from that, I mean, you do need to have that investment from the federal government to build out that transmission and have them really look to the utilities to build out those transmission lines to make a more modernized grid. And we have really just not really kept up with it over the years because we never saw that power growth happening. And now is the time. And if we wait any longer, we're going to lose.
Very nice. The last question, and we've run out of time, so it's specifically for you, Damien. And I wrote this out, so or I didn't. I had help, but it was written out. Argentina is undergoing a significant market transformation as it moves towards more competitive frameworks and seeking a deeper alignment with U.S. energy cooperation. From your perspective, how do you expect these reforms to shape investment in new generation capacity, and what role will nuclear play in Argentina's energy mix over the next 5 years?
Well, let me put it this way. Argentina has had a long history of every 10, 20 years, some economic catastrophe, boom, bust. The number one thing that this administration is doing, which is basically at the core of this transformation, is attacking the fiscal monster. You know, for years we haven't done it, and that's the nature of the beast. So having a country with, you know, more than 10 years horizon, something that actually allows you to plan an investment with a horizon of 20, 30, 50, 100 years, is basically going to change completely the energy mix. It's not just the energy mix, everything that is happening in the country. I'm not saying this because I'm part of the administration. I'm part of this administration because I believe these things, and I think that the president is actually undergoing the most spectacular transformation that the country has seen. So I'll just say I'm proud to be part of it, and I hope you guys see it over the next, not 5, but just 2 years.
Very nice. And I'd like to thank you all for being on the panel. Yeah, very nice. All right.
There isn't a single company or in any industry that isn't trying to evaluate this, isn't trying to apply this, isn't trying to figure out the ethics of this, and we have to do it responsibly. But we can't just say, I'll wait. I don't believe any of us can be long-time followers, but you have to find what works for your enterprise, and that's what we're doing.
Let's give it up one more time for that incredible panel. Now, to conclude the panel with our remarks, please welcome Jag Badwell, Agent General for the Government of Ontario in the Southern United States and head of the Ontario Trade and Investment Office in Dallas, Texas.
Thank you very much. Good evening. As we conclude today's discussion on this unprecedented energy demand, a couple of words that I will share with you what I heard, maybe that will resonate with you also as well, is transmission, regulation, permitting, battery storage, nuclear, solar, wind, national security, energy security, natural gas, and SMR and nuclear dominated the discussion. I want to leave you with one clear message. Ontario and the United States stand at a critical moment for energy collaboration and partnership. I will explain in a minute. Economic security, national security, and energy security are inseparable. The US and the global markets are experiencing record energy demand driven by the economic growth, electrification, rapid rise of data centers, and artificial intelligence. Meeting this demand sustainably and reliably is a challenge, but it's also an opportunity. Ontario is uniquely positioned to help meet this challenge. Why Ontario? Ontario's trade with the US stands at $355 billion a year. And if we were a standalone country, we will be the third largest trading partner in the world with the US. So there is already a lot of business connections and the stakeholders connections with the US. And especially when we look at the energy, so how is Ontario meeting its demand for energy? We have one of the cleanest electricity grid in North America. 90 to 94% of our grid is clean, and with nuclear energy as the backbone, providing about 50 to 60% of the power. Out of the 19 reactors in Canada, 18 reactors are in Ontario. And Ontario Power Generation, that is responsible for generating the power, is also refurbishing reactors. And I'm happy to tell you those are on time and on budget, something almost unheard in the nuclear sector. But that's not the end of it. We're also leading globally as the first G7 jurisdiction to begin construction of the smaller modular reactor. Construction is on the way, and which is scheduled to be online in 28, 29, and with 3 more planned by 2035. We have also initiated federal impact assessment to create an option for up to 4,800 megawatt of new nuclear reactor. Just 4,800 megawatt will provide clean, reliable electricity to 5 million homes. This will be one of the largest investment in nuclear in Ontario in decades. But how do we do it? Our academic institutions are key partners in this journey. McMaster University, for example, is home to Canada's most powerful research reactor and with world-class nuclear research facilities. Ladies and gentlemen, we use nuclear not only to power our grid, but also to save human life and for life sciences. I'll explain. Ontario is the second largest producer of medical isotopes in the world. I just talked about McMaster University. McMaster University produced iodine-125 isotope. These are isotopes are used to cure cancer, and they are one of the largest producer of iodine-125 in the world. And this is the story of nuclear in Ontario and in Canada. But nuclear is not only the story. We just started a construction on one of the largest battery storage project in Canada, Skyview 2, which will power almost 400,000 homes and strengthen our grid. We're also working on hydrogen hubs. In Niagara Falls, we are working on the green hydrogen, and we're also working on pumped hydroelectric storage power as well. And that storage will provide almost 1,000 megawatt of clean, reliable electricity storage in Ontario. Transmission and cross-border corridors really is the key part of it. Expanding Ontario-US energy corridors will allow Ontario's clean power to flow south when needed, supporting US reliability and creating new markets for Ontario's energy sectors. These opportunities are real, they are actionable, but success requires partnership between government, utilities, innovators, and investors working together to build a North American energy ecosystem that is clean, resilient, and competitive. So here is my call to action. Let us deepen this collaboration. Ontario is ready to work with US partners and the world to deliver the technologies, expertise, and infrastructure that will power our shared future. Come and visit Ontario. Let's turn these opportunities into reality and together. Thank you very much.
Thank you to JAG, and also thank you to Ontario for your partnership. Now, I have to check in just at this point in the afternoon. I know it's been a little quiet in the room, which is good. That tells me you're locked into our presentations here, but you know, I just want to feel a little bit more energy as we get ready to welcome on our next speaker. So how are we all feeling? Okay, that's pretty good. All right, well, I think we could do just a little bit better. How are you all feeling this afternoon? Feeling good? Ready for our last few sessions? Okay, all right, I think we're good to go. All right, we are heading into our final session of the day, and it is a big one, folks. The Race for Technological Leadership, presented in collaboration with Garda World. Now, to provide introductory remarks, please welcome Jeffrey Hills, Managing Director of IEFA Crisis 24.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jeffrey Hills, and I am the Managing Director of Crisis 24 IEFA. It is a pleasure to be here on stage today to discuss the global race to define the technological frontier. Around the world, nations are investing heavily in artificial intelligence, advanced manufacturing, quantum computing, secure data infrastructure. These technologies will shape economic competitiveness and organizational resiliency for years to come. We are grateful to Garda World for sponsoring this panel and helping make today's conversation possible. One example that illustrates the intersection of these themes is Crisis 24 IEFA, powered by Palantir. The platform uses AI and secure data systems to provide organization actionable insight into emerging risk and complex geopolitical and economic trends. It shows how technology can help decision makers navigate complex challenges and environments and respond effectively in real time. Platforms like Crisis 24 highlight two important points. First, breakthroughs in AI and data infrastructure are not just theoretical. They have immediate, practical applications today. Second, these technologies often progress most quickly through collaboration between industry, research institution, technologists, and other stakeholders, combining expertise to address complex challenges. As technology advances, questions arise about how to manage its deployment responsibly. How do we ensure innovation delivers value while remaining safe and reliable? What type of partnerships, frameworks, or practices help guide the responsible use of these technologies? These are the example of questions the panel is here to explore. We have a unique opportunity to examine the practical and strategic dimensions of AI, advanced manufacturing, and secure infrastructure, and to think critically about how these technologies are shaping the world today and the years ahead. With that, I'll turn it over to Lisa Gordon-Haggerty to lead the discussion. Thank you.
The stock of $29 billion of market cap improvement.
Are you investing because you actually have a strong conviction around what that ROIC will be, or is this a way with you?
In a world flooded with data and competing signals, clarity is power. Out of the noise emerges IEFA President's Brief. Driven by Crisis 24's global intelligence, empowered by Palantir's advanced AI. Leaders gain foresight to identify risks, seize opportunities, and forge decisive outcomes, bringing state-level intelligence to titans of global business. Empowering leaders who shape the future.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you to Garda World and the IEFA for this opportunity to moderate this incredibly capable panel of experts discussing the race for technological leadership. Mr. Hill's opening remarks have clearly and succinctly pointed out the realities we all face. As the technological frontier accelerates and geopolitical rivalry intensifies, the choices we make today on policy, regulation, innovation, and collaboration will determine which nations and companies lead over the next decade. Today's discussion will tackle these issues head-on, helping us to understand what must be done to secure technological leadership in an increasingly contested world. I'm delighted to introduce our panelists this afternoon. First, we have Nicole Foster, Director of AWS Global AI and ML in Canada Public Policy at Amazon. Next to her, we have Pete McAleer, VP, U.S. Government and Defense Affairs for Bombardier, a former Marine, but as many of us know, once a Marine, always a Marine. Tarek Waked, co-founder and managing partner of Type 1 Ventures. Good afternoon. Ansel Stein, VP of Operations for Crisis 24. And Patrick Sullivan, Chief Technology Officer at Akamai. To begin our conversation, I would like our panel to describe one or two topic points that each of you see as the biggest and most urgent concerns, as well as opportunities as we sit here today in the realm of AI. But first, I'd like to start with Mr. Sullivan, if you'll allow me. And that's because Mr. Sullivan, unfortunately, has to depart a bit early. So I'd like to ask a specific question to you. As the digital attack surface expands, what emerging threats are of the greatest concern to you when it comes to the production of critical digital infrastructure?
Sure, there's a couple of things. I would say the first is, we're looking at very new technology with AI, and I think we see new protocols emerging very, very rapidly, and I suspect we're going to follow a similar curve when we saw new technology like e-commerce that led to databases of credit cards working their way out the door. We saw cloud technology give rise to a whole industry of cloud security companies to help organizations safely deploy to the cloud. And I think we'll see the same thing with AI, where organizations will find ways to safely protect these applications running in sort of an AI model. So I'd say that's one. The other is, we're seeing some really interesting things on adversarial use of AI. There was a recent report about, a state-driven attack out of China leveraging U.S. AI infrastructure to launch attacks against a variety of different industries. And what was interesting about that, I think, was that there was nothing spectacular about the attack at all. It was just basically the same techniques that attackers use day in, day out, but just automated with AI. So if you think about that, it's low cost, somebody that could basically hit all of your attack surface very, very frequently. So it's lowering the bar for a lot of the attacks that we see today. So it's not so much about the spectacular as it is about coverage.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to start down here with Nicole. Could you answer the same question, please? Could you describe one or two topic points that you see as the biggest and most urgent concerns, as well as opportunities as we sit here today in the realm of AI?
Sure. So when I think about the opportunities around AI, I think the one thing that I've sort of been trying to speak to governments around the world about is that the AI race is actually not going to be won by who invented it first. It's going to be who uses it best. And so really persuading governments to think more about what their strategies around productivity and competitiveness are around, and thinking really clearly about what AI adoption is. And where those opportunities are going to be in sectors that really matter to their kind of longer term economic success, and particularly those sectors that are important for export. So I think just thinking about not just how we build and invent this technology, but how we're going to use it going forward.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. And I'll follow right on those comments. So coming from Bombardier, which is a traditional manufacturing company in the aerospace sector, some of our view for this is how we use AI in the development of our products. One of the things that we're most proud of is that over the last 30 years, we have certified 30 different aircraft. Yet each one of those is a multi-year project that requires the design, the development, the testing, the fielding. How much of that can be accelerated by AI? How much of that can be secured by that information and making sure that it doesn't fall into the wrong hands or get used for purposes? Those are the things that we're looking at. As we continue to do the development, we're interested in the application of AI to improve our overall product.
That's really interesting. I think when we look at, at Type 1, we're investors in Anthropic, OpenAI, xAI, as well as a few other underlying infrastructure projects for AI. We're actually on the board of Cam Ghaffarian's Axiom Space, who was up here on stage earlier. And a couple things I see in AI is I see the applications, as you're referring to, with the benefits of how you manufacture subcomponents, like the iteration cycles of the subcomponent manufacturing process. I think that's a positive, but then I look at the negative sides of it. The energy use required to continue to upkeep AI, the data that we need to feed these AI models to stay on top is gonna be key. But then the underlying real negative application of it is something, there's this company we just invested in called Red Queen Bio. It's called RQB, that we invested in it with OpenAI. And what they want to do is they want to be the Palantir of biotech. And why does that need to exist today? Well, because if you take an AI model, you can do an open source, it's called an open source large protein model. When you build a virus like a COVID-19, it's essentially a chain of proteins stacked together, which make it an adverse virus. And so if you wanted to make a pathogen that were to attack a whole country, you would have to be a nation state in the level of resources and capability to do that 10, 20 years ago. But today, with the use of AI, you can have an undergraduate biology degree or knowledge, a $20,000 off-the-shelf kit, and you can create a pathogen. And so as a country, we stand open and vulnerable to attacks unless we have the counter use of AI in the likes of Red Queen Bio to be able to figure out what the solution to those pathogens are. So you use your AI to counter your AI. So those are the things that we're looking at and we're worried about.
It's really interesting to think about it like that. And I'll just pull on that thread a little bit. I mean, I think what we're trying to do with IEA and with President's brief is, I think of it a little bit of supercharging human capacity and how you move beyond sort of automation of process to get to sort of enhancing the future, right? So we're focused on anticipatory intelligence, but how can you build a machine that lets humans do those things with their gray matter that only humans can do? And this gets to like judgment and wisdom and how people navigate those things. And while there is capability, as you say, to build a pathogen or whatnot, I do think the counter to it is, how are we looking out at the world? How are we processing the big data that's out there at speed and scale to prepare our organizations to deal with it and to anticipate risk, but also opportunity to invest in it?
Great.
Maybe just the flip side of the coin that I mentioned earlier, we see adversarial use of AI to basically cover the attack surface. The opportunity, I think, to that risk is just the opposite, providing better coverage. There are many times when you look at a security incident, it's rare that there is no indication it was a perfect crime. Usually what ends up happening is, when you look at things forensically, there were indicators along the way, but they were just below the threshold that a human could get to an action. So the opportunity would be, are there more of these indicators of compromise that could come to our attention in a timely manner with something like automation or AI, whereas today they're below our coverage threshold?
Great. Thank you very much. So while we were just speaking, and thank you to the panel for that first question, while we were speaking about the near term, can we make this more of a broad approach and discuss the technological frontier? Would each of you describe what the technologies you believe will determine global competitiveness over the next decade? And along those lines, how can policymakers, which obviously figure into this discussion very clearly, and business leaders ensure developing and emerging technologies are developed and deployed responsibly without stifling innovation?
That's a lot of questions in one. I'll go back to, I think, the most compelling challenge that we have is actually figuring out how we apply the technology. So, you know, we obviously work with customers around the world who are trying to figure out their use cases. And I would just sort of say, you know, the first sort of piece of this is what enables access to AI is often first doing your kind of migration to cloud. And to do that, you kind of need the right people in addition to the right access to the technology and the ability to procure it, but you also need very strong leadership. And because these are really change management exercise, and so kind of giving people permission to fail, but also you know, being the leaders of change in your organization is a huge part of that. When we think about AI and what is stopping organizations from adopting AI, there's really sort of a magical kind of combination of three things that you need in your organization to adopt AI. And it starts with data, which was one of the things you mentioned. So you need good data, you need the tech, but then you also need that sort of deep expertise of understanding your sector and your business to figure out how to apply it. And so I actually think just figuring out how we use what we already have is kind of the big revolution that we're all waiting to see the results of, and I think what a lot of the hopes of the industry are kind of relying on. In terms of the responsible development, I mean, I could go on at length about different regulatory regimes and the benefits of some and the you know, sort of the less beneficials of others. I mean, from what I have seen in the sector, I mean, we should be worried about the misuse of the technology for sure, but you know, we're in a business-to-business environment, and the vast majority, or pretty much every customer that we work with, is very concerned about ensuring that they're deploying AI responsibly, and particularly large enterprises are also investing a lot in making sure that they have the right guardrails in place to do that. So, but if you want to talk regulation, I'm here for a while.
Well, good. I'll jump into the regulation part. I think what matters most from our perspective is building that level of trust beyond getting to whether or not we're using the technology, but can we trust it? So in the aerospace environment, we have policies and regulation and entire agencies that are responsible for ensuring the trust that you can have in your materials. Things like the FAA or Transport Canada or EASA that do the certifications for all the parts and pieces of an aircraft before they even get on the aircraft, before you even start to operate that aircraft. We would need the same level of trust put into that source data that can drive AI, that can drive that development, that allows you to expand what you can do. I think there's a role for government to play in that through regulation or policy that gives you some measure of assurance that what we're using is good.
Can I don't want to interrupt, but can I, just because you brought up the point. So I think one of the trends that we've seen in AI regulation is two sort of vastly different models. One is sort of what I would say is more the European model, and actually the model that Canada tried to pass before it died on the order paper before the election, and that is this really broad-based AI regulation that is going to regulate all AI in all its forms in every sector, in every application. And it is an extremely complex task, whereas the US doesn't have this broad-based legislation, and neither does, and the UK has actually done something quite similar, which is really kind of enable its existing regulatory authorities to look at you know, where do we have gaps in our existing regulations or frameworks that we need to apply to AI? And it makes, in some ways, it can make a lot more sense in the sense that if you think about an AI regulator trying to regulate risk in transportation, financial services, healthcare, I mean, these are deeply developed, regulated sectors already. And so having a regulator that already understands how to mitigate risk in those sectors is potentially a much more effective way to go about regulating AI. And so I want to just sort of highlight that, like, having more specialized knowledge in your sector is going to be valuable even from an oversight perspective, so they understand the risks in your sector.
I think I take an opposite approach. I think if we take the approach of regulation, what regulation usually does is it lags behind all the innovation. And so if we want to, on a world stage, be a nation that succeeds in developing our AI sector, the more we regulate it, the more we inhibit it. Because frankly, a regulator is not going to know and not going to be up to speed on, otherwise they'd be the developer. If you're a regulator, that means you're like a professor ends up being somebody that's been out of the industry for a while. And so to get at the speed at the changes of AI, even an investor or people in the industry can't really keep up. So if we think we're going to regulate, if we have this whole idea that we're going to regulate ourselves out of the negative impacts of AI, I think we're dreaming. And so what we need to focus on is being the fastest at developing it, because the head start of, say, an OpenAI to all the other language models keeps shrinking and shrinking. And so for us to stay ahead, that's the only way that you can protect yourself, is by having the strongest model, in my opinion. And if you look at even the internet or crypto, we're having a hard time even keeping up with the speed of change of those industries on the regulation level. What makes us believe that we're going to have a human regulate an AI model? And so that's just my personal opinion. I think hands off.
There's probably a joke in there about AI regulating AI, right?
That's probably what's
the only way to keep up is to have
probably what's going to happen.
The robots will fight each other. I want the end of that. You had a question about national competition and whatever, so I don't think we've talked about it, so I'll just sort of push on because I think we've really good exchange of views on the regulation. I mean, I guess I'm going to come at it from an applied AI lens, which is I think we're doing data for what and why really well, and there's probably not that much differentiation between the different national models, if we can kind of put it that way, and the way. But I think we need to think really hard about how we harness that to get to the so what. And one of our sort of founding principles at our project is that we live in the age of the tyranny of data. That we solved so many problems with more data that in and of itself is the sort of defining problem we've got. And so where we're trying to push is how do you separate that, and this, forgive the cliche, but signal from noise, and how do we actually get to what is meaningful? And I think there's a lot of rigor to that, and I think that's actually where human re-enters into the loop, right? Because your popular large language model is the best at giving you the most generic answer possible, right? It's going to populate it across the bell curve, and we've looked at 50 billion emails, and the best greeting is warm regards, and so your email is going to end with that. But how we factor back in that human role with it, I think, is actually how we sort of navigate national competition, and at the risk of sort of leaning into the success of the West, but that's one of the things we do really well because of the exchange of ideas here and the free and the competition between different models and stuff. And I think that's kind of where the really interesting edge is. It's not about sort of writing the mundane, but it's like, how do we really lean in and bring stuff out of the academy or other really well-developed, mature areas of business or whatever, and get that into the AI and the thinking. And I mean, I find that idea so captivating of how do we get into that.
Thank you. I'd like to turn now to you all specifically and ask you some questions. Now, I know you've done a great job of detailing very broad aspects of each of your respective companies, but Nicole, AWS is at the forefront of applying AI across virtually every industry. You've been kind enough to share insights, but could you talk a little bit more about perhaps a little bit of Amazon's secret sauce, if you will, thinking and Amazon's thinking about the interplay between innovation and governance, not regulatory, but internal governance structures and architectures, ensuring responsible AI development while remaining competitive. So a little bit of a different take on what AWS's focus is. Looking internally instead of externally.
Yeah, so maybe I'll just share a couple things about one of the things in terms from a business perspective, how the company has sort of seen itself. I think the company at its core is and remains and intends to be, the kind of where we're at our best is really as an infrastructure provider, and we've launched a service called Bedrock, which actually which facilitates access to all of the major models now, I think. But in that environment, it provides customers with a secure environment and very advanced guardrails and tools for deploying responsibly, which is something that customers want. And it allows you to adjust your kind of guardrails the way you want. From an internal governance perspective, I'd say that we have leaned quite heavily into working with others to come up with a lot of voluntary governance initiatives or responsible AI initiatives. And some of that has been through our global participation in other countries and through kind of multilateral fora. But a few examples are through the kind of what I would loosely call the Bletchley Park process. There's been a couple of voluntary reporting mechanisms that have emerged. One is the Responsible Scaling Framework. And we would have published ours about 6 months ago. And it really is kind of putting us, I think, a step ahead of where a lot of the regulation is going in terms of expectations around transparency. So when it comes to thinking about how we have to then comply with new legislative frameworks, we already have a lot of that internal governance and thinking already completed. And then the other is the OECD produced a reporting framework that was something that was vetted by the G7 countries or championed by the G7 countries. And that's another example of kind of where these, having kind of signed on to these voluntary reporting mechanisms, when before we've actually figured out how we're going to do the reporting, has sort of, I mean, it's a bit of an external forcing function, but it means that it has created an opportunity for us to think about how we best organize ourselves to meet some of the external kind of needs of our stakeholders in terms of that kind of trust piece. So I think the other thing that we're really trying to accomplish that is this is a global technology, and as a global technology, it is extremely difficult for us, we're a one-to-many company, to be figuring out the nuances of compliance in multiple different sort of regimes around the world. And so as much as possible as where we can find alignment or opportunities to find that kind of interoperability between those regulatory systems is going to be helpful to any company who's operating cross-border, which I think everyone on this panel is. So I think that's sort of the other reason we're doing it, is finding those opportunities for international cooperation is going to be a business enabler for everybody.
Thank you. Pete. Bombardier plays across pivotal domains of aerospace, defense, and advanced manufacturing. How do you see U.S. industrial and trade policy shaping global competition in high-tech manufacturing? And are there policy shifts that would help ensure that North America remains both competitive but collaborative with an increasingly fragmented global landscape? In 30 seconds or less.
So as you mentioned during the introductions, I'm a career U.S. Marine, or I was, and an infantryman at that, and spent the last year, at least since January, learning about tariffs and trade and taxes and the harmonized tariff schedule.
That sounds less fun.
It's way less fun. But it's absolutely critical that we understand the changes that are happening in the global economic situation for us right now. Bombardier is a Canadian-owned, Canadian-headquartered company, yet it's at least a dual citizen, if not a multinational. Our supply chain is made up of strong partners from all over the globe, as is, I think, shipbuilding industry is the same. Aerospace, certainly, when we start to look at these larger corporations and the products that we produce, they are global in nature. The data that's going to supply AI is global in nature. We have to find a way to facilitate the interactions that allow for the development of the next big thing. For us, we just certified with Transport Canada the Global 8000. That's our new flagship aircraft. It broke the sound barrier in testing, and on purpose, I might add. So it's the fastest commercial aircraft since the Concorde. That's got U.S. engines. It's got Canadian fuselage. It's got bits and pieces from EU. That thing is a globally produced aircraft. We can't continue to develop it if we can't access those kind of markets. And so as we look at this, what we are trying to do is advocate for and facilitate those relationships that are important towards developing these kind of products, and importantly, the product that comes after, which may not look like your standard tube and wing aircraft. Here in Florida, we see what the Space Coast is doing. We see what the aerospace sector is doing. We see unmanned. We see things like this that are being developed in places that we haven't usually been. How do you facilitate that and not put the artificial walls in place that slow down the business?
Thank you. Tarek, you did a wonderful job explaining where your investments are occurring currently with your company, but could you tell us as an investor also where you see the most promising breakthroughs at the frontier of AI, quantum, and space technology? And what are investors looking for today? And as Pete just said, the next big thing for tech ventures?
I can't tell you what other investors are thinking. I can tell you what I'm thinking. And I'm guessing the next one's going to be the Global 9000. Or no, I'm kidding.
It might be. Let me talk to my marketers.
But I think like one of the points I wanted to make before is if you can build a SpaceX Starship, but FAA can't regulate fast enough, and you could build a whole rocket faster, that's the type of regulation that I want to hands off on, where you have people that don't understand what you're building. But for me, I think the next big thing that we're looking at is lunar infrastructure. So we're investors in SpaceX, Axiom Space, we're on the board. I'm on the board of this company called Lunar Outpost, and they're based in Denver, small little startup. If you guys remember, well, not many of us were alive back then, but if you remember the videos of the Apollo astronauts driving on the moon in that little buggy, well, they're making a next generation of those for our Artemis astronauts that will use the Axiom spacesuit to get around. And so if you want to have infrastructure on the moon, I always say the ultimate high ground for military use is actually the lunar surface. And so it's really imperative for our national needs to have infrastructure and have presence, continuous presence on the moon. And why that means investment for me, it's like, okay, we have the rockets to get to space. We have the infrastructure to stay in space on the stations, or pretty much we're almost there. Next thing, and you have the infrastructure to land on the moon, what we need now, and we're going to see over the next 3 to 5 years, is how do we stay and how do we make useful economic use of our stay from a government dollars perspective. And that requires infrastructure like the Lunar Terrain Vehicle that the government put out a $2 billion contract for. What does that mean? Once you have a vehicle like that, you can start mining for helium-3, mining for oxygen, mining for water, that allows you to stay and then make useful use of the assets in space. So those are one of the areas I'm looking at in space. Not yet Mars. I think we're seeing a lot of startups coming up with infrastructure that could be used on Mars. So Lunar Outpost is doing the LTV. Definitely take a look at that company. It's really exciting. And in that vein, all the other adjacent technologies. For AI, we're really unsure about the agents yet. It's changing so fast, so we're in the big language models. We've invested about $400 or $500 million in all the big language models, and so we'll keep doubling down on those for now. Quantum, we've invested in PsiQuantum, and we're really excited about that company, the use of photonics and quantum, but there's a lot of noise, I would say. I can't cut through the noise and what's real besides that one. And then yeah, in biotech, we're also looking at some really exciting things. And it's all interoperable in nature, so it's not just an AI company, it's the space company benefiting from the use of AI, and the AI company benefiting from the use of space. So we're seeing a lot of the convergences around the breakthrough technologies, which we're really excited about investing in. So hopefully that answers the question.
Thank you very much. Ansel, Crisis 24 sits at the nexus of AI, security, and intelligence. How are AI and real-time data platforms redefining the way governments and companies manage risk and decision-making? And can you share some examples of how applied AI has improved crisis management or operational efficiency in government or in the defense context?
Yeah, sure. So, it is really for us about reducing time of the sort of most laborious parts of decision making and enabling that sort of early action. I'm sure, for example, Tarek, you could benefit from that in your in your field, right? How do you get to the point where you have enough rigorously sourced, defensible conclusions that you're comfortable making a decision, and that could be defense, it could be an investment, it could be launching the plane or whatnot, and AI is good at getting context, filling it out, giving us lots of information to do it, but it's sort of anchoring that into relevancy. An example of that with our platform is we worked with an energy company that was, sort of working in some places where there was a really high amount of risk, but it was only a team of 2 individuals responsible for basically the company's entire portfolio. And in the time of crisis, you can imagine this is in the Middle East, a tricky part of the world recently.
Recently?
Recently, forever. Yeah, forever. About 3,000 years. Anyways, they basically were able to take their requirement of internal to do a monthly report from down a week's worth of work to a morning, one morning in a month to do it. So think about how much that freed up for them to exercise judgment on what do we need to do to protect our people. What are ways we can refine our processes? How can we kind of make the most of that? And then I would also argue from a human sustainability standpoint that also freed them up to be sort of give back a lot more to the whole of the enterprise because they weren't spending all their time on that. So again, it's sort of marshaling the technology in a very applied way to sort of make those improvements and then maximize with the time you've gained back that human contribution to the whole of the enterprise.
Thank you, and I promise we didn't plan this, but you're a great straight man for my next question. While technological innovation in AI, cybersecurity, and quantum are moving at hyperspeed, no doubt much of its foundation is dependent on human innovation, human interaction, and investments in human capital, sometimes overlooked. It's near and dear to my heart. So can you all describe your talent pipelines and R&D investments? And further, how can the Americas perhaps build and strengthen cross-border collaboration from Canada through the United States into Latin America to build perhaps a competitive innovation corridor? Again, much, I'm sure, of great interest to our audience today. Nicole?
Well, my idea, we kind of tend to focus on AI regulation that is on the horizon as opposed to some of the kind of regulations we have in place that might be stifling innovation today. And one of those actually outside the US is copyright law. Copyright law is actually extremely prohibitive outside the US. And so if we think about why the US is the place where AI models are being trained and developed, it's because they have, there's a far more innovation-friendly copyright regime here. And it's one of the things that I would think that is, we were discussing earlier today during other panels, these sort of strategic energy needs and the need to sort of also think about the broader tech supply chain. I think there's opportunities for greater kind of cross-border agreements around facilitating some of the things that we're going to need in order to grow, whether it's because of energy needs or people needs or other things in the supply chain. I think that's the other thing that has become so very clear is just how integrated no one country can be self-contained on technology supply chains. And so we're already integrated, and I think thinking about how we have a more effective integration is one of the things where I think there's greater opportunities for cross-border collaboration. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll pick it up from there, and I think it goes back to my original comment. As I extrapolate from AI and that trust that we build in that, I think also in the business environment, and particularly where we are as we start to look north and south across the borders, there's an element of trust that has to be built in, and that certainly has existed over decades. We need to continue to build on that one. And I think those interactions that the governments can have, that business-to-business trust as you build that, will certainly help. That's at the grassroots level. From us looking at where we are on the workforce, certainly we need an understanding of how to employ these new technologies coming in. To be able to maximize the use of AI, so bringing that into the base workforce that we come into, not the dinosaurs that still struggle with putting my picture on the iPhone, but more those folks that inherently can use AI. That we need to tackle into, because that will bring the ideas, that will bring the creative vision that helps us think forward. But we also need, even as we explore advanced manufacturing techniques, we will need those that know how to craft an aircraft in our perspective. You know, each one of our planes that we make is almost bespoke in how we do it. It's very much a handcrafted product. We need hundreds of thousands in the aerospace industry, A&P certified technicians, or those aircraft and propulsion technicians, the mechanics essentially that build those planes. There's about, let's call it 300,000 or so in the US right now. We need 500,000. In the future, we see a need for about 800,000. And the replacement rate for those that we have right now is exceeded by the retirement rates of those that we have. So we're falling behind on simply being able to meet the needs of the aviation community going forward. So we are partnering with local community colleges and you know, the education infrastructure to build that. That's necessary. And I think I'll hold there, as I forget what the third question was.
Thank you.
So I think that brings up a really good point. Our good friend and company we invested in, Kubi Technologies, is dealing with a similar issue with building homes. They build homes. And they know that for every home builder, skilled laborer that builds homes that retires, less than half of a new one comes up. And so either you fight and you force young people to go into jobs they don't want to go into, or you figure out different ways that you can use unskilled laborers and not use the same regime as how it was built, maybe handcrafted for the last century. And so what they're doing at Kubi is they're finding new ways to leverage unskilled laborers to get the same end product. And so I think that's an interesting problem you guys face, and I don't know enough about your business, but I think the use of AI probably can bring down your need for the amount of skilled laborers to more, as opposed to forcing function like, okay, we need 800,000, how do we create 800,000? Young people don't want to do those jobs anymore, right? Young people don't want to be truck drivers anymore because they have the ability to make money and a living elsewhere through the new use of tools we have in AI and all these things. So I think that's a really interesting problem that I'd love to follow on, like continue to follow. I would say, how do you promote the question was like across the Americas, across Canada. I think I'm seeing this trend in space and AI where each country wants to have their own language model. It's like the French want their own, the Americans want their own. And I don't think that's the solution, because then you're going to have subpar products for sovereign use. Even rockets, like you have the European launch and then the American launch. It's like, stop investing in rockets. We have the rockets, like invest in the next thing. And so I think countries, especially small countries in Latin America, should look at where they fit in the stack and where they can and then maybe they don't fit in the stack in any specific technology, but they can get their people ready to play a part of that new ecosystem, having a forward-looking, as opposed to, this is mine, it's my country, I need to own this part of the segment. I think empowering your people to work in that new world, whatever that may be, 10, 20 years from now, I think that's how countries can more thoroughly integrate. But again, what do I know? I don't have a crystal ball.
I think you raise a really interesting point, though, because another sort of truth of this era is this idea of strategic national assets and you know, the race for critical minerals, and you know, does country X in Europe really have to have its own dedicated supply of rare earths? You know, does that make sense?
But they have good water bottles that don't fall off. That's good.
Yeah. I guess I would say, you know, sort of maybe summing up here, I feel like we're sort of in the trust business here. Yeah. And we can use AI to sort of we can demand of it that it's clear about its logic and the transparency and the conclusions it draws as you go through. I think there's also a thread here of holding to standards, right? Whether it's governance internal or regulation, but having real clarity about what standard your machine is adhering to. In our own little case, we use Intelligence Community Directives 203 and 206, which are publicly available. You know, anybody can go and look at them, and that is the standard to which we're prompting the output of the machine, the transparency around sources, et cetera, et cetera. We try and be really clear about that. So clarity on standards and then holding them to it. And again, I think just the philosophy of the transparency helps. We need to build trust. It's not about removing humans. I mean, it's funny, like both examples here of there's people leaving the industry. How do we get young people in? And makes me think of my son, who's a high school senior, who does about half of his work with AI. And it's very different from when I was in school, quite a while ago. But how are we preparing those people, because they're coming out technologically with a lot more skills than we went in, but they don't have that sort of depth of experience. And so how do you pair the sort of experienced human in your workforce who has maybe like a little more wisdom to it with the young and the sort of eager to make the most of it? And I actually think that's a really cool moment to be at in the world right now, if we think even cross-border, because our team spans from Italy to Seattle. So we do have people, it is interconnected, and when we live in this world, particularly this technology industry is so international, but we have this moment where we're able to build those bridge building relationships, maybe is a way to put it.
I think you bring up an interesting point. Every generation thinks that their next generation is going to be the same, and it's not going to be different. Like, I remember when I was in school, they'd say you never have a calculator in your pocket. Well, guess what? I do now. And so for our generation, we say, you need to stop using AI to rely on and to do your problems. But these kids are going to grow up with actually things we can hardly probably imagine today. And then their kids, it's going to change even further. And so each generation changes, and it's hard for us in our seats to see what it's going to be like. But for them, it's easy to see. So I think it's maybe asking them more how they would like to do things and where they would like to work. I think that would give you a lot of insights.
Great. Well, with that, I'd like to hold out hope, despite what Elon Musk said, that there will be no need for humans in the next 10 to 20 years. So I'll leave it at that. But I'd like the audience to help me thank our panel today in a very insightful and very interesting.
Thank you. Thank you for your service as well.
Thank you.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you to Axios for that video, and also thank you to that outstanding panel. It was actually our final panel of the day. So can we give it up for them? Make some noise for them. What an extraordinary day today has been. You all have been here throughout it all, and actually, I've heard from each and every one of you, some who told me you learned so many new things today. You made new connections with different individuals you hadn't met before, and even actually right out there in that hallway, I talked to someone who's working on forming a new partnership with someone else they just met a few moments ago, and that is really what this is all about. I hope you found so much value in the day, and we're not done yet. We're almost there, but we couldn't end this conference day without some impactful closing remarks from our two speakers here, Francisca Insulza, who is the Vice President of World Strategic Forum Advisory Board, and also Juju Bernstein, the COO of IEFA. Actually, I think I reversed those two, so let me say that again. Francisca Insulza, who's the COO of IEFA, and Juju Bernstein, who's the Vice President of World Strategic Forum Advisory Board. Let's welcome them both to the stage and give them a warm round of applause for closing remarks today. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm Juju Bernstein, Vice President of the Advisory Board of the World Strategic Forum, and I have the pleasure of being joined today for these closing remarks by Francisca Insulza, Chief Operating Officer of the IEFA. What an incredible day this has been. This year, our mission came into focus more clearly than ever, with a new venue, a new program format, and a powerful theme: driving prosperity through innovation. This theme reflects a simple but essential truth. In a world reshaped by volatility, competition, and rapid technological acceleration, innovation is no longer a luxury. It is a prerequisite for economic security, national resilience, and shared prosperity. And today proved exactly that. From reshoring strategies and supply chain security, to breakthroughs in AI, to the transformative promise of quantum computing, to the expanding frontier of space exploration and commercialization, we explored the technologies and strategies that will define the next decade. But more than the topics themselves, it was the people in this room who made today exceptional. The experts building the systems of tomorrow, the leaders making critical decisions, and the innovators asking the hard questions. Innovation is reshaping every frontier of our economies and societies. But as we are reminded again and again, innovation does not happen on its own. It is driven by people who are willing to challenge assumptions, experiment boldly, and collaborate across sectors. Today, each of you demonstrated exactly what that looks like. At the heart of this year's program was one central question: how do we build prosperity that can withstand disruption, adapt to change, and create opportunity for generations to come? Today's discussions brought that question to life, more vividly than ever. I want to take a moment to thank our partners, many of whom have stood with us for years. Your support is not only appreciated, it is essential. You make it possible for the World Strategic Forum to continue convening the conversations that matter most. And to our panelists, thank you. You shared your expertise with generosity, clarity, and candor. You are the reason participants travel from around the world to be a part of this forum. I would be remiss if I did not thank the Remillard family, Frank Holder and Susan Hahn. With that, it is now my pleasure to invite someone whose leadership makes this forum possible and whose tireless work ensures that the IEFA continues to grow, evolve, and innovate. Please join me in welcoming Francisca Insulza, Chief Operating Officer of the IEFA, to share her closing thoughts.
Thank you, Juju. And thank you for your hard work this year. It's been amazing. And thank you all for your presence, your engagement, and your curiosity. I want to give a special thanks at this time as well to the teams behind the scenes, the production crews, the staff of the Lowe's Coral Gables. That's been amazing to work with you this year. And of course, all our colleagues at the IEFA across content, production, communications, and logistics. Really, it is the team's dedication that brings the forum to life every year. I want to take a second just to go back a little bit to the mission of the IEFA. For more than 30 years, the IEFA has convened leaders from business, government, academia, and civil society to address the defining challenges of our global economy. Over these 3 decades, the world has changed dramatically, but our mission remains constant: to provide a space where dialogue sparks action, where partnerships are built, and where new ideas can take shape. Today, we meet at a pivotal moment, and in moments like these, moments that are defined by uncertainty, by acceleration, and global transformation, forums like this, or we believe forums like this, are more than just events. They become essential tools and infrastructure for collaboration. When industries are being disrupted, when technologies are outpacing regulation, when geopolitics is shifting, we need trusted spaces where leaders like yourselves can step back from the noise and think together. So as we close, we would love to encourage you to take what you've learned today and to turn it into action. Continue the conversations, strengthen the connections, and build on the thoughts or in the insights that have inspired you. That is where we believe the real impact begins, in the follow-up, in partnership, the idea that becomes a pilot, and the pilot that becomes policy or investment or innovation. So thank you so much for joining us. We look forward to welcoming you next year for the 15th edition of the World Strategic Forum here in November 2026. And before that, if you have a chance, we hope to see many of you at our next conferences. The Conference of Paris on December 16, 17, our LATAM Forum that takes place in Buenos Aires on March 17th in 2026, and the Phoenix Global Forum on May 13th and 14th in Phoenix. Thank you all once again, safe travels, and hope to see you soon. Thank you.
I needed to hear from the Lord.